quiet conspiracy, hidden beneath the surface of what seemed like the perfect marriage.
Like I say, seeing them both together, they were just hugging, kisses, and just happy.
Husband Robert Limon was a devoted father, friend, and railway worker, until one ordinary day at work turned into his last.
Robert Limon was returning from a day of work in the field when he was shot and killed. It happened back in August at the rail shop on Goodrich Drive in Tehachapi.
Gunned down in broad daylight, what initially seemed like a random act of violence turned out to be a plot so calculated that it took detectives years to unravel.
At this point, we have not identified any other person or persons we believe are responsible for Mr. Limon's murder.
Was this the tragic end of a love story gone wrong, or was it something far more sinister?
I need you to tell me more. I know you know a lot more than you're telling me. You're not going to be able to just forget about this. This guy murdered your husband in cold blood.
When romance turns into deception and faith is a mask for murder, who is truly to blame? But more importantly, what really happened to Robert and who would want him dead? Sabrina and Robert Limon were, by all accounts, the it couple among their friends. The two had met in 1997 while attending a Quartz Hill, California high school and quickly fell head over heels for each other. The charismatic and adventurous duo were described by family as the perfect pair, so it was no surprise that within 3 years of meeting, they were happily married and settled in Hellendale, California, eventually moving to the close-knit community of Silver Lakes. Both Sabrina and Robert were equally extroverted people, and to feed their social appetite, they regularly threw house parties where friends would gather to enjoy music, alcohol, and lively conversation well into the night. Even with 2 children of their own and Robert's job at the BNSF railway yard, the pair maintained a very active social life and frequently went on adult vacations, took boating trips, and went out on the town to mingle. But few people knew just how friendly the Limons really were. In 2008, Robert, age 32, and Sabrina, age 28, decided to open up their marriage and began engaging in entanglements with other married people. In other words, they started swinging and swapping spouses with other couples, starting with the couples in their friend group and eventually branching out to other open couples in the area. The act of swinging added an exciting touch to their relationship that the couple hadn't experienced from any party or vacation trip, and Robert, specifically, was infatuated with the practice. From the outside looking in, Sabrina and Robert were living the dream and enjoying life to the fullest. But Sabrina's true feelings were only known by a few select people, namely Robert and her sister Julie Cordova. According to Julie, after 4 years of hooking up with other couples, by 2012, 32-year-old Sabrina was secretly tired of being in an open marriage and wanted the couple to go back to church to strengthen their own relationship. For her, the excitement had long passed, and she'd since become a devout Christian who no longer wanted to look outside of their marriage for happiness and thrills. And she eventually worked up the courage to express her feelings to her husband, but Robert, on the other hand, loved their carefree lifestyle and simply refused to change it. Unlike her, he was completely happy with the way they were living and saw no reason for them to stop. As one can imagine, their now opposing views drove a wedge between them, and behind closed doors, they began to butt heads often. Sabrina was particularly affected by the situation, so much so that she turned to the bottle to cope with her husband's insistence that they continue sleeping with other people. Her sister Julie later stated that around that time, Sabrina was drinking so much all the time that she was pretty numb. Even though she continued to give in to her husband's desires, Sabrina also continued to express her newfound religious values and her desire to revert back to an exclusive marriage, but Robert enjoyed the thrill of extramarital romance too much. Little did he know that his decision would trigger a series of events that would ultimately result in his own demise. On August 17th, 2014, around 6:45 p.m., police were called to the BNSF railway mechanical facility in Tehachapi in response to a shooting. Officers and paramedics rushed into the building and were directed to the facility's break room, where 38-year-old Robert was lying on the floor in a pool of his own blood. A quick examination found that he'd been shot once in the chest and once in the head, resulting in an immediate death. He'd reportedly been working a 12-hour shift at the shop alone and was only discovered when the employee who was scheduled to relieve him arrived at the facility. While there were signs of a struggle inside the break room, there were no signs of forced entry, and nothing was stolen from Robert or the facility, which indicated that this wasn't a random killing or a botched robbery. Judging by the state of the scene, it appeared that whoever had done this had come for one reason and one reason only: to take Robert's life. The hunt for Robert's killer immediately began, and the very first step for detectives was to review the facility's surveillance camera footage. footage, but there were no cameras inside the building, and the only useful footage from outside the building showed Robert returning to the building after leaving to grab lunch and walking towards the break room around 5 p.m., shortly before he was murdered. Curiously, the footage didn't show anyone walk in before or after Robert, meaning that the killer likely entered the building through an area not covered by cameras and waited there for Robert to return. Detectives then sought surveillance footage from other establishments in the area, and that's when they found their first clue. Local surveillance caught a suspicious figure riding a motorcycle into the secluded area of the BNSF facility around 4:15, and this same figure was seen walking around the BNSF shop around 5:21, then walking away from the shop 17 minutes later around 5:38. The last time the person is seen is when they're leaving the area on their motorcycle at about 5:48. While the motorcyclist seemed to be the suspect they were looking for, their dark outfit and motorcycle helmet made it impossible to identify the assailant from the footage alone, which essentially left investigators at square one. Later that day, Sabrina was requested to the police station where she was notified of her husband's murder. She was unable to provide the police with any possible suspects. According to her and everyone who knew Robert, he had no enemies and was loved and respected by everyone who knew him. After a short interview, Sabrina was released home to grieve while the detectives continued digging. Weeks turned into 3 months of investigation, but during that time, the valuable evidence that detectives unearthed told a story that no one would have expected. In fact, what they found was so shocking that Sabrina was unexpectedly taken into custody on November 18th and hauled back to the Kern County Sheriff's Office, this time as a suspect in her husband's murder. How did this come to be? We're about to find out right now.
Detective by ID number 410301. This is case number SR1421701. I'm at headquarters with Sabrina Limon regarding this case. So earlier, you were out at your house and you were going to the school and you were detained by some deputies, correct? Okay. Once those deputies basically read your rights, your Miranda warning, you decided you wanted to talk to an attorney, correct? That's what you told them?
Yeah.
Okay.
I felt overwhelmed and...
Overwhelmed, okay. Now, so at that point in time, they transported you to headquarters, or I'm sorry, to the jail. And I did have a chance to speak to you at the jail. And I need to basically put it on the record that I didn't force you to come here, that you came here because you decided you wanted to talk to me, right?
Yes.
Okay. And I need to read your rights again. Okay, this is standard procedure of what we do, okay? You have the right to remain silent. Okay. Now, before we get started, what we're going to do is, obviously when this type of stuff happens, we write lots of search warrants and do lots of investigative work, and which I have done in this case, okay? I do have a search warrant to obtain your DNA and to obtain your fingerprints and stuff, okay?
Okay.
The DNA is just done by a swab. Basically, I'll have somebody swab. She'll take pictures of you. We'll do it right here. It won't be in public, okay? And then she'll just swab the inside of your mouth and get a little DNA out of it, and we'll use that obviously to cross-reference that stuff in the system, okay? So she's coming over now. So we've had multiple conversations up to this date, and today is the 19th of November, and it's about 4:45. Okay, so I know that through this investigation, there's been several times when you haven't been honest with me, and we need to get to the honesty right now, okay?
I'm sorry.
It's okay. I understand you were probably upset and scared, and you didn't know what to say. So, I know a lot of information, and I can't give this information out, obviously through the investigation, because I do not want that to be revealed, okay? So I know tons of stuff about all this that's gone on, and I want you to tell me the truth, okay? I need the truth. So let's start out with, okay, so your marriage, did you lie about being married to Robert? You met him when you were 18, you guys lived in Prescott, moved to California?
No, that's true.
Okay, so then let's talk about when you started working at Costco. Let's talk about that.
Okay.
How long ago was that?
Was there for almost 3 years.
And do you remember when you started working there?
It was, no, I believe November of 2012.
Okay. In November 2012. So a couple years ago. Okay. So tell me about it. What did you do there?
I was a demo girl. The samples.
So you do the samples and stuff like that? And did you actually work for Costco or work for an independent person?
It was an independent company contracted through Costco.
Doing the sampling stuff, which I actually always feel really guilty when I grab a sample up at Costco. I'm like, anyway, they're good samples, but anyway. They have nothing
No
to do with
idea
this.
how people come there and eat lunch every day.
Well, that's awesome. So
The samples.
they his sample at their lunch, yeah.
Yeah.
So I understand you met Jonathan there. And how'd that go? Talk about when you guys first met.
When we first met, it started, he was wearing a firefighter shirt, and I know other firemen, so I'm a people person, so I started talking, and then he came in there all the time. I saw him all the time in Costco.
What was he doing in there?
Shopping.
Shopping?
Yeah.
For the fire department?
He had shopped for the fire department and just shopping. Costco shopping.
So you guys ended up becoming friendly? Okay. And this is, when did you meet him? So you started in November. At what point do you think you met?
I don't know. Did I start before November then? Because I want to say I met him in, is it December of 2000? I am being honest. I'm bad with dates.
Okay.
So I can't think of exactly when I had met him. But I'd been working there a little while. So it had to have been maybe into the next year then.
Okay.
Because I'd been there a little while.
So maybe early
Probably like-
2013?
Yeah.
And you guys just started up a normal conversation. What kind of conversations did you guys have? Just basic stuff like, hey, where do you work at? This stuff.
Yeah.
What else?
Just, fire department stuff, just like his calls and, like I said, I'm a people person. I mean, I talk to a lot of people for hours in there, believe it or not. Some people come in there just for the demo girls to...
What other stuff did you guys talk about?
Life and just... Well, if we're going back to him, there was a other party that we were going to, and it was actually was friends of friends. Okay, so our friends were having a party, and they were fire department people.
Oh,
and so that's what started it. I mean, that's how I gave him my phone number, and I said, oh, do you know this couple? And he said, oh yeah, I think so. Like, are you going to that party kind of thing? And then he's like, well, maybe I'll see you there. Like, what's your number?
The man they're discussing is a 24-year-old firefighter named Jonathan Hearn. There's an important reason why the detective is interested in her history with John, but Sabrina is beating around the bush to avoid telling the detective the whole truth. When she was approached by then 22-year-old Jonathan, the truth is that they immediately made a romantic connection. Sabrina, who later admitted that she wasn't wearing her wedding ring at the time, gave him her phone number, and the two began seeing each other as much more than friends, without her husband Robert's knowledge. Despite the 10-year difference in age, gradually their bond grew from an erotic friendship to a loving relationship and eventually into something more. This fact is particularly concerning for the detective because during Sabrina's initial interview right after her husband's death, they specifically asked her if she was engaged romantically with any man besides Robert, and she flat out told them no. Through further investigation, detectives found out the truth on their own, leading them to wonder why she was so adamant on keeping John a secret.
I had never given out my number to like a stranger before, and I did. I instantly felt guilty, like, oh my gosh. And I had thought prior to that I had mentioned Robert, and I always do. That's like my protection, especially with other men. Like I always brought up Robert right away. So I'd never done that before, and I felt bad. And but then he called and messaged me, and I was just like, oh my gosh, like I got myself into, so I didn't answer it or respond. And he apologized. He was like, are you married? I'm so sorry. And then I put, yeah, I thought that you knew that. It's no problem. It's okay. And that's how that started.
And you guys had never talked about you being married? Because you guys talked about life. But do you think...
Well, this was in the beginning.
Okay.
Yeah. And then that's when we started, talking about life and more, like a friendship,
Did you feel guilty about that?
The funny thing, after I told him I was married, and he was sincerely and he was sorry. And I felt bad too. I was just like, oh yeah, no worries. It's okay. It's all good. I didn't feel that bad because I'm social. I talk to a lot of people, and Al and I were open. Like Rob was pretty casual with me.
Okay.
And my relationship with others.
Okay. So he was pretty secure, and he wasn't an insecure type. So after you gave him the phone number for the first time, and he knew that you were married, how much did you guys talk after that? How frequently?
It wasn't a lot in the beginning, and then we just started talking a lot more.
Okay. All right. Now
We formed a relationship.
Okay. We're talking in person and on the phone and stuff like that. How about any meetings after work? Did you ever meet with him after work?
I would see him, yeah.
Okay.
But just for short, just... So a lot of times he'd come in later and then end up walking out with me, kind of.
So at what point did it become a sexual relationship?
Like a year later. So we talked for
2014. So this year. Because if
before that,
if you met him in 2013,
probably let's say, probably talked for I am honestly super bad with time and dates.
Okay.
Let's just round about 8 months maybe, or 6 months or something like that. It wasn't right away, anything like that.
So you said it is about 8 months to a year, and then
Maybe 6 months.
I'm sorry.
Maybe 6 months.
Maybe 6 months?
Something like that. Yeah.
Okay. And so that's when it started to become a sexual relationship? Did you guys have that relationship at your house, or was it at Costco, or was it at a motel?
It was at our house, and sometimes, wherever.
Okay. And how often do you guys meet up?
A couple times a week, probably.
Okay. And so this was 6 months after...
50.
I'm sorry?
Sometimes not. Sometimes once a week or...
Just depending on what was happening?
Yeah.
Okay. So this was 6 months after you met, or... Okay. So if you met in maybe early 2013... I'm sorry, 2014 this year, right? What was it?
No, it's been over a year. So
Okay.
probably a year and a half time.
Because at the end of 2012 is right when you think you met him, early 2013. Okay. So mid 2013. Okay.
Yeah.
Now, basic friendship relationship, sexual relationship, maybe once or twice a week. And then, obviously this relationship goes on and on. You guys talked about all kinds of stuff, right? Tell me about, did Rob ever suspect anything?
No, Robert had found my phone.
Tell me about that.
And he wasn't, he's like, who's this dude? And he'd seen him out once before. He'd only met him once. So he was just like, what's up? How did this go down? And I just kind of told him I don't know. It just happened, and Jonathan apologized to Robert. He talked to him. He apologized to him, and we felt bad, and I felt bad. And Rob and I just kind of kept going, you know. And Jonathan and I stopped talking. And how long? Like in Costco, probably, like, let's say 3 months later, something like that. And honestly, detective, like, I'm so bad with time, it could have been give or take, or, you know, but it was a little while, and I hadn't seen him.
When did Rob find out, and do you remember when it was, what month it was? Or about what time? So this is going to be in 2013 you found out, right?
June?
In June of 2013? And what happened that day? And how did when he found out about it? What was going on?
He was going to have the next day off. We had been out the night before, and I kind of had too much to drink.
Oh.
And I wasn't paying attention to my phone. So we'd been out the night before, and he'd already taken the next day off, and he just kind of, like, we had, I hate talking about this. This is why I know. Like, Rob and I just had sex. Like, he kind of, like, forgave me. It was kind of like okay. And he'd ask me questions, you know, and I just kind of would answer them as he asked, but then we kind of didn't talk about it. He didn't like to be in like problems, you know.
Now, when he asked you this question, did you tell him the truth, or did you just tell him a little bit of information?
A little bit, not in like detail, but I would answer his questions, you know. And I seriously didn't. I was just like, I don't know how it happened, you know. Like I did tell you, you know, we were distracted with so many things, friends and partying, and we have had open relationships, you know. I threw that at him, you know, so this was prior, and parties and just kind of like that kind of a lifestyle, more like. Now the kids weren't exposed to that firsthand. They were they were exposed to me drinking, you know, like too much. Mom's sleeping, doesn't feel good, kind of thing. Right.
Kind of, we've talked about your open relationship before, and you told me you didn't have one.
I was dreading. I didn't want any of this to come out, you know.
Did you think this would ever come out?
I was, I've been tripping, you know. It's shameful. It's terrible. And I'm feeling it.
Right. I understand. Did you guys have an open relationship, but as you would meet other people at parties and stuff and have sexual encounters? Or was it... Okay, it was? Okay.
And that was just kind of like a Rob and I thing. We had years ago, there was this couple, and that's where it started. We'd never done anything like that, right. You know? And we were new to Silver Lakes. Robbie was in kindergarten. And man, we met this kooky couple. I mean, the chick for sure, the woman, and but I am a people person. So is Robert, and that was just a crazy experience with her and her husband.
What are their names?
Nicole and Dill.
Oh, okay.
Had you heard about them or no?
No.
Well, they had lived out there, so Robbie was in kindergarten. He's 11 now, so.
Oh, wow. Okay.
But that's where the door opened, and Robert was, I hate to talk about him, Ellie, you know, because I don't want to dishonor him. I feel like this is such a dishonor to him. But
He was the man.
yeah, so he was all about it, you know, to the end of the, like, whatever we had to do. And this went on. And, oh my gosh, I never had such troubles, you know. And I told Robert, like, we should not get in too deep with these two, you know. Well, they're divorced now. But, it was just kind of one of those things. So it just kind of turned into, like, it's just sexual, Brina, kind of thing, you know.
Yeah.
But then, like, I know he liked that kind of stuff online, you know, and just pretty much with any. That was kind of just then. It was just kind of like, well, Brina's cool with it, you know. So.
Did him having any other relationships, like outside of your marriage, without you knowing?
No, she was one that, you know.
Okay.
She was the only one that I knew. That's why I was wondering too if there was.
And I was honest with you. I don't know of any other relationships. Okay.
Okay.
So did you think it would be okay? I mean, with Rob, if you were seeing Jonathan, because, you know, you guys kind of had that open relationship, or did you feel?
I guess that's how I justified it. You know, it's kind of like I was just feeling like my own thing, and he was so busy, and he was a just worker and people pleaser and party and not wanting anything to be a mess, even though by the end, you know, I just talked to him. We have to kind of refocus some things, and he wasn't now Robert would have done anything, you know, as far as in the moment, just no problems, you know. He didn't like me to be upset.
Oh. Okay.
So, and I didn't get upset a lot at him because he just kind of let me get away with quite a bit, and it was kind of like the leash, you know. He'd let my leash out, and then I'd run down the street, and then he'd kind of choke it out.
Kind of
yeah.
Let the buddy go and pull you backward then. Okay. So this relationship with Jonathan just kind of progressed, huh? Started out with just casual talking to giving the phone number, and then to the sexual stuff.
Into an actual affair in my head, really. I mean, after talking to your partner on the way over, it's just like when the other three guys, like, they had me, it felt different. Like, oh no. But like when he was saying it, it's just like, man, what a web, you know. I'm just spun it.
And it happens, and it easily happens.
I have such a good family. I'm like, it's just like, I can't believe this happened.
Right.
And then, like, to think that, like, that is who I've brought around and have had around, and I just, wow, you know. I mean, we got deep. We got deep.
You and Jonathan.
Mm-hmm.
So Rob's going to work, and then he's working overtime shifts and stuff, and Jonathan would be at your house
Sometimes.
late at night when the kids were sleeping or whatever.
Not always, or yeah, if they were gone.
Okay.
Not always. I mean, I didn't want to. My kids, I love them so much, Detective Meyer.
Right.
I didn't want to. But once is once too many, you know?
Yeah. So Jonathan, what did you learn about Jonathan while you guys were dating?
A lot. I mean, you know, saying, you know, I did. I fell in love with him, you know. A lot of things I learned about him. Lots. What do you want to know?
Everything.
Well, he was like no one I'd ever met before. Very different than the social group that, you know, we were. Smart guy. Really. He's a Christian. Mm-hmm. He grew up really really religious, and a family of 6. Like super. He was homeschooled.
Mm.
And that's a whole different. I'm just finding out the depth of like how you know, obviously different. That's a whole nother lifestyle.
Sure.
Completely.
It's definitely different with the schooling and kind of the separation from general public type thing. Going to a, you know, being homeschooled, you don't get a lot of exposure, you know.
Just everything is so different.
And were you attracted to that?
Apparently, yeah. I mean, yeah. There was just something that was just really, and I mean, I saw things that, you know, there were times where I would just pull back the reins and like, hey, you know, it's, I have my family and I'm doing my thing, and, you know, you're doing your thing. So, and we would end up colliding again, you know, and not all, you know, it wasn't just like the sexual, like, let's meet over here. It wasn't like that. Like there was a, you know, and so,
Okay. Did Rob say anything to you after Jonathan had talked to him?
not a whole lot.
Okay.
He's just like, it's cool.
He said it was cool to you or cool to Jonathan?
To both of us. Jonathan wanted to meet with him.
Did they meet?
Mm-mm.
No?
Robert didn't want to.
Just over the phone? When do you think that phone conversation happened?
What do you think it...
Do you know when it happened?
Oh, when it happened? Gosh. I'm so sorry. Like, honestly, my brain, I can't even...
That actually helps sometimes if you squint your eyes really tight.
Yeah. Especially me. I just like try to think of like people's birthdays or like something to tie in. Like,
so let's think about when he found out about Jonathan. When Rob found out about Jonathan. About 6 months after you guys were talking. Is that about the time when he found the phone and all? Is that about the time they had their conversation? Okay.
Let's say yes. I mean, seriously, I don't even know.
All right.
Let's say yes.
Okay. Okay, so the relationship continued, you guys are seeing each other. Did you ever think about maybe getting divorced for Rob? Or did he ever talk to you about the divorce?
Who?
Jonathan. About like trying to encourage you to get divorced or anything like that?
We had talked about divorce. I would say within like the past, let's say, or 4 or 5 months, maybe.
You and Jonathan, or you and Robert? Have you and Robert ever discussed divorce before?
Yes.
Okay. How long ago was that?
Like within, you know, but it was like partying, too much drinking, kind of thing, you know. And then Rob, it'd be all good the next day, you know.
Yeah. You said Rob didn't drink a whole lot, huh?
Not as much as I did. He liked to party, but he would definitely be one with the, at least with some wits about him.
Okay. Can you tell me what you and Jonathan's conversations what do you guys talk about when you're talking about divorce?
It's kind of like how, you know, how tough it is, you know, in the beginning, but, you know, in the end, kind of, you know, it plays out to be, you know, people do it every day kind of thing, you know.
And what is Jonathan's take on divorce? Because we know he's very religious. Did he feel it was okay?
No. No, I mean, he would say it's, you know, it's not what God wants, but people do it every day kind of thing, you know. So I think we kind of played with the thought more than, like, you know, he was gonna have a house built. So, like, he had these plans, but they were, like, future. So we just kind of talk about just, like, more, nothing like tomorrow kind of a thing, you know? Nothing like, well, in the next 6 months when you're divorced or when, you know, kind of thing. So we were just kind of rolling the dice there. I mean, like, playing the, you know? And then we had gotten a burner phone to talk on.
During the investigation, detectives got a hold of both Sabrina and John's phone records, which revealed a lot about their interactions. Robert apparently found out about the affair in March after discovering texts on Sabrina's phone and demanded that she cut ties with John. But instead of breaking things off, John provided Sabrina with the burner phone, through which they exchanged over 1,600 calls and text messages between April and June 1st. But between June 2nd to September 1st, the weeks before and after Robert was killed in August, their cellular activity more than tripled to 5,909 calls and texts. A lot of the messages were written in a cryptic and coded manner, using religious undertones and metaphors. But the majority of the messages expressed how painful it was for them to live without each other, how much they wished they could be together without obstacles, and plans of being together permanently.
It's shameful, and Rob's gone now, you know, and I have to live with that. And it freaks me out, you know, like,
That crazy.
way crazy.
What do you think about the burner phone? Who introduced the burner phone? Whose idea?
Jonathan got it for me. I mean, I'll take response. I don't, you know, both of ours.
Who paid for the minutes and stuff on it all the time?
He did.
I mean, it just makes sense that you wouldn't have to pay for it out of your guys' account, so then it wouldn't just, Rob become suspicious of money. And, you know, yeah, that's what I figured. Where'd you hide it at and keep it hidden from Rob?
Just kind of like in the drawers, and
Okay.
had a basket. But I know that's terrible, Rambo. That's terrible.
I know. So once this burner phone comes into play, did you feel guilty about having it? Shameful? Anything?
There would be moments of feeling bad. Yeah. And Rob and I would go do everything together. So, like, in moments, just him and I, which we did everything together, but we had the kids with us. So, like, when it was, or always spreads, always. So, and always tricky. So when it was just him and I, there were times where, like, I kind of tried to be a little more honest. I'm not saying, like, here's the deal, you know. But I mean, he was aware of, you know, things not being quite perfect.
Sure.
And me being distracted, but he was also distracted, you know. I'm not blaming.
Yeah. What was he distracted with?
He was distracted with everything. I know he did like to get on websites He was distracted with his phone a lot. People. We worked a lot.
And then you were distracted with Jonathan, with the thought of that relationship continuing and growing and all that stuff.
I was just living in it, you know. It was just kind of like juggling it, you know.
So you said that they never met, right? They never had an actual meeting?
We had gone out one time, and it was just like a huge group of people that were going out.
That was going to be the March Madness. I know all about it.
That's the time.
I've read all about it. I know, everything all about it.
So you know me.
I know everything. I've lived your life for the last 3 months.
Oh gosh.
That's why you can't lie to me. I know all this stuff. So it's better just to be honest with you.
You say it's so cute. The other guys were a little rougher. So
I have a different personality than most. So I feel like I know you intimately, and I mean I know so much about your life and everything, and Rob's life, and just all your friends. But so they met at March Madness at the bar, and I actually have a picture with everybody in it, and Jonathan's in the picture. So I want to talk about moving forward just a little bit, because that March Madness was this year, right?
I worked in my brain. It's like the circuits don't connect. Okay. Like you tell me, detective, okay. Because sure. Okay. No. Yeah.
All right. How did you and Jonathan? So were you actually talking about getting divorced and you guys being together? Did you guys make a decision to do that, and were you moving forward, or no?
We talked about it, and we were living. It wasn't, like I said, there were no dates, or there was no. He was going to build a house and kind of establish himself, for sure.
He's a youngster, huh? How old is he?
25.
25. Okay.
Which I know, I'm not. Now, what kind of a girl can I really even say that I honestly am, besides a mess? But I am not one of those that like, oh, look at that young guy, The girls that, you have a friend who, she'll be 40 and she was just dating a 20-year-old, and she has a daughter who's 20.
I'm not judging.
And we're like, we kind of were just like, but he was we were like, what is going on here? This is just, hey, and I drank through it, and I tried to make him feel comfortable, I mean,
yeah.
I'd listen to some Blime and like try to be 20 again with him, but no, Jonathan was different. He was not, oh my gosh, he's like an old soul kind of thing, so.
Young kid at heart, but he probably, because he was homeschooled, he was a lot around his parents and stuff, and so they probably brought him up differently than what you would if you were going to a general public school. I'm not judging you for dating that 25-year-old.
I understand. I'm just saying that that wouldn't be one thing. Like I wasn't after anything. I didn't even know I didn't even know it was actually possible, just because Rob and I had a good marriage. There were some things that we allowed in that I feel damaged us, and I would tell him that, and he wouldn't hear of it.
So let's talk about maybe a couple months prior to Rob's death.
Okay.
How did you and Jonathan talk about this?
Talk about his what?
About his death.
We didn't talk about his death.
Okay. You guys didn't talk about it at all?
We would, no, we talked about, divorce and, I think if anything was to happen to Robert, not gunshots,
of that.
I noticed there was a bunch of conversations, obviously, before Rob was murdered, during and after he got murdered. How did Jonathan know that Rob was going to be working in Tehachapi?
Well, he wasn't supposed to be working at Tehachapi, but I did tell him.
While denying that she and John discussed Robert's death prior to it happening, notice that she takes out a tissue to wipe her nose, and unlike before, she holds it against her face for a long period of time. She then grabs more tissue and covers more of her face, before resting her head in her hand. These are all examples of face-shielding behaviors, and partially covering the face, especially the mouth, is often a nonverbal indicator of shame, guilt, or embarrassment, such as one feels when they're caught in a lie or trying to lie effectively. Covering the face is also a common defense mechanism when someone feels threatened or cornered, and is demonstrated by people who may be subconsciously trying to hide from the situation or distance themselves emotionally. Before now, her hands were resting comfortably in her lap, but watch as she continues to cover her lower face as the conversation progresses.
I would tell him his schedule, you know. I would tell him, I'd even give him dates and stuff like that, because his schedule was crazy too. And then if it was times where like it didn't work out for us to get together, you know, but I kept him posted pretty much.
Now, I noticed before, when Rob left for work the morning, let's talk about the 17th, okay? Rob left for work in the morning, and I noticed that you had an 80-minute conversation with Jonathan. What do you talk about?
Talked about church, I believe. And he had worked, and he was pretty thrashed from work. But what he was gonna do that day, we'd even talked about seeing each other, but I was getting the kids ready for school, and it was just not gonna work out. And I think even maybe, and I don't know, other days Rob was going to work because he wasn't supposed to work that day.
Yeah. So you guys talked about Rob going to work, and then you get the kids ready for school and all that drama?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I had told him, but like I said, we were possibly going to get together, but he was doing other stuff, and I had been at work for, I think, days prior, like 3 days or something like that.
Well, as a fireman, they really don't work, but they sit on the couch, they play a little Xbox, shine the truck, mow the lawn, cook dinner, you know, they all that kind of stuff come on, but anyway.
I know he did say he was pretty thrashed.
For a 26-year-old, come on. He's got more energy than that.
I remember him being tired.
Okay. So,
not feeling good.
Did he tell you that he was going to go talk with Rob that day? Nothing at all?
Nothing at all. No.
No indication that he was going to go see Rob?
No.
Okay.
None.
After your guys' 80-minute conversation that ended at afternoon, you texted Jonathan seven different times with no response back. He didn't text you back. What were you thinking?
He was sleeping.
That's what you thought he was doing?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay.
Did I put that? I don't remember.
I don't know. After those 7 messages, it was late in the evening. Rob wasn't showing up at home, and you called and talked to Jonathan. He finally texted you back and called you. What did you guys talk about?
He said he was sorry that
For what?
he'd been sleeping and he missed my calls. And we just talked about, I don't even remember what we talked about, but I said Rob's not home yet. And I was kind of looking out for Rob and trying to get the kids together. So it was just kind of like typical, He didn't. And I even tried calling him back. I remember one time, just quick, because Rob still wasn't home.
Did he seem to act normal?
Yeah, he said he was really sorry for not being around. He feels bad for missing my calls.
7.
But 7?
7 phone calls, or 7 text messages you sent him. What were you going to say? I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you.
Oh, I don't remember.
So he was sorry for missing your phone calls. And it's pretty common for you guys to, as soon as a text message goes, there's usually a message right back pretty quickly, huh?
Yeah, I mean, not like a whole, not like 5 hours or something.
Yeah, it's not going to be 5 hours. It's usually pretty quickly. So he seemed pretty normal?
Yeah.
Okay. Did he give you any indication that he may have gone and saw Rob or talked to Rob, anything like that?
No.
Okay.
Sabrina and John's communication patterns were notably abnormal on the day Robert was murdered. Between 6:30 and 10:30 that morning, John called Sabrina 6 separate times, and they spoke for a total of 2 hours and 14 minutes. Around 12:05 p.m., Sabrina called Jonathan again, and they spoke for nearly an hour and a half. And immediately after getting off the phone around 1:30, they had a short text message conversation. What was particularly interesting was the fact that they actually were exchanging text messages around the time Robert is estimated to have been killed, specifically at 4:22 p.m., 5:01 p.m., 5:04 p.m., and 6:57 p.m., the time frame in which Sabrina claimed he wasn't answering his phone. Finally, John called her around 7:50 that afternoon, presumably after he'd returned home.
So he did go see Rob. And I think now you probably know that.
It's so hard for me. That's unbelievable to me. Like, I seriously would feel like there's no way that he'd be capable of that.
How come?
I just feel like he would never want to lose. I mean, just like, I can't imagine that, you know? I just didn't think he could do something like that, you know? So in that video, in the picture you sent me, that was him.
That was Jonathan, huh?
You know, the bike, it's hard to tell that one for sure. And even the liquor store, like, it looks like a young, like a teenager to me, but I can't really make it out, you know?
Video's a lot better in person. And I know it's Jonathan. He was there.
Unbeknownst to Sabrina, her paramour Jonathan was already in police custody for suspicion of killing Robert. What she also didn't know was that detectives not only had their phone records, but that they'd been wiretapping their devices and listening in on their personal phone calls since the first week of November. And that's how the detective knows what he's about to tell her.
You want me to tell you what he did? He drives to Tehachapi. He checks to see if Rob's there. Rob's not there. He leaves. He comes back, and he waits for Rob to come drive to the property.
You're sure?
I'm positive. 100%.
How do you know for sure? I mean,
I have lots of evidence. He goes in the shop. They get in an altercation. He shoots Rob twice. He gets on his bike, his motorcycle. He leaves. He changes clothes. Goes to the gas station. Gets some water, gets some gas. Drives home. Gets home, sees your text messages, calls you, texts you.
What do I say to that?
I don't know. Did you guys ever talk about it?
We've talked about it a lot.
I've heard a lot of your conversations.
A lot. I mean, I've just like had this full, like when it happened, I couldn't believe it. You know, like, so I hear this, and the other detective said, like, you know, I text him right away. I feel like I didn't even, I know that I did let him know what was going on.
With Rob being at work.
Oh, at work, and then after he was murdered. After I found out.
What did Jonathan say?
He was so sad, he couldn't believe it. He was so sorry. Who did this? How could this have happened? Was it? You know what? There was so, like, that all is a true blur, you know, because it was just like I was in shock. I couldn't believe it. But in my head, there always has been like, if Affair was to come out, that would look really bad, you know, kind of thing.
So I've heard you talk to Jonathan more than I would have liked to have. I've heard multiple conversations, hundreds. At what point did you realize that Jonathan did this?
I haven't, he's never told me that he has done this.
He never told you that?
In words. I didn't want to hear that, you know? I don't want to hear that.
I think you should tell me the truth.
He never told me in words.
Okay, so how has he told you then? If not in words?
Just by behavior. Like, he hasn't, you know, just behavior. Like, we have to, things we kind of have to do. With the detectives, just to kind of keep our affair under wraps because of how, you know, you guys could set him up, could set me up. Why, you know, looking for somebody, something. So I'm just like, okay.
Sabrina is telling the truth about one thing. They never directly spoke about the murder, at least not over the phone. During their wiretapped conversations, they seemed aware of the possibility that police might be eavesdropping and chose their words very carefully. But they slipped up by making suspicious remarks suggesting that they were happy that detectives were struggling to crack the case. Sabrina would also call John before or after speaking with the detectives, and he would occasionally coach her on what to say and what not to say in order to avoid suspicion.
And I'll pray. Okay. Okay, I just wanted you to be praying. I'm going to pray and help him.
God, please help us. God, please help us to be wise, help to bring up to have the right words. Please help everything to be. God, please help us to live for you.
I'm playing the call at 10:15.
During one call, John was overheard telling her that DNA could be the thing that sets us free, and in another suspicious instance, they prayed together for Sabrina to not give too much information that needs to be shared.
So he never actually told you that he killed Rob?
No. He never said he killed Rob.
But you think that he had done it in other words or other actions?
Well, just as we're talking, you know, he's like, well, it could be me in that video. It could be me. I'm like, well, it's not you.
It's like, well, they could place me there, me getting gas somewhere else, you know, and putting me, you know, and that's the video that he's showing you. He could be saying this or that, and I didn't know what you were. I didn't know either, like what you knew or what was really going on, you know. And so I was just thinking maybe you would find somebody through, you know, DNA. It's like, okay, how does this DNA stuff work? Okay, good. And I told him DNA, and he's like, good, that's good. They found DNA, that's good. But I mean, he wouldn't ask, well, what, you know, we would talk about it. We talked about all of it in length.
When did he tell you? Did he tell you he was nervous about his DNA being at the scene?
No.
No?
Nervous about his DNA being at the scene.
Mm-hmm. At the shop there?
No. He'd said, you know, DNA, like it's not like a for sure. You can, you know, DNA can be explained, things like that, you know. So.
I need you to be totally honest with me, okay? Because I know a lot of information about this. So, Rob gets the call Saturday and says he's gonna work for John Justice. He's gonna work for John Justice, and then he goes to leave for work in the morning. You and Jonathan both had conversations. Before that, before he went to work, and then after, or when he was gone, when he went to go driving, and you told Jonathan that Rob was working overtime.
And to be up there all day.
Okay. And did he know where the shop was at?
Yeah, I believe, yeah.
How do you believe?
I told him where Rob works. I'm like, oh, it's in Tehachapi. I asked him if he was familiar with Tehachapi ever. Like we discussed the town and the shop.
So you told him where the shop was at? Off the freeway right there?
I'll say yes, I have.
My question is, what I need to figure out so we can move forward is, how did he know that the shop was there? So you told him. Did you give him the address or anything?
No, I don't know the address.
Okay.
I just kind of explained how it is, you know? And we had talked, yeah. I mean, he inquired on before, like, we talked a lot, you know, so you're like, yeah, Rob's attributes like this, you know, kind of like what he did, and calls he went on, I would tell him.
Okay. So you talked to him in the morning, and
normal. I mean, it was just normal. Like,
right, but I mean, you talked to him and you told him that Rob was going to work, right? Why'd you tell him he was going to work?
just so we could talk and possibly see one another, but talk, probably. I don't know, like, because it was like, oh, because Tehachapi's gone longer, you know.
What do you mean?
Like, they're 12-hour shifts, not 8-hour shifts. And then drive time, and sometimes he'd work over, you know, so it's like it's an all day. He's gone all day. All night, so.
So you told them this so you'd have the opportunity to see Jonathan?
Yeah, if he was available, if it worked out, or to like talk, to be able to know that it's not a time limit, as far as like it's a longer time limit, you know.
Before Rob would get home and you couldn't talk anymore.
Yeah. I hate this.
Yeah. like, I mean, I have to believe that there was more going on than that, just the conversation that Kay, I wanted.
For that day?
Yeah. Like, anyway, hey, because you guys have already talked about divorce, you talked about being together. I mean, there has to be some more conversation going on about...
I promised you, Detective, we talked about church. No, it wasn't like I'm going up to Tehachapi to, take care of Robert.
You guys didn't talk about that?
No. I promise you that.
You've lied to me before, though.
I know. I understand. I understand. But no, I can say no. And that's the truth. No, we did not. I want to say we hadn't really talked I want to say that, but once again, I can't be held to anything because I could have said it was a 10-minute conversation and it was an 80, and I don't know, but I do know that we didn't talk about like how to get to the shop or, to have at all.
You already knew how to get to the shop, though, pretty much, Because he had actually gone up there before.
He had?
Uh-huh. He went up there in June and scoped it out. Checked it out, drove by. So he was planning this.
In June?
So he drove up there, looked around, checked it out, and was putting this plan together. After the death of Robert.
This is bad.
Did you suspect that he was up there snooping around?
Mm-mm.
So how were your guys' conversations after the death of Robert? The following couple days?
All over the place. Stressful. Hard. There were times where I felt like he wasn't understanding of to what was going on.
He didn't understand.
There were moments I felt that way,
I'm just trying to get an idea of what his demeanor and stuff was like after he murdered Robert. How it changed.
It didn't. It really didn't. I mean, he's been stressed out, for sure.
And that stress has been induced by what?
By detectives and a murder investigation, so we're going to be, kind of like spotlight because we've had a relationship, and I'm like, gosh, how is this going? But then as I have kind of really, I feel like I felt God carrying me through this hard time, and finding strength to just want to take care of my kids and not drinking anymore, not going out, not this whole different, from how I was living.
Yeah.
To actually complete opposite.
I think that that Jonathan feels like he was saving you from that. That he was saving you from your lifestyle. And in turn in that, he was, doing good.
Through further investigation, it became clear that John saw himself as a hero who was acting in the name of God to rescue Sabrina from a life of subjectification. In fact, while searching his home following his arrest, detectives found a note resembling a diary entry full of criticisms towards Robert. The first half of the note was written as if John were premeditating what he would say to Robert if they met. "Taking it all out on me, but you've been growing apart since before you gave her away to have relations with another man and keep turning your back on God. And why haven't you been fighting for your wife and kids with this same passion all along? Instead, golfing, helping others, erotically, fantasizing, living in a happy bubble of denial." The bottom half of the page appeared to be filled with justification for what John was doing, and included lines such as, "When I discovered what an adulterer he was, I wanted to help, spiritually. Then at 1:32 on March 8th, Rob noticed we were still talking and has issued numerous threats." The very last line of the note consisted of a single eerie sentence: "I want to be with Sabrina and rescue her from Rob."
So no demeanor change. He was the same person the whole time.
I mean, they were stressful, very stressed and sick to his stomach kind of thing, just because I didn't want this put, I didn't want our affair,
I have to believe that he's stressed because it's much more than the affair. He's not worried about this affair. An affair is no big deal to most people.
See, it's so weird because that's what Patrick was explaining. He was like, this isn't a big deal. I felt like it was so huge. 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 As huge as, I felt like it was so,
And an affair is not, it's not a big deal. All this stuff that Jonathan has been preparing for is concealing the murder of Robert. All the stuff he's gone through, he's sick to his stomach because he knows that detectives are going to be banging on the door at the fire station, wanting to talk to him. It's not about an affair. This is about him murdering Robert. And he knows that. That's why he's sick to his stomach. Calling in sick, he can't make it to work, getting people to cover his overtime shifts, because it's not about the affair. You know what I mean? It's about him murdering your husband.
It's notable that Sabrina is giving little to no emotional response to hearing that her boyfriend killed her husband. The average person in this situation would express extreme remorse or guilt that the killer is someone that they gave access to their spouse, but Sabrina just continues to act confused. Her lack of remorse alone is a loud indicator of where her priorities truly lie.
Don't go anywhere. Hey, he's ain't going anywhere.
I listen to what I'm told sometimes.
I wanted to go back to the part about this place in Tehachapi where Rob worked at. And I know you said that you kind of told him that he works at the place in Tehachapi. It's off the freeway. Why would you tell him that?
We had talked about like what Robert does and just like how, I can't think of, a couple things like come to my head. I don't know. There was like an RV, they build like motorhomes. I remember that. And he just asked what Rob does up there. I'd come back with all kinds of, Rob would come home with stories and I would share them. And so he'd asked a little bit,
What do you think he was asking?
It was kind of like in conversation. It wasn't weird.
I'll be clear though, I would never ask, why.
It didn't seem weird in the conversation.
If I was in your shoes, I would, if I was in your whole relationship shoes and everything, and looking for a divorce or whatever, I would give that location to Jonathan if I knew Jonathan had made plans prior to meeting up with Rob. That's why I would have told him, hey, you work for Tad Street, the building's off the freeway, next to the motorhome place, if I knew they were going to go meet.
He never planned on meeting him at Tehachapi that he ever told me.
Where were they going to meet at, do you know?
Like he wanted to have lunch or like somewhere in town or something like that.
Yeah, because I would go have lunch with some guy that was sleeping with my wife. You know what I mean? That's not rational for people. They just don't do that. It won't go well. It'll end up in an argument and then possibly a death.
I never thought anything of it. Robert didn't want to meet with him, and he just wanted to apologize. He said,
So maybe what you think about this.
that I don't know. And I'm not, he has a motorcycle, but I'm not too, I know it has writing on the side.
Mm-hmm. Forgiven.
Yeah. Is that on there?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah?
Mm-hmm. He's changed the appearance a little bit. He changed the exhaust. And once he started feeling like we were going to come talk to him about this murder, not about an affair, we got video of him getting rid of it.
He doesn't have any marks?
No, we haven't.
I asked him yesterday if his bike was running.
I need you to tell me more. I know you know a lot more than you're telling me. You're not going to be able to just forget about this. This guy murdered your husband in cold blood.
I can't believe it. It's like I can't believe that, like
So I listened to your guys' conversation yesterday about the motorcycle. In your words, tell me what he told you.
he said it's running, and he hasn't ridden it because it's cold, and since it's been cold, that he'd come out on it when it was still nice, but he hasn't ridden it since it's been cold.
Why would you ask him that? What prompted those questions?
Because of these pictures.
And then what did you start believing? Or thinking?
I just kept watching the video, and it kind of was like, what? I just told him what it looked like, and I was tripping that they had John. I didn't know if this was real. It might not be real. These might not be actual videos. It might be set up. And I said, why I can't.
Why would I set you
up?
up?
Setting us up.
I wouldn't set you up.
Yeah. But in my head, I'm just tripping.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know.
So why would you ask him if the bike are still running?
I don't know why I asked that. Just are you riding your motorcycle kind of thing. That's what I meant. Is it even running?
So then you kept watching the video at the store. and he asked you if it looked like him. And what did you say? What did you think?
I thought that was weird.
Yeah. You thought it was weird that he asked you that? What did you think about the picture? The video I sent you, did you think it looked like him? I mean, you've slept with this guy. You know his build, his mannerisms. What do you think?
I just kept watching it, like, in my head. I can't imagine, like, it can't be him, So that's what I just thought.
So, because he did ask you, well, does it look like me?
Yeah.
And did you think it looked like him?
No, I didn't really think that it looked like him. I didn't see that.
I didn't send it to you.
I didn't think that looked like him at all.
You changed clothes. Because of his blood all over his clothes. So he changed.
During the search of John's home, police found the alleged motorcycle stashed in a corner of his garage, covered with a red blanket. Found inside his closet was the motorcycle helmet, and inside the helmet were the black gloves, red scarf, and glasses that the killer was wearing. On top of that, they easily located the handgun inside of a gun case, along with several magazines and boxes of bullets. But aside from what they expected to find, they also found something very unexpected, something that pointed to a much darker plot possibly involving Sabrina. But we'll discuss that in just a moment.
So the first video was him too?
Walking across the parking lot there?
Or no?
He walked back to the shop. Door was open. Walked in. Rob was getting a Gatorade out of the refrigerator. And they got into a fight.
A fight?
Yeah. A physical fight. A struggle over the gun. And then pow. And then another one.
Robert was so strong. Like, that's what this is so crazy, because it's like...
Very strong. And Jonathan wasn't as strong at the time. He's pretty strong now.
Why?
Why is he strong now? Because he's taking steroids. I can tell from the crime scene photos and stuff that there was a struggle. So Rob's fighting for his life. And this fucking douchebag is killing him. Because he wants you and your kids. He wants to be Rob. He wants to be Rob.
I don't want to believe that, it's not about that, it's just I can't believe that.
It's terrible. It's sad to take these kids' father away from them. Took their father away from them because he wanted to be Rob. Terrible. You read the Bible? David and Bathsheba and Uriah.
He told me about that.
Mm-hmm. Did you read the story?
No, I read...
Psalms 51.
Yeah, I don't remember. He knows the Bible really good.
Mm-hmm. Did you ever suspect him of doing this?
I didn't want to suspect him.
You didn't want to? But did you?
I just thought, who? thought, who could do this to Robert? Like, why? You know?
So, I mean, it's yes or no. Did you ever suspect him of doing it?
Yes, after seeing the video and conversations and, you know, could have been me, but it could have been planted. It could have been all these things. It could have been, we could keep going over all these things. It could have been, they could say this, we could do this, you know, kind of thing. We went over a lot of that kind of stuff, like a lot, you know.
Because it wasn't about the affair. This is about him concealing the fact that he murdered your husband, and he didn't want people to find out about it. This is what this whole thing was about. It wasn't about the affair at all. It wasn't about the affair. It's about the murder. And he thought he was doing God's work. Because you were living a life of sin. And he wanted to save you from that. You do now what?
I said, what do I do now?
What do you do now? You tell me everything you know. Because I'll be honest with you. What I get out of this interview is going to make a huge decision on if you ever touch and see your kids again. Ever. In your entire life. And right now I feel like that you have some more information that you're not giving to me. And you're not telling me everything I need to know. Okay. And this would be the time. This is our last interview. Ever. Now's the time to tell me the truth about everything. And it honestly is going to make the decision on if, you know, if you see him again, touch him. I just think you should be honest.
Yeah, no, I feel like I've been just completely like out of my mind, you know, so I feel like things have been weird. As far as, like I said, as far as Jonathan's personality, there were times where, like I said, I felt like he was understanding. I felt like I was maybe even getting in trouble with him. And then it's kind of happened fast too, where he's come into the picture, you know, and been to come to church on Sunday.
This last Sunday?
And I would tell him I tell him I miss Rob a lot.
What did he say?
He'd say, yeah, you know, of course you do. You spent so much, you know, years with him. And I didn't even think about this stuff. It's like every day just is something different. Like just trying to get by. And I feel like we've been doing better.
We as
the kids and I.
Can meet.
The kids and I. But then he's come into play pretty
quickly. Have you introduced the kids to Rob or to Jonathan?
Oh yeah. He's been around. He's been around.
He's a buddy, huh?
Yep. Yeah.
He's over your house, he's hanging out, you got you going to the movies, going to lunch. Kind of falling into that relationship role. So I need to get some clarification on a few things. Back before Rob got murdered, okay? But before we talk, I want to let you know that you have to be totally honest with me.
Okay.
This is so freaking serious. I can't tell you how serious this is.
Okay. I got you. I'm with you.
If you're lying to me, it's going to be very difficult for you. Before the marriage, or before the death of Robert, you guys have had conversations, multiple. 7,333 conversations. April 15th when you got the burner phone. Got that burner phone on April 15th. From April 15th to September 1st, there were 7,333 phone calls, text messages. I've done my homework. Okay. You guys have had to have some sort of conversation discussing your unhappiness in your marriage and your divorce or possible divorce, and then at what point did Jonathan say that he could probably take care of it for you?
He never said he could take care of it.
Never.
It was like, no, like we could be together, you know, and live for God.
So he said we could be together and live for God. What did you think about that?
I just kind of lived, you know. I thought I would think about it, but it was like I was living like two lives, you know.
So a life with Robert and then a life with Jonathan.
In a way, yeah.
And whenever he would talk to you,
I would go along, you know,
I'm sorry, what?
we talk about things, you know, and being together, the kids, talk about the kids, raising the kids. We talked about that a lot. How badly things were being done, you know, like.
So he's saying you were a bad parent and Rob was a bad parent? Because he obviously knows. He's 26 years old and he, you know what I mean?
He never, so foolish.
Huh?
I feel foolish. He would never say, you're a bad parent. Rob's a bad parent. I don't think he would ever say that, but he would say there's a lot of, you know, need for God in our
And that was his way in. He started to make you feel guilty about the life you were living, about not living for God. He gets his way into your mind and in your heart. And then it makes you start believing this stuff about you, which probably wasn't true. Do you remember a specific date before Rob was murdered that he told you that Jonathan said we could be together and live for God?
Do I remember a date?
Yeah, like maybe how, like a week before, a month before, all the time?
More than we talked about, you know, living for God.
Mm-hmm.
More, I'll say maybe a month or two, maybe 3.
Did you know that he had planned to murder your husband?
No.
The truth is that not only did she know about the plan to kill her husband months prior, but up until 4 months before his death, she was a part of the plan. The first evidence of her involvement was found hidden inside a bucket in John's garage, a half-empty bottle of arsenic trioxide, an extremely toxic substance primarily used as an industrial chemical in pesticides and wood preservatives. John had purchased the arsenic and given it to Sabrina on March 19th, about 2 weeks after Robert discovered their affair, so she could spike the banana pudding that Robert took for lunch. She hid the poison in their refrigerator, and the following month, the plan was set to be put into motion. But Sabrina backed out at the last minute out of fear that she would be caught, and told her husband that the pudding had gone bad. Of course, she's not going to tell the detective that part, but she was about to have some explaining to do as the detective was about to confront her with facts about her own suspicious behavior.
I'm kind of curious what he's going to tell me too. If he's going to tell me that you planned this whole thing because you know that if your husband's working for the railroad at the time when the railroad is on duty and he gets killed on duty, that there's a lot of motivator there for money. $300,000 life insurance plus another $50,000, plus the possibility of the railroad coming in and going,
No.
hey, we can pay you off.
Detective Randall Roberts, I don't care about money. Money, I can't even tell you. I don't care about money.
If I was in your shoes right now, I wouldn't care about money either. I would care about my survival.
Yeah.
Not going to prison for the rest of my life. That's what I would care about.
Yeah, of course.
I don't give a shit about money. That's why I work. I'm a cop. I don't care about money. It's money. It does make the world go round, but it's not everything.
The detective is attempting to trap Sabrina in a prison's dilemma, a method of extracting the truth by telling a suspect that they're...
Never did he. In fact, he prayed, "I'm not a murderer, God."
Okay, how about Psalms 51? He told you about that, right? And he prayed for forgiveness for his bloodshed. Remember that? He talked about that?
For his bloodshed?
Mm-hmm. I think you were actually talking over him when he was talking about that. Because you guys do that a lot. You'll be talking, and then he talks, and you guys talk over each other. And then he prayed that God would forgive him for his bloodshed. I don't think you would. If he did or if he didn't. You don't remember hearing that?
No. I remember talking about out of the book of Psalms, and David. I remember him telling me that about David, and I know it a little bit. And I've been reading Psalms, but just
I'm gonna go to the restroom. Do you want to go to the restroom real quick?
Sure.
Let me get a female for you real quick. I can't go unless with you.
Okay. You know, I was just thinking in the bathroom, so many things that, like, I related to it an affair, but that were
He was relating it to murder, not an affair. You know what I mean? Let's talk about last week when we met. You leave here. You talk to him on the phone with your sister in the car. Just a little bit. You're not letting your sister know a whole lot. I understand. And then there was another conversation you had with him after you and I spoke. And you called him and said, "Hey, we're good. I'll call you in a little bit." Remember that?
Mm-hmm. I mean, I don't know about the call you in a little bit, what that part was about, but I just felt like I was just worried about phone records. I thought if you were gonna have, and I seriously thought we were getting arrested for an affair, and I know that sounds retarded, but
yeah,
it's like, well, what do they have really besides phone records? Okay, well, you know, I need to go back and forth, but then I just felt I felt guilty, you know, for the affair and Rob being gone, you know. But then hearing it out loud does even add up.
I'm sorry?
Hearing it out loud, it does even
sounds retarded, right?
Yeah. Doesn't make sense, but
also you guys had a conversation about me too. Remember that conversation? Well, lots of. I mean, I came up in almost every conversation you guys had. Right?
Yeah, I didn't realize that he was like, I never had said your first name, or I don't believe. And he looked in, you know, kind of just checking you out, and
how did he do that?
You know, I guess the computer. I don't know.
Facebook.
Not good. I'm not good on any. I don't do any of that stuff a whole lot. But so I knew that, and I was like, so I just kind of felt like he was doing homework for us for the affair. So Detective Meyer wasn't going to.
He's by the book. Very precise.
cookie cutter or something. I don't know, black and white.
So you got that from where?
I guess from the internet. I mean, he didn't tell me where he got it from. He just said he researched. Another thing too, he mentioned is an attorney. That's why he said if, you feel uncomfortable or whatever, just ask for an attorney, And so, I've never done this before.
Me either.
And I felt overwhelmed and just getting like, well, maybe I should, just so I don't say something wrong. Because
What are you guilty of?
I'm not having an affair.
So why would you be afraid of saying something wrong? If you know that you can't be arrested for an affair, then what would make you think that you're going to get in trouble?
I didn't want to put it out there. I thought that in my head, like that's what I was running from. Like, I don't want you to find out that there's been an affair in prior, lifestyle.
My husband is killed, and I'm worried about covering up an affair. There's bigger things than having an affair. That's murder, right?
Yeah.
I mean, at that point in time, I'd be like, here's all my cards. I'm not doing anything wrong, except for having an affair. You should go look at that motherfucker. That's what I would have said.
My mind has not thought that big like that.
No, I mean...
It hasn't. It honestly hasn't. It's like...
I think all bets are off. Once somebody gets killed, murdered, shot, no more, not coming back. Kids with no father. Fuck the affair. Who cares?
Yeah, well now...
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I would have been like, I need to talk to you. I got to tell you about this affair. I didn't do anything wrong, except for having an affair.
There were a couple of days where I had it so heavy on my heart, just...
But you never said anything. I asked you dozens of times, do you have any information for me? Do you have anything else you'd like to tell me?
I know, I'm thinking outside of my affair. And...
Oh, no, I'm thinking about, tell me anything.
Yeah.
You know?
Well, it was weighing heavy on me a couple times, and I did want to talk to you.
But you didn't, though.
I didn't.
How do you expect somebody to diligently be working to solve the murder of your husband?
Because I didn't suspect Jonathan.
But you told me earlier that you did at some points.
Yeah, but it wasn't like in the beginning. This is coming down to these photos and some of the things that have been said recently.
What's been said recently?
Just, it could be me on the video. It could just discussion like that in the past probably month, maybe 2 weeks.
How about when I talk to you, I can check and see if it's a text or a phone call. As soon as we get off the phone, you pick up your burner phone, you immediately call Jonathan, call me from the station, and you hang up.
This was just yesterday.
Yeah. What do you think about that? Tell me about that. Why would you do that?
Because of the John. I was like, who would somebody, do you know somebody that would, there was a tip line, and then I'm just like, or maybe, is it a John? you know, like a random, is it John or is it John, you know, you?
So why would you have him call you from the station phone?
Because I didn't, I was worried, like thinking, I don't know, you guys were.
Thinking the phones were tapped?
I was thinking maybe someone's listening. I don't know, it's just, I felt freaked out, like, and I did.
How did
And
you
I
think
kind
that-
of was like, but
You kind of
it wasn't you, right? You know? And these, I mean, I did, I let him know that what I saw, and I let him know when we had conversations and that you might call me back, and he said just to not let you guys keep poking at me for
So, that to me is very suspicious. For you to quickly call him on your burner phone after we get off the phone, like seconds after we get off the phone. Call me on the station phone. And then, you hear a clicking noise, thinking that we're listening to your call, and turns out it's from the station. Apparently they make a clicking noise when you're talking on the phone there. That's very suspicious. Like, more than just trying to conceal an affair. That's it. To me, that's suspicious. And to, I mean, every detective around here.
Yeah, well, I could see where that would be suspicious. There's really no explanation for my behavior as far as that goes. Like, now that I see it like this, it's almost like talking and kind of continuing. I mean, I didn't know what was going to happen after found out about. I didn't know what was going to happen, with him. But
What do you think Jonathan's going to tell me?
I have no idea what he's going to tell you.
Because he's on his way here right now. What do you think he's going to say? Apparently he told one of the other detectives that he wanted to talk to me. What's he going to tell me about you?
Me? I have no idea what he's going to tell you about me.
You want me to give you an idea of probably what he's going to tell me?
What?
That you set this up and planned this? That's probably what he's going to tell me.
I can't imagine that. I can't
No?
imagine him saying that. No.
Why not? Because he left you? Because he's a man of God, but he's having an affair with a married woman?
No, not because of those things, because I didn't set it up, and because I can't imagine him saying that.
Partner will or already has pinned the crime on them. It's then up to the suspect to decide whether to clear their name by telling the detective what really happened or call the detective's bluff and remain silent.
You can see the way this looks really bad because you have an affair.
Yeah.
You have a motivator for money. Right? This looks terrible.
Yeah.
And there's a murder, continuing affair, and people lying to conceal the affair and to conceal the murder.
Yeah. I can see how that looks really, really bad. Definitely.
So what's Jonathan going to tell me?
Oh, I have no idea. I have no idea what he's going to tell you.
Because apparently he hasn't asked for a lawyer. He wants to talk to me. You know what usually happens in these cases? One person tells me that, in this case, Jonathan's going to tell me that you started all this and you talked him into it. You know what I mean? That's what that's probably what he's going to say. He's probably going to tell me that
I can't, well, that wouldn't be true.
he's lied before.
I can't imagine.
He's lied about
I can't imagine him saying. I
the
mean,
motorcycle. He's lied about talking to Robert 3 other times before the murder. He lied about murdering Robert, driving over there to Tashby and committing the murder.
He talked to Robert 3 other times.
Oh, yeah.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, he's a liar. But he thinks it's okay to lie because he's forgiven for his sins. He'll repent for the sins he's committed. He thinks he's going to be okay. Nope. It's not okay. You can't just go out and commit a murder and then just think that you're doing God's work. You know, think that I'm doing the work of God because He wants me to save her from her sins. And then think it's okay. And that's what he thinks. And I'm wondering what he's going to tell me.
I can't even believe.
So, we're kind of not getting anywhere. I mean, we've gone over this stuff over and over and over. And I need some more information from you. I need to know some stuff. You need to tell me. I'm serious. You got to start telling me some shit because I don't have enough here. Let's talk about his VoIP phone he got.
A what?
Voice over Internet Protocol.
What's that?
Well, he called you on a number that gave you a heart attack. The 661 area code number.
Oh, yeah.
Oh my God, you almost gave me a heart attack. So why would he go to the extent of getting a phone that we couldn't track, or if he thinks we couldn't track, and thinks we wouldn't be able to...
On an internet phone.
Yeah, why would he do that? For an affair. It's all about the murder. Seriously. That's what this is all about. It's not about the affair. The affair is nothing. It's about concealing everything for the murder. So why would he go get the voice phone?
I didn't know that he had that until he called from that.
And you were tripping out,
Yeah, I was like,
Oh my
Detective
God.
Meyer has the burner phone for sure.
Right.
Yeah.
Oh, I had the burner phone. A long time ago.
I never said you weren't a good detective.
Well, I think you did say a few things. I'm trying to remember exactly, but you did talk about me.
It wasn't bad.
I need you to tell me the
You're
truth.
giving me the hard information.
I've given you a lot of it.
Yeah.
Well, you know, and this is... I have books and books and books and books of evidence on this whole thing. I mean, I could stack the books up and they would stand as tall as you. On all the evidence I've collected during this last 3 months in one day. Tons of it. You need to be honest with me. Because he's going to tell me. He's going to tell me exactly what happened.
Well, good.
Because you know why? Because he has to. He has to tell somebody this. He's going to have to tell me what happened. For his conscience. He's curious. Right? Even minds are curious. They want to know, what evidence do you have to show that I've done this? All our minds are curious. And he is going to ask, he's going to want to know, what do you have? And he's going to want me to tell him. But what I'm wondering is what he's going to tell me about you.
I know.
Okay. Why would you tell him where Robert worked at?
That was a long time ago.
Like how long?
Like probably a long time ago. Half of a year ago or so.
Mm-hmm. why specifically you tell him that there's a building in Tehachapi?
We talked about Tehachapi, and
It's right off the freeway.
he's asked me.
He's asked you? What do you think he asked you?
I don't know, like it was in conversation, like literally.
Where his points are at, where he's going to stop at. This is a plan. He had a master plan. So that's why he talks about it. And that's why he had questions for you. Where's this place at? But I'm wondering, why would you even tell? I mean, it's your husband's place of business. Why would you specifically tell him that it's a business right off the freeway in Tehachapi? That's where he works at.
I don't know why
crazy.
I told him that. It was in conversation. I don't know.
You know what? I think if you would have never told him that, he would have never been able to find it. Because it's not on the map. You can't Google it and find it. I've tried. He would have never ever known where that BNSF shop was at if you wouldn't have told him. Did you guys have any specific conversations before the murder, before the day of the murder, a couple of days before, about him maybe going on a ride on his motorcycle?
I want to say no.
No? You want to say no?
No.
Okay. But he did mention that he could be with you. You guys could be together and live in... That's my remote for my car. Battery's dead. He did mention to you that you guys could be together and live for God, right? Remember him talking about that a bazillion times?
Yeah.
So you didn't think by him saying that maybe that he had intentions on maybe removing Rob from the picture?
No.
Why would you not think that?
Because we'd spoken of divorce. You know, like that was kind of, and we were just like living, you know, just living in our I was just living a double life, you know. You did not know.
So you know that we have possibly heard some conversations that you guys have had in your house here, right?
Yeah.
You want to tell me about some of those?
How'd you do that? It's all detective work. Oh gosh. About worrying about if you know, the detectives are watching us, kind of thing, you know. And talked about the kids, about living life. God has a purpose, and through this, God's had a plan for all of our lives, and
I don't think that in this master plan was the whole murder. My partners are talking to Jonathan right now. I don't know what he's telling them. So I told my partner that once he gets done talking to her, like, you know, at a point where you take a break, to come in and kind of release some information so we can figure out what he's saying. I don't know what he's telling him. He told him he had a bunch of stuff to tell him though, so I can't imagine what he's telling him.
right. No idea. Well, he's telling him this.
Huh?
Is he telling him?
I don't know. He's gonna come in and talk to me. He'll come in and talk to us real quick. Let us know exactly what is going on. I mean, I can't imagine that. It's hard for me to imagine that, honestly, that you didn't know that this was going on. You know what I mean? With all this talk on the phones in your guys' house, getting a burner phone, it's hard for me to believe that you didn't have knowledge of it. You didn't know that you guys had talked about it. I mean, it's yeah.
Yeah. I mean,
What do you think's gonna happen to you right now? I mean, with all this, everything, I mean, you think that do you think that you're going to be able to see your kids again?
I hope so. I can't. This is detective. It's a nightmare.
I need some information.
You have all the information right here. You have it all.
But you can see from my point of view that I don't have all the information. You know what I mean? This looks horrible.
I know it does.
This guy gets fucking killed. You know.
It does, detective. I hate it. I hate it.
Yeah, this guy murders him because he wants his life. That's the bottom line. This guy wants his life.
And I gave him the access.
You did. You told him where your husband worked at, when he would be working, where the shop was, what days he worked, and you told him that he was going to be gone. You guys could maybe hook up. He had other plans. He wasn't planning on hooking up with you. He was planning on taking that stroll to Tehachapi like he had done before. You know? Got it planned out, he had it timed out. He knew how long it'd take. He knew how much gas he would need. He paid cash. Oh, no. He paid cash for the stuff he bought because he knew. This is one of my partners, Detective Brewer.
How you doing? Kevin Brewer.
Hi, Kevin.
He was talking with Jonathan.
Yeah, we're talking to Robert. Jonathan. And, I got a couple of questions for you, American Psalms. Sabrina, after talking to Jonathan and looking at this, I mean, I helped him with this case for a long time. It looks like there's two people at fault, not just you. I don't think you pulled the trigger, did you?
No.
Jonathan did. When did he tell you that it was him in that video?
Yesterday.
When?
Yesterday.
We didn't tell you before that?
No.
What did you think when he told you that's him in the video?
Well, he hadn't seen the video, but he said it could be me. He said.
What? How could that be? I'm confused here.
We've just talked a bunch about. He's just said that detectives can say and do anything that they want.
Did you ask him how that could be him in that video?
I did.
What did he say?
He said that it could be a picture of him at another gas station.
Did you ask him what he was doing in that gas station? Halfway to where your husband was murdered?
From what how I took it, was like another gas station, another place, And then I said, why would they want to do that?
Okay.
Why would they want to put?
Did you see the picture of Jonathan on the motorcycle?
Yeah, it's right there.
Do you have any trouble figuring out that's Jonathan? Because frankly, everybody else that knows him that's seen it, I mean, you have to know that we floated that to them. Have all had no problem with it. And I think you would know him more than any of them, really.
Yeah.
You have any problem with that, picking that out as Jonathan?
No.
You know anybody else that looks like that has a motorcycle like that would have a reason to kill your husband?
No.
Who else could it be?
No, that's what I was hoping. Someone else.
And frankly, Sabrina, I've sit on a lot of wiretaps, and I know we've been listening to you for a while.
Yeah.
I've sit on a bunch of the 33 years I've been doing this. And I can tell you that the conversation between you two is not covering up an affair.
Well, that's what
You've already told people about your affair long before this. There was no reason to keep this a secret. Keep it from who?
Oh, I haven't told anybody.
Yes, you have.
Who did I tell?
You've told people, and so has Jonathan. What? At what
Said
point,
about knowing
At
him,
what
but
point
not-
did you think we knew about Jonathan? How do you think we found out about Jonathan?
Phone records.
From what?
From a phone record.
No, we have to have probable cause to get search warrants to get the phone records.
I didn't know.
He told people about you He's been told to stay away from you, and you know that.
What the detective is saying is true. They didn't immediately know about John and Sabrina's affair, and they might have never figured it out if not for one of the only people who knew about it, a man named Jason Bernatine. Jason and his girlfriend were one of the friend couples that Sabrina and Robert frequently swung with. Jason was also a firefighter and a friend of John's. Apparently overwhelmed by the weight of what he'd done, John had called Jason weeks after the murder and ended up leaving him a voicemail apologizing profusely and implying that he was involved in Robert's murder. Jason ended up turning this voicemail over to the police, which is ultimately what put John on the police's radar.
We've been listening to you guys for a while, Sabrina. And I know Detective Meyer is trying his best to get you to tell us the truth. And you have been doing that. Jonathan was arrested the same time you were. We just got him done and got him to jail. And there's a great many questions that we need to have you answer for us. Okay?
Okay.
Tell me what I think when your secret boyfriend finds out exactly where your husband is in a different county, 2.5 hours away, drives up here and kills him. What do I think? How in the world would he find out where that place is? I couldn't even find it when they sent us there.
That's my fault.
Absolutely. What's it look like to me?
I know.
Let me tell you what it'll look like to a jury. This is all I do. It's all I've been doing for many years. Let me tell you what a jury's going to think? The same thing I am right now and the same thing you are.
Yeah, I understand.
We've got some problems. You need to tell me why you're not an accomplice to this murder.
Why am I not?
Yeah.
Because I would never want Robert dead. I would never want him dead. Ever.
Yes, you did. You guys have been talking for weeks and weeks about how this is God's will. That you guys get together and marry. It's all God's will.
Dead.
It's almost every conversation of every day about how killing your husband and you two getting together is God's will. Bathsheba? Didn't we talk about that?
They had said...
What? Tell me that story. Tell me the story of David and Bathsheba.
I don't know that. I don't know it.
You don't know that story? He says that's our life, and you went yes.
Well, whatever I read,
You don't remember?
No, I don't remember.
He takes another man's wife and has her husband murdered, killed. It's a little other way around. Here, it sounds to me like the woman fell in love with another man and had her husband killed.
I would never want Robert killed, ever.
Why'd you tell him where Robert's at?
I was going to see him, and I would tell him when Robert was working and stuff, and we'd
Why weren't you so worried about the DNA stuff he found?
I thought that was good. The
no,
DNA.
No, that's not what the conversations are. No.
Well, the DNA was a good thing.
No, it's panic. Hey?
No.
I can read a few of them to you. It's not.
Yeah, well.
You talk about how good it is after you figure out we're probably listening to you. Before that, it's all panic, which is exactly why we told you that. Okay?
I just didn't want to be publicized as
no,
having
you two already, both of you have already told people about this affair. Why keep it from us? We knew about it from the minute. He's got 500 of your phone calls on his day every day. You think we're not going to know?
I thought that I didn't know. I was worried about that, and I know it doesn't look bad. I know that it looks bad, but
I think it's past look bad.
Yeah, I get it.
It looked bad for a while, and then it got bad because we've got other stuff that you have to know. We can't tell you all of this. This thing's got to get prosecuted, okay? But it looked bad for a while, and then it just got bad, and I think it's because it is bad.
Yeah.
Okay?
It's bad.
All we talk about is this: we have to stop sinning, and you guys are still together. I'm confused with these calls. I really am. Do you think God meant for you and Jonathan to be together? Is that what you guys are talking about?
That's
when you're praying that the DNA doesn't let us find out. Would you want me to read that one to you?
I know.
You're praying that the DNA doesn't let us find out. Find out what? If his DNA is at the scene of the murder, what am I going to find out? That you two are laying around together? I'm going to find out that Jonathan killed him. We already knew that. We had those motorcycle pictures long before you know it. Okay? When we had somebody call us and say, you need to look at this guy right here, months ago, not weeks. Because he's calling us up, crying, trying to apologize for something, and we haven't figured out what he did. But he keeps crying and apologizing.
Yesterday, when I told you that the secret release tip came in and we had a John, how come you gave me 2 different John's names?
Because that was John. Those were the Johns that Rob worked with.
Why would you just tell me then? I mean, you had to know that shit's hitting the fan.
Yeah, I felt like, oh, Jonathan, okay. Well,
why wouldn't you tell me?
Because
Here's the deal. It's not just about an affair. Your husband was murdered. That's more important than this freaking affair you guys were having. You know what I mean? Here's another thing. I can tell you, I don't care where the hell I was at. Day, night, whatever. If my wife was murdered, I would be standing at that fucking scene, finding out why and what, getting some answers out. And you didn't even come out there.
they told us that we weren't allowed to.
I don't care if they told me I couldn't go out there. I would be there, standing there, saying,
"Oh, I wanted to."
Telling me something. You didn't. I don't care if they told me I couldn't. You're going to tell me that I can't drive to fucking Tehachapi? It's a free world. I'm going to go where I want to go. And I'm going to go in there and I'm going to talk to whoever and find out what's going on. That's suspicious to me, too. I mean, I know you're having an affair. You're living two...
Oh, I wanted to come up to...
You're living two different lives and stuff, like you said.
They said it was all rope talk and they won't let anybody in.
I don't care. I wish should have been getting my way to that crime scene and find out what the hell happened to my wife.
Yeah.
When he told you that's him in the video, why were you not burning his phone up to tell you I found out who killed my husband?
I mean, he said it looked like him.
Because your relationship with Jonathan is more important than your husband was.
No.
You should have been tearing his phone up. Jonathan just told me that's him in the video. Okay? Why didn't we get that call?
I asked him, I said, what
Well, you don't need to ask him anything. Tell me why you didn't call us.
Because he said it could have been planted. Like it could
No,
have been.
there's no could have. Okay? That's not. It's a glass of water. It's not a house. It's not a car. I can't tell you that. Well, that could be a chair. It's a glass of water. That could be me in the video. What do you mean it could be you? It either is or is not. And if he's in the video, that's the video of the suspect. We all know that. You know that, don't you?
And
That guy in that video walked into the place where your husband was and killed him and then ran off. And he tells you that could be me in the video. What did you think? I'm more than confused here, Sabrina. I'm really telling you. I think you're flat in the middle of this murder. I think you set your husband up and had him killed by Jonathan so you two could be together.
Yeah.
And I can tell you that's not going to happen. Ever.
Yeah,
Okay? You need to get that through your head now. You are not going to be together. He's going to end up going to prison for the rest of his life. And I've got some serious doubts about you. Okay?
Okay, understood.
There's no reason to tell your boyfriend exactly where your husband is working. Absolutely none. Right down to the building. What's the purpose? There can only be one. Tell me another one. I'm waiting. Tell me why you would tell him exactly where Rob's at. He told you that could be me in the video. That should have been the end of it right there.
And then I told you that that was our suspect, and you didn't say anything. You know what I mean? I said, this is our suspect. And, no, okay. Gig's up. That's Jonathan Hearn. You didn't tell me anything.
I should have told you that.
You
but
should have.
The black helmet. I did.
He never
couldn't
told you
see.
it was him in the video, Sabrina. You already knew it. Okay? If he told you he did this, and he told you it's because you guys wanted to be that he wants to be with you, you need to tell us now. If not, all we're left to think with is that you set this whole thing up. If he went and did something stupid, okay, you need to tell us now.
Well, you have it right there.
I don't have it. I want it out of your mouth because we've not got any truth out of your mouth. And if I don't start
Well, he
getting
said
something,
it
I told
last-
you I'm left to believe exactly what I really believe. Somebody told him where Rob was, exactly where Rob was, and we're going to kill him. And you know, if we've been listening to what you guys have been talking about for weeks and weeks, what we've got, okay?
Yeah, I understand.
When he comes down here and he purposely tells you we haven't got nothing just to see what you'll say, and you burn up the phone, they ain't got nothing, okay? We're okay, they ain't got nothing. What's it sound like? What will it sound like?
Well, he did say that yesterday. I don't.
At what point did he tell you he shot Rob? And don't tell me he didn't. I know better.
He said that was him yesterday.
No. I ain't gonna cut it. Hey?
He never said he
You
shot.
think about 6 or 7 old ladies sitting on that jury, and this guy says, that's me in the video. Huh? And they said, what happened? I don't know. She didn't cut. She still, it took us, 15 minutes into an interview to get her to say that. She didn't call us. Hey? And the prosecutor says, folks, that's how much she cares about the husband. Okay? Her new boyfriend kills him, and she don't even care. And what will your kids think when they find out? And the whole world is going to find out in the next 3 days because all this paperwork goes public. Not a thing we knew about it. Okay? All kinds of stuff. Phone calls, everything. You want people hearing some of that stuff without explaining some of this stuff to us?
No.
Tell me when he told you he killed your husband. Because he did, and he told you. Okay? Or you knew it already. If he didn't tell you, you knew it already. And you knew it before he did it.
I didn't know.
Then how did he find out where your husband is to go kill him?
It's my fault.
Yes, absolutely. You're absolutely right. Yes. When he asked about where your husband is, what do you think he's asking for? Go buy him a milkshake? Say, hi, I'm doing your wife? What do you think he's going to do? When did Jonathan tell you he did it? Don't tell me yesterday again.
He never
Yes, he
came
did.
out and
Yes, he
said.
did. Yes, he did. You guys are doing nothing but hiding this thing the whole time. Yes, he did.
No.
Well, what are you trying to hide?
I know. I know it doesn't look good.
No. There's a difference between doesn't look good and absolutely is not good. This is absolutely not good.
I understand that.
Okay?
I understand that. He never told me that he was going up there that day. I had told him where Robert.
Why? We're still back to that one, and I'm still sitting here waiting for a reason why you would tell Jonathan where your husband is. Are you going to come up with some answer between now and trial time?
They're going to see each other. So I could talk to him.
About what?
Why? That's why.
About what? What's he going to say? I got to know. I'm sending my boyfriend to talk to my husband.
No, he never said he was
What
going
did you
to
think he was going to do if he's asking about where Rob's at?
He didn't ask that day.
Why did you tell him?
I told him prior in conversations.
Why?
He'd asked.
What?
I believe.
Just-
About Tehachapi. We just talked about what Rob did and just talked.
You
about
didn't know what
everything.
Rob did?
Yeah, but up in Tehachapi as a responder.
Okay, so why is it important for anybody in the world really to know exactly where Rob's at?
from your now on the other side, I don't know.
Did you ask him, hey Jonathan, don't you think it's odd that after I tell you where he's at, somebody goes over there and kills him for no apparent reason?
I did say.
And?
I did have.
And?
I did
What was the
have
answer?
questions.
What did he say? Oh no, I didn't?
Yeah, he just said that's crazy.
And you believe him? Enough to stay with him, you did. Make future plans. Start talking about how you're going to raise Rob's children with him.
I can't believe it.
Jonathan ever tell you about the handguns he owns? How many?
I just knew that he had one gun.
Talk about a 45 that he owned, 45 caliber.
I didn't know what kind it was.
And he's got one and it's missing. Nobody can find it. I wonder where that's at. 10 caliber used to kill your husband. The only thing worse than keeping the murder weapon is getting rid of it when it's registered to you. Not being able to tell us where it's at. Oops, I lost it. Oops, I don't know where it's at. Oh, I forgot where I put it.
That's what he said.
You know what I mean? You know how stupid that sounds? But seriously, that's almost as believable as I told him exactly where he was at, and he ends up dead in that spot, and I don't think this guy killed him. Did you tell anybody else exactly where Rob was at that day?
Well, yeah, I mean, being in Tehachapi, you know. I didn't tell Jonathan, like, directions that day. It was prior, like we had talked about.
How did he find him?
Months. It was months. I'd say probably months prior. And I want to remember how exactly our conversation went.
So how does Jonathan know he's there that day?
I had told him.
You told him Jonathan's at Tehachapi.
No, Robert isn't.
Robert's at Tehachapi, working. And that day he gets murdered, and you don't figure that out.
I had talked to Jonathan.
And you don't bother to tell him or anyone else, by the way, the day my husband is murdered, I told my boyfriend where he was. What's it sound like? What's it going to sound like, Sabrina?
I understand that.
I can go on and on with this thing, and that's going to happen at the trial. But I'm not going on much longer. The rest of this you'll be going to hear later, and probably not going to wish you had, ever. See? If you didn't have any part of this thing, and we all think you did, or you wouldn't be here, you need to start figuring out how to convince us that you didn't now. I told you, if he did something stupid, and you didn't know he did it, and you had nothing to do with planning it, okay, and he says, sorry honey, I had to do this for us to be together. Whatever he did, whatever he told you, you need to tell us now.
Yeah, I understand.
If you're going to stick to this, yesterday he finally told me he killed my husband, basically.
Well, these conversations have been the same, you know, since.
No, they haven't. No, they've changed drastically all the time. The only major theme is God wants you two to be together, according to him. And God sees everything and knows everything. What did God see the day Rob got killed? Same thing we saw. His motorcycle, Jonathan's motorcycle leaving the crime scene. Okay? I mean, who does he think he's fooling? Who are you guys fooling here? I don't get it. Trust me, Sabrina, I've never talked to anybody yet that thought they wouldn't get away with it, or you wouldn't do it. Everybody does. It's all well planned. All of it.
Yeah.
All of the interviews are rehearsed on the phone with him. Yeah, we listened to them. They were impressive. I'm going to tell you exactly what to say and not say, and we're going to Google DNA and Google all this stuff to make sure that we're not giving them enough information to find out. Okay? But that stuff we already knew.
Yeah.
So before this thing comes to an end, okay, I'm going to ask you one more time. Did Jonathan tell you he killed your husband?
He never told me that. To fire it just all led up to all the things that he'd said. led up to that. Hi.
Hello. If you don't have anything for us, I think we need to get you to jail. I'll take that as a yes, I do not have anything to tell you. Is that fair? Is that pretty fair?
I've said everything that we... Yeah.
Okay, yeah, you told him the same thing that you told me, only I wasn't patient for 4 hours. I was kind of trying to move it along after about an hour of listening to you tell me nothing. He's a lot nicer than me, a lot more patient. So what I need you to do is I need you to stand up and turn around.
Sabrina was subsequently transported to the Kern County Jail, the same facility as John, and booked on suspicion of conspiracy to commit murder. But in an unexpected turn of events, she was released 2 days later because detectives didn't have hard enough evidence that she was linked to Robert's murder. Sabrina would walk free for the next 2 years while detectives looked for anything that could prove that she set her husband up. But time after time, they hit a dead end. By late 2016, John's trial was only a few months away, so detectives teamed up with the prosecution in a last-ditch effort to nab Sabrina. They offered John a plea deal. He would receive a lighter sentence if and only if he agreed to testify against the very woman he threw his life away for. After some consideration, John accepted the deal, and in January of 2017, Sabrina was arrested and charged with murder, attempted murder, accessory, conspiracy, soliciting a crime, and poisoning. At his trial a few months later, John kept his word and testified to how he and Sabrina had plotted to kill Robert so that they could be together, including their attempt at poisoning him months prior to the shooting.
Her frustrations with Rob became my frustrations. Her demons, as ironic and sad as this sounds, for Rob's sake, she expressed that he would honestly rather be dead.
As a result, John's charge was reduced from murder to manslaughter, and he was sentenced to 25 years and 4 months in prison. To no one's surprise, Sabrina still submitted a plea of not guilty and showed no remorse during her highly publicized trial.
Why in this did you call Jonathan Hearn or speak to Jonathan Hearn to let him know that Detective Meyer had called you and asked you to call him?
Jonathan had asked me to always be in touch with him in regards to, let him know what was going on. And at this point, I did not, I'm sorry.
You had 80 text messages incoming and outgoing to Jonathan Hearn.
I was having an affair. Yes, I had the best of both worlds, but not really.
In February of 2018, she was found guilty of 4 of her 6 charges and sentenced to 25 years to life in prison.
And then you said he was kind of belligerently banging on the doors and everything?
Yep, for like 4 hours, the back door.
So your fiance answered the door. What's your fiance's name?
Stephen Edward Riley. He gets his inheritance this afternoon. That's why we're moving.
In September of 2024, 51-year-old Stephen Riley suddenly dropped dead. While many thought it was a natural death, Stephen's closest friends began to suspect otherwise.
We think she poisoned him. I'm almost sure she poisoned him.
Due to the suspicious circumstances, investigators dove into unraveling his mysterious death. And at the very center of it all was a multi-million inheritance.
My dad had to lie too often or make promises he couldn't really keep.
And I told him, I said, best thing you can do is get on a plane and don't look back.
Steve, I noticed losing weight, the people that were coming over, I knew he was using.
In a case where family, friends, and neighbors are all suspects, who killed Stephen Riley, and how did they do it without being detected? In early 2023, 51-year-old Stephen Riley Jr. received some exciting news. That's when he learned that he was next in line to receive a whopping $30 million inheritance. His simple life in Minot, North Dakota, was about to change forever. Every day for the next few months, he mulled over what he would do with his fortune. His wishes included paying off his child support and clearing his debts, leaving Minot, and very possibly leaving his longtime girlfriend, 47-year-old Ina Knoyer. The two had been dating for almost 10 years, but for a long time, Stephen hadn't been satisfied with their relationship relationship, their financial situation, or the condition of their small and awfully messy home. They argued frequently and loudly about everything from Stephen spending too much time with his friends to Ina's inability to get a job. The fact that they lived in an impoverished area surrounded by drugs and crime didn't make things any better. But Stephen's newfound wealth would change all of that. All of his stresses would soon be left behind. He waited in anticipation for September 3rd, the day he was scheduled to meet a lawyer at Minot International Airport to finalize the transaction. However, when the glorious day finally came, it was interrupted by an early morning altercation. The police were called to their neighborhood around 4 a.m. after receiving reports that Stephen had gotten into a physical dispute with a neighbor named Chad.
Oh, there you are. So what happened?
He has been trying to keep my door and pounding on my door for the past hour. I was scared because I know he gets drunk and he can be, he's my neighbor. I ignored him. Finally, he kicked my door in off the hinge and said he got beat up, he had a knife, so I just called 911. He had run into the law. I don't know if he was on drugs, so I was scared to...
Where did he come from?
He was fighting with a neighbor down there.
And once again, you didn't witness any of the fight, you just heard it?
Yeah, correct.
Did it sound like it was two people fighting with each other, or multiple? Oh, sorry, multiple people.
Nope, what I saw was him.
You saw Chad downstairs?
Chad.
Okay.
I think Chad went to him for help.
Okay.
I think they're both drunk. He's drunk. They're all drunk. That's why I stayed in my house. I saw Chad and that guy standing there. Then I saw Chad.
Was Chad bleeding yet?
Nope, I saw Chad.
You saw him swinging the knife though, right? You said...
Yes. And that's how I'm bringing.
Okay. Alright.
Yeah, just be advised, Chad's saying they're involved. He says he knocked on their door and assaulted him
I was beating on my neighbor's door because they got stabbed. And he headbutted me, beat me up for it. So, I'm bad. I thought he was my friend. I have to get his back. He headbutted me, hit me again. Like, what happened in the first place?
Do you know the neighbor that you knocked on his door? What's his name? Okay.
My next door neighbor. There's only 3 apartment complexes.
Well, yeah, I just wasn't sure if you knew it. I haven't talked to him yet.
It's police department. Don't go to bed, Chad.
You heard her say go to bed, Chad.
It's the police department. It's not Chad. Hey, how you doing?
Hi. Sorry.
You thought it was Chad?
Yeah.
Who was Chad out here?
Trying to kick in everybody's door.
Who was he out here
busted
fighting?
to my light and look at the garbage cans.
Who was here? Who was he fighting with out here?
My fiance. He went for a walk to cool down.
Okay. Who's
he
that?
pushed him a couple times.
Who's that? Who's your fiance?
Steve.
Steve.
Riley.
Steve Riley?
Yeah.
Okay. What's your name?
I'm Ina.
Ina.
Neuer.
Okay. You got just an ID on you real quick. I just want to make sure.
Hang on.
Chad got his face. Is your fiance hurt at all?
He got a gash on his forehead.
Okay. You know where
his knees are scraped up, but...
Okay. We just want to talk with him too, just to make sure he's all right, if possible. Hey, I appreciate it.
No problem. Of course, our first week here, that he tried to kick in my door.
You guys just moved in?
Yeah, like a week ago. This was like 2 years ago.
Oh, okay. I got you. So what
same
happened?
Way we came in is the same way we're going out, I guess. We're leaving today.
Oh, are you?
Yeah, as soon as we get everything situated with it. Our doctor bills and stuff.
So what actually happened tonight? What were they fighting over?
Chad was trying to kick in the door.
Just for no reason, or
Just drunk. He does that. I mean, he hasn't done that in quite a long while. Since before he went to jail.
So then your fiance confronted him?
He opened the door and said, "What do you want?" You know?
So then what happened after that?
And Steve pushed him out of the doorway and then pushed him back towards his apartment.
Okay.
And I don't know if Steve lost his footing or what, but they had that headbutt.
They headbutted each other? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
But I think that looked like, actually it did look like more of Steve's knees giving out.
What was the deal with this pickle jar here?
Chad.
What do you do with that?
That's what he was out here doing.
It's going through the trash?
Just smashing stuff up. And my light, my motion light, that I just put in.
Where do you think your fiance would have went? We can just get inside of the story real quick.
Oh, I don't know.
Has he got a phone on him?
No, we don't have a phone until this afternoon, later this afternoon. He gets his inheritance this afternoon. That's why we're moving.
Gotcha.
We're going to pay all our bills off that we need to pay off.
Do you guys want to press any charges against Chad?
I'll ask him when he gets here.
Your fiance?
Yeah.
Okay.
He went to cool down because Chad really...
Who started the fight, Chad?
Who
started the fight, Chad or your fiance?
Chad.
Chad did? Okay.
Yeah, he woke him up out of a dead sleep. Like I said, he has a really important appointment with his lawyer today at 2 o'clock.
Is his head okay, you think, or is he wandering around bleeding somewhere?
I don't. He just wandered off. Said, I gotta cool down, I'll be back.
Alright, I'm gonna give you this back for right now.
Okay.
You want to give us a taped statement about what happened?
Taped statement?
Yeah.
I don't know what.
Like on a recorder, like a recorded statement?
I'll have Steve come into the police department. He's gotta go into the police department anyway.
Do you want to do it though? Do you want to give us one as well? Because we'll get your side of the story as well as Steve's.
Okay. He'll probably put it in his report when he goes in to pay all his fines off. So. I've only been putting $5 on it a month, so I mean that's all I could afford.
Yeah, he's
I
coming
couldn't
in
even buy
tomorrow to
food,
do that,
huh?
or what? He's coming in tomorrow to do that, or what?
Today.
Okay.
His lawyer gets here today at 2.
Okay.
To sign the paperwork for his money.
Okay.
And then he's gonna go pay that, and his lawyer's gonna pay the rest of the child support. Yeah, he's been trying to get that truck ready for his son in Texas. He's in the Army National Guard in the garage.
Oh.
I'm gonna tow it down to him. So we're gonna tow it down to him. And then take a long vacation.
So if you don't mind, we're just going to grab a couple photographs of the broken glass and then your floodlight, if you don't mind.
Yeah. Garbage can.
Yep.
Toss those around too.
Okay.
Doesn't need to go out until Friday.
Alright, sounds good.
Because of the recycling on Tuesdays now.
Perfect. If you want to step back inside, and then if Steve shows back up, we're going to try to look for him to get his side of the story as well. But if Steve shows back up, if you just want to give us a call or have him give us a call, we'll talk to him then, okay?
Yeah. He's going to stop by anyways, like I said.
Sounds good.
I've only been able to put like $5 on his fine, but at least it was something.
Okay.
But
sounds good.
We're going to pay it all off, all at once.
Perfect. Thank you.
Stephen soon returned home, and later that afternoon, Ina and a group of his friends accompanied him to the airport. As they waited around for the lawyer to arrive, his friends began to notice that there was something off about Stephen. It was as if he was getting increasingly more drunk, despite the fact that he wasn't drinking any alcohol. He was lethargic, his speech was slurred, and he was having trouble walking on his own. As time passed, his condition only worsened, and he eventually began complaining of horrible stomach pain before vomiting on the ground. At that point, his friends quickly hoisted him up and prepared to take him to the hospital, but before Before they could start walking towards the exit, Ina stopped them. She insisted that he was okay and was just suffering from heat stroke. His friends disagreed and insisted that he needed medical help, but Ina argued that she'd experienced this before and that he just needed to go home and rest. Despite their doubts, they relented and helped Stephen back to his house. After helping him to the couch, they reluctantly left him to sleep it off. The next day, one of his friends returned to the home to check on Stephen's condition. Ina answered the door and informed him that Stephen had gone to a clinic to be checked out. Relieved that he was getting the medical attention he needed, he went to the closest clinic to offer Stephen support and see what was going on. But upon speaking to the receptionist, he was informed that no one by the name Stephen Riley had been checked in that day. Curious, he went to the next closest clinic, then the next closest hospital, then to every hospital and clinic in the area. But Stephen hadn't been to any of them. A short while later, dispatch received this 911 call from Ina.
What? My husband's really sick. He got heat stroke yesterday, and now he's not waking up. And come on, wake up!
What's the phone number
Hey!
you're calling from?
I don't have a phone number. It's a phone that never got finished getting set up.
Okay. How old is he?
Send that it. He's 51 today. Babe! Come on, babe! I've been trying everything. Ice, water.
Okay, but he is breathing?
Yes. He's snoring.
Okay,
I put him on the floor because he keeps trying to get up to go to the bathroom, and
is his
he
breathing
can't.
normal?
He doesn't have enough strength. He won't talk to me anymore. He won't look at me. He won't open his eyes.
Okay, just give me 1 second, okay?
And one of his eyes is really glossy. Oh, it went back to normal. Babe! You're going to the hospital, okay? I'm smacking him as hard as I can and put my fist into his chest, but he's not responding. He's just moaning.
Okay,
Babe!
I've got help on the way. Just keep an eye on his breathing, and if anything changes with his breathing, tell me immediately.
Yes.
It's Officer Sullivan, Minot PD.
Yeah, hang on.
His breathing's got a pulse. He's not responding. He's on the crack of the bed right there. She tried to sit him up and fell off the bed.
Just got to work, so the phone came on. I'm throwing my clothes on and throwing
Right, there.
Stephen was in critical condition by the time he was loaded into the ambulance. His condition had deteriorated so badly that he was airlifted to a hospital in Bismarck to receive better treatment. But despite their efforts, he never regained consciousness and passed away early the next morning. That afternoon, just hours after his passing, a neighbor called the police stating that Ina was planning to sell everything in the house, which included items of his that Stephen had borrowed.
So what's going on with the truck?
He died last night.
Okay.
She said she's selling everything. I said, no, you ain't. You ain't selling nothing. You ain't touching nothing out here. Said you're going to sell everything. I said, no, you ain't. I said, because me and Steve, I said, all these tools are mine, and that motor in that truck is mine. You're not selling it. And he did. He was poisoned. She ain't selling nothing. I got another boy coming over. Gonna make sure she don't sell it. Her son, his son lives out of state.
Last name, boy.
Nobody's taking nothing. Yep, he died last night.
What was that again?
If you just keep her from not selling all his stuff, everything will be fine.
Was it her husband?
No, they're not married.
You can't babysit what she does, though.
Right.
You know.
Well, I mean, me and Steve, we're partners in all of this. The motor's mine, the truck's his.
Yeah.
And I don't want her to sell it because we think she poisoned him. Oh, I'm almost sure she poisoned it.
So what's your plan right now?
We're making sure nothing goes.
Are you going to stay here, or what's your plan?
I'll stay right here until make sure nobody takes this stuff. Because you know when they go to jail, the guys, people come and clean out.
How long are you going to stay?
I'll stay here until his son gets here.
Oh.
His
Whose
son's
son?
out of state.
His son?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
And he blocked her
Yeah.
because she told him that she was selling all this stuff. He got mad, and so I found out a little while ago that he died.
When's the son supposed to get here?
He's not dead. I told you.
He is dead.
He's not.
He's dead.
I just told the son.
And he was poisoned.
Not dead yet.
And he was poisoned.
So when's the son supposed to get here?
We don't know yet. But he'll call us.
Where does the son live? Or where did Riley live? Right here?
Yeah. Okay. And the other day, she throws all this stuff out the yard.
From his house?
Yeah. And he come out and he was holding his head down. And then we're supposed to go up to the airport and meet this guy because he's supposed to give quite a bit of money.
Yeah.
So we went up there. Come back, we had to help him out of the car. Had to help him in the house. Well, his old landlord, Wes come out at the radar base. He come and helped me get him in there.
Okay. Well,
and actually, that truck belongs to Wes.
Who's Wes?
Wes that lives out at the radar base.
Yeah.
And he'll be here in a little bit too. And I hate it. You know, he was doing fine. We went, put 10 up the other day. We loaded all kind of motors and stuff, and everything was fine until he come home. And then the next morning, she's throwing all this stuff out.
Where's it been?
Yeah, it's probably, that should be a van with her. She's probably painted on windshield there.
I'm taking off. I'm not worthy of killing my husband's dead or alive.
Hey, stay out here. Hey, stay out here.
I need to take a picture.
Picture of what?
A building. Here, the truck.
Oh, you can sit over here.
Because I don't believe in the mine out police no more. I don't believe in any of you guys anymore.
Oh, I can see it now. Yeah, just want to give him some paint or something.
Yeah, right here, I think.
I can see it now, but it's way on the bottom. You trying to call him so I can get his information and see if there's a truck that comes back.
Oh, he'll be glad they come see you. Well, she's not happy. She was supposed to call the ambulance. She never called the ambulance.
Alright.
Wes went, she said, he's at the clinic. He went to Ever Clinic yesterday. He wasn't around. Went to the hospital. He wasn't there. He come back over here and knocked on doors. She wouldn't answer. And he hollered through the door. He said, he's not at none of them places. Well, as soon as he left, and he got almost by Walmart, she called the ambulance. Took him to the hospital.
How long ago was this?
Yesterday.
So where did he die?
They shipped him to,
where was he at when the ambulance picked him up?
Right here.
Okay, he was here.
Right here.
What's your first name?
Billy.
Billy. All right, Billy.
All right. Be right here.
All right. What was Riley's first name next door, you know?
All right, so what's going on? Let's get your side.
I don't know what's going on. Steve collapsed yesterday.
Mm-hmm.
Went to the hospital. I found out he was poisoned.
How'd you find that out?
Doctor told me.
Doctor told you?
I'm just telling you, son, don't ever stop after these people. They're nasty people. They're nasty. Somebody comes and steals his truck after, if it's true, if he died in Bismarck, steal the same day when his son was supposed to get it.
Mm-hmm. Do you have the title for that truck? Can I at least take a look at him and see whose name is on it?
It's coming in the mail.
Oh, you don't have it yet?
We finally went.
Who did?
He had it couple dollars to fine, go get it switched over.
So you don't have it? Okay.
It's not in, unless it's in the mailbox. I don't know.
He's going to sit there waiting for buddy. Just ignore him, please. Okay. He's not going to be taking anything. Okay. Alrighty. All right, we're going to go. Okay. He is. I thought everybody knew. I'm sorry.
Oh my God!
I guess his son is on his way here. Okay. Apparently his son is on the way here. So.
His son better put them all in prison.
Do you know the son? You know the son? Yeah? You what?
I haven't seen him since he was 5.
Oh, wow, okay. All right. Well, we're going to go. You guys just leave each other alone. Everything will be fine. Okay? All righty. Good.
In the following days, a medical examiner sought to find out what exactly caused Stephen's death. Several of Stephen's friends already suspected that he'd been poisoned, and they advised the coroner that Ina had made statements in the past about wanting to poison Stephen. So he began the examination by testing for multiple poisonous substances, and to his surprise, one test came back positive: ethylene glycol. Ethylene glycol is a key ingredient in antifreeze, a chemical mixture used in car engines to keep them from freezing or overheating. Further testing showed that Stephen had lethal amounts of the substance in his system. It was concluded that he indeed died from ethylene glycol poisoning. And just like that, police were thrown into a murder investigation. Detectives at the Minot Police Department immediately started contacting Stephen's closest family and friends and bringing them in for interviews, starting with one of Stephen's sons on September 8th.
So the other, your siblings and stuff they didn't talk to your dad. Do you know why exactly?
My dad had to, like, how would I word it? He'd lie too often or, like, make promises he couldn't really, like, keep.
Okay.
And so, was lying that I didn't really want to do it.
Had you seen your dad? When was the last time you had actually seen him? Had it been
in Washington when I was, like, 12, 14 years old, roughly.
Okay.
And it was just, like, for the afternoon.
Was he in a relationship with Ina at that time? Do you know?
I don't think so, no.
Okay. Did he ever talk to you about Ina when you guys talked in the last years?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. What kind of stuff was he talking about?
So he was talking about how he was getting a large sum of money.
Okay.
And he said whenever that came through with his lawyer or whatever, he was gonna take that truck that he had in the garage that he was working on for me.
Yeah.
Drive that down to Texas, give me the information, because he had set up like a trust fund for me and my brothers, supposedly.
Okay.
And he kind of just wanted to leave her because she didn't really have a job and was like leeching off of him. Just laid around all day.
So he wanted to leave, you know?
Mm-hmm.
She doesn't work?
No.
So she was telling you that he had set up a trust fund for you and for the other siblings that he doesn't have a relationship with? Is that...
Yeah, okay. That's what he was... Well, that's what he told me. He said he set up like a trust fund for me and my brothers.
Okay. And she said she was aware of that. Did she mention if she was getting any money from it?
So I think I have it somewhere here, but she mentioned something earlier, as of like yesterday, about how like before he like passed, that he was gonna give her some money, but when I was at the apartment yesterday, it was not exactly the way that she said it was. She said that I could let her have some if I like chose to.
Okay.
Which was odd.
Yeah.
Because
the inheritance. Did he talk about how much money he was going to get from the inheritance to you? Did he ever mention how much?
I think it was 37 million, something like that. I know she's got all the emails and stuff for some reason, even though they're not married.
Right.
And all that.
Do you know? Do you have any idea how long they were together in a relationship?
I'd say maybe like 6 years, something like that.
So several years they were together.
Yeah.
Okay.
Then I know Ina yesterday went around saying that my dad had died from antifreeze poisoning, which was very specific, but I know the hospital can't release any information over the phone, and she's not like related, not married to my dad or anything either.
Right.
So it was at that point I'm like, okay, something's like a little fishy about all this, because a lot of people are saying some sort of poisoning, so I don't know if it's like...
So when you got this information, and I'm sorry we have to kind of go back and forth, but you get this message that she says, like, it might be poisoning. What are your... And then she talks about Ina. Did you know anything about... Did your dad say anything about her possibly doing anything, or...
I was not told by him, but like through other people. I think it might be in the messages with her, but he supposedly was saying that Ina might have poisoned him. But then again, it could just be them trying to get more light away from. Yeah.
So Ina, was she talking with you through your dad's phone before you got here?
Yes.
Okay.
He was using his phone while he was at the hospital. She mentioned selling his truck. I have screenshots of that.
Okay.
And I'm like, okay, you know, like, yeah, it sucks because it was supposed to be for me, but...
Did she say why she was wanting to sell it?
Yeah, she was wanting to get like a train ticket to go see him at the hospital. So I asked her specifically if she's at the hospital or on the way to the hospital.
Okay.
And she said, no, I'm in my apartment packing up Steve's stuff. Which is weird.
Yeah.
And then all the lawyer stuff, she like, I don't know, seemed to know too much about that.
You feel like she knew too much?
Yeah.
Okay.
Next, they brought in one of Stephen's neighbors for questioning.
But I knocked, and she didn't say anything right away. Then I knocked again, and who is it? And I said, well, it's Wes, and she knew it. You know.
Because she saw you.
Yeah. And I said, is Steve there? No, he's at the walk-in clinic. Same thing again. Okay. And I said, Ina, I've been to the walk-in clinics. I've been to the hospital. He's not there. Where is he? And then she locked the door. So, very well, time to go.
To your question about Ina knowing about all this,
oh yeah,
she knew all of it, because the only way they could communicate with this whatever lawyer was through email, because they would just buy minutes. Well, they can't afford to pay to make
some
an
Google
overseas
account.
call.
He said they go through or something.
It was his email account.
Yeah.
Well,
his email?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep. And Ina would be the one basically going into Steve's email to get these emails.
She transferred the information to
her phone?
Correct.
Yep.
And then Steve's phones would always go missing, because we'd say, well, Steve, have you heard from him? Well, my phone's gone again, you know. Well, then he'd get another phone. Well, then we'd give him some money for some food and to get some more minutes on his phone.
I'd bring meals to them at noon, because, well, you'll continue your story in a second, because I hadn't seen him for 2-3 weeks, and I said, geez, Steve, you're getting skinny.
Okay.
Oh, he said, we've got no food. So then every day or every other day for a while I'd stop at, he liked those better, bigger burgers, whatever, and bring him and her, you know, that. And then I'd go to Walmart and get he liked chicken too, that chicken, whole chicken.
The
They'd have that
rotisserie
were cooked,
chicken,
yeah. And the first one I brought, and I stopped a day or so later, I said, did you like your chicken? Yeah, he said, I ate damn near the whole thing. When this first realized that she might be doing something, his phone disappeared.
Okay.
And Steve did lose things occasionally, but his phone disappeared and he didn't find it for a long time. They must have got a different burner phone or whatever you call them.
Yeah.
Well, anyhow, I think there were probably 3 phones in the house that night when I took them back from the airport. From the airport, yeah. And she had one, but her information got transferred from his phone to her. She had all that
Documents and
on
emails.
there. Yeah. But she always had hers, but I think she was communicating with him, and I don't know if he realized it or not. But.
Well, I think he did, because that night at the airport, when we were up there together, he would be asking her, well, did they send us an email? You know, what's going on?
Okay.
Well, she would tell him, well, I don't have Wi-Fi, so I can't, you know, get into your email. So I took that as, you know, basically she was using her phone to get into his email, because she would ask him, well, what's the password again? You know?
Okay.
So I think, yeah, she was the one, you know, basically relaying the messages to Steve, you know, or what the emails were.
We're talking about the day he wants to go to the airport to meet the lawyer?
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah,
so
with
what
the papers.
what day
that
was that?
Was that on a Sunday?
That was...
No, the first time it was the day before. It was the 29th of August.
Yeah,
Okay.
but no, the day that this happened when he passed out on
that was Sunday.
On a Sunday.
So
the day before he went to the hospital.
So the 29th was a Tuesday.
That was on August, yeah.
Okay, and so he...
That was the first time, yes. And that date had been set up for months.
Okay, so we'll start there. So Steve tells you that this lawyer is coming on the 29th.
Yeah.
To Minot Airport.
Airport, yeah. On a private small plane.
Okay, and he's going to meet with Steve to give him the checkbook and do the money transaction.
Do the paperwork.
Okay.
Yeah, and then I think it got moved to, when was it? The Saturday or Sunday.
One time after that.
So that 29th, was he just, he wasn't looking for a ride to the airport, he was just telling you
he
about
needed a ride, but
okay.
I don't know who gave him a ride up there.
Well, I don't think we made it to the airport because we were planning on, you know, getting together, and then I think you talked to Steve, and they said, you know, no, they changed it.
Oh,
okay.
Because Steve was kind of upset because, well, it's been the 29th. He's told
for months
us
it had been the 29th of August.
Yeah, and they said something had come up. That his sister,
airplane or something got delayed, or some problem with it.
Yeah.
That's right. Yeah.
So it got delayed until that Sunday, and then it was supposed to be Sunday at 2 in the afternoon.
So a little over an hour.
Yeah, she wanted him to go.
Okay. Would you say in that hour, was he getting worse?
I think so.
Okay, so it was noticeable that he was kind of
He had a hard
deteriorating.
time. Well, she thought he could walk into the house. So, you know, the land, it's uneven there.
Oh, yeah.
And I asked, you know, should I turn around and get him on the side, you know, closer to the house? No, he can walk around there. Well, got him outside, and then he had to lean on the car just to get around the front of it and back to where his step would have been. And there was a lot of stuff there, and he said, boy, I got to throw up.
Okay. Did he get sick?
He did.
Okay.
Yeah. And even a little before that, even driving up the street right before you turn to go to the left, it's about 2 blocks there from 9th Avenue, or University now, I guess. He said, stop. And so I had the window down. It sounded like he was throwing up some then, and then we went right up to the house, only half a minute to get there. And then by the time he got close to the door, he threw up some more.
right outside the door?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
To the left of the door, to the right of the door, do you remember?
Well, my direction of the door would be here, and then that cement
Yep.
landing there, right off to the right.
Okay.
There was some, there's stuff in there, I don't know what it was, but, and I don't know how much he threw up, because he was kind of running out of things to throw up already by that time, I think, but it kind of sounded like, and he had his back to me then, and I kind of held him so he wouldn't fall there.
While he was sick?
Yeah.
Okay.
Was it just on the ground, or was it in a garbage can or anything? Do you know?
I don't think it was in the
garbage.
Well, it could have been on something because there's a lot of stuff there, but so I'm not sure if it hit the ground or.
What time do you think you leave there?
Well, it took a little while to get him in the house. You know, he kind of threw up there, and then there's that half step up, and I tried to get the door open and hang on to him, and I don't know where Ian was in already or behind or whatever, but anyhow, I got the door open, and from the time he stepped in, I seen he was aiming toward the couch, and so I kind of held on to him from behind, and then he kind of just went on the couch, kind of laying, well, to me it seemed like he's laying on his right, and there was a lot of stuff on the couch. And he kind of laid with his head over on it, and then she said, I need some salt for him. And she said, I don't think I have any. And I said, well, do you have a salt shaker? We can get, I didn't, probably you need salt when you have heat stroke, huh? Or not. Well, anyhow, that's what she, and
she asked if you have any?
Well,
or she
no.
said, I need some, and you said, do you have any?
Yeah, she said he needs some salt, and I said, well, go get some or whatever, and she said, well, don't have any. I said, well, do you have a salt shaker? And no. And so then I remembered I had bought some groceries on the way up, and I had a bag of potato chips in back. I said, I got some potato chips and they'd be salt on them. So I come in and opened up the bag and put some in a bowl for her, and well, she didn't do it, so I grabbed one and walked over to Steve and he was kind of laying, but he was still conscious, but he took that chip, and I think Enos had put it by his mouth then, and he tried to chew it, but he didn't not do very well at it, but I don't know if he even got it swallowed. But then about 5 minutes after that, she said, well, oh yeah, too. I said, is he sleeping? And she said, he's breathing. And she didn't get close enough to, I suppose maybe she could see if he was, but she didn't seem really concerned.
But he was not awake at that point?
Halfways.
Okay.
Yeah. That's why I went back the next day to see if he was in the hospital or if he was home, and she said he was at the clinic, and he wasn't. I know he was laying there. She wouldn't even let me in the door. She slammed it shut, and we talked through the door, not the storm door, but the main door.
Okay. Has he ever said anything about doing anything to him or their relationship not being
rocky?
Okay.
Link did mention that day before I got there, and I'm certain it is Link, because he was there all day that day, helping Steve, that she was throwing his things out of the house onto the street, onto that gravel.
Okay.
She was throwing it out of the house.
Stuff out?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, throwing it out.
Did he say why? Okay.
Just the normal. I shouldn't say normal, but that's surprising.
Link told you this.
Yeah.
Okay.
And there was nothing laying out there when I got there, so somebody, but I don't know what it was. He didn't say what it actually was, but he said she was throwing his things out of the house.
Okay. And that was Sunday day?
That was, yeah, just before we went to the airport.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
The next day, a couple of Stephen's friends were brought in.
Steve was talking to this lawyer, or however this worked. Was he communicating with him, or was Ina communicating with the lawyer? Do you remember?
I think he was.
Steve was.
Yes.
So he found out from...
But now she was bad about taking the phone.
She would take his phone.
Yeah.
Okay.
And she'd tell him that she lost the phone.
Okay.
So she was kind of staying in, with a lawyer.
Okay. You think she was taking the phone intentionally to communicate?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Oh, yeah, that's for sure.
Okay. How many times do you think she took his phone?
In the last 3 or 4 months, a lot.
Okay.
She'd say she lost it, and then a couple of weeks later, she'd find the phone.
Mm.
Oh, it was behind the TV, or it was here and there. I told Steve, I said, no, I wouldn't let her deal with the lawyer.
Yeah.
I said, it's best you deal with him yourself, or let somebody else. Like Wes. Wes is good.
Sure. Why would he be letting Ina? Why would he not want to communicate? Did he say, like...
I tried to talk to him about that, but...
Okay, he didn't want to say anything. Okay. Is it something about Ina? Is it just how she is with him? That she's...
Just how she is with him.
Is she, like, controlling, or...
Yeah, we are.
Okay.
Yeah, very much.
Okay.
And if she don't get her way, she's bad.
Okay.
I mean, really bad.
What do you mean by that? And that's just for us to understand. So
Like-
I think I know what you're saying, but...
Like mean.
Okay. Like, would she hurt Steve?
Oh, yeah.
Physically?
Physically, yeah.
Okay.
Oh, yeah. She talked about poisoning Steve.
Okay.
And me. Because we're always together, and she didn't like that. That's exactly why I wouldn't drink nothing or eat nothing there. And
Because
Steve
she had
knew
said
about
that.
it too.
Steve knew about that.
Yeah.
Okay. So she talked to other people about poisoning you and Steve because you two are always together?
We're always together, and we always...
What would she gain from that?
I don't see what she would gain.
Okay.
Just
her saying she was going to take you both out. Okay.
That's just hearsay, though.
Sure. Do you know who she said that to? Or who told you?
Same one that's got the number for where she said what. She said it to the people at the hospital.
Okay.
She's actually said it to her.
Okay. So Lynn.
So that was Lynn.
Okay. Do you think she was jealous of you?
Oh, definitely.
Okay.
Oh, yeah. Yep. And we always give Steve money, and he worked all day. I paid him.
Okay. So
Or I said, I know if he'd give her any money, I know he bought her cigarettes and drinks and stuff like that.
Okay.
Because I'd take him to get it.
Okay. Did he ever say why he wanted to leave her but hadn't left? Is there any reason why?
No.
Okay.
He just always said, I'm gonna leave, or she's gonna go.
Okay.
Which she had her stuff packed up the other day.
She had her things packed up?
Yeah.
Okay.
And I went over there. She said, well, I'm selling Steve's truck. I said, oh, hell no, you ain't selling nothing.
What day was that?
The cops come out.
Okay.
Tuesday, Wednesday, maybe. I know the cops come up there. Cause I went and bolted the doors where they couldn't nobody get in there.
To get the truck.
Yeah.
Because she said she was gonna sell it?
Yeah.
Okay.
See, the truck belonged to him, but the motor belonged to me.
Right.
And all the tools that's in the garage belong to me.
Okay.
So I drove nails in the doors, about like that right there, boards on the other side. And she got in there.
Okay.
Did she say where she was going?
She didn't say.
And what do you think happened here?
I say she done it.
Okay.
She had to.
Okay.
She had to do it. Because, we was up all that day till 2 o'clock I was there.
Okay. And then you came back at 8.
I come back at 8.
How was Steve at 8?
Well, Steve was with Wes, and what my understanding is Wes had to help him in the house. He got in the house, he got on the couch. Well, Wes come back the next morning, check on him. She said he's not here, he's gone to the clinic. Well, he went to all the clinics. He went to hospital. Steve was not there. So that's when Steve come back over there to confront her. But Steve was there.
Okay.
And she called Lynn. Right after she called Lynn, Wes showed up at our house, and Wes told Lynn, said, Steve's nowhere. He said, Ina just called an ambulance to come and get him.
After he had left.
Yep.
You're feeling like Ina's responsible for what happened to Steve.
Yeah.
Okay. And
when Wes dropped him off that night, she should have called the ambulance.
Okay.
Which it probably wouldn't did no good anyway. I mean, it was too late.
Right.
It's in the system.
So, and when you say it's in it, what are you referring to? If it's in a system?
A lot of people said it was antifreeze.
Okay.
That's what the hospital said to start with.
Who did they say that to?
West or Laura. Laura was with the Ina.
Who's Laura?
I don't know her last name.
Is she a friend of Ina's?
She was more a friend of Steve's.
Okay.
But she walked with her back from the hospital. I know she lives in FEMA.
Okay.
She's real short.
So did Laura walk to the apartment and then they walked to the hospital?
Well, she had her boyfriend drive her to the hospital.
Okay.
And then
Laura's boyfriend.
He left.
Okay.
And then her and Ina started walking.
When was that?
That's the day they took him to the hospital.
Okay. Wasn't complaining about not feeling well or...
No.
Okay.
He was actually happy.
Okay.
Because he's getting his money. I would have been happy too.
Right.
But man, it's come down to that.
So, in your opinion or your thoughts, why would Ina want to do this? For the money?
For the money.
Okay. Was she supposed to get any part of it that you know of?
Yeah, he was going to take care of her.
Okay. And she knew that? Okay.
Yep.
Did Ina know what he planned on doing with the rest of the money? Or in general, I guess?
He's talking about buying her vehicle, brand new vehicle. Me, which I told him I didn't want one. I said, I don't want no vehicle. I said,
but Ina knew about all that though?
Yeah. And a couple other people, he's going to buy him vehicles, he's going to pay his child support, get his license stuff back.
Okay.
That's the last thing we talked about. And that's when I told him, I said, Steve, you're going to have more friends than you can ever imagine. I said, best thing you can do is get on a plane and don't look back. One-way ticket.
Okay.
I said, that's the best thing you can do.
Was that conversation in person or over the phone?
It was personal, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Would Ina have heard that conversation?
I don't know.
Okay.
It's a good possibility.
Was it at their house or their apartment there?
Couple times it was at the house, I told him, and a couple times at my work, which all people around my work, they all heard it.
Okay.
Which they said the same thing. They said,
get out of here.
Yeah.
Okay.
Give her money, let her go, or hit the road.
Okay.
As far as the poisoning goes,
I looked around the garage. I mean, we could go over there and look through the garage.
Well, we went over and did a search warrant and collected some stuff too.
Yeah. So the garage isn't secure anymore. We had to break in there, but so we did do that the other day.
2 days later, they interviewed another friend of Stephen's. Detectives had conducted a search warrant on Ina and Stephen's home a few days prior, on September 7th. The house was very cluttered and disorganized, but among the mess, they managed to find several key items of interest. A topless Windex bottle filled with a neon yellow liquid, a color consistent with a kind of antifreeze, sat on a small table inside the home. A Coors Light bottle on the coffee table contained the same neon yellow substance. There were multiple bottles of antifreeze laying around the garage, but one newer-looking bottle was found inside a trash bin. Also inside the garage on a workbench was a large plastic mug that contained more of the yellow liquid. Following the search warrant, detectives did some digging into the supposed inheritance that Stephen was to receive, but they found no relatives who'd left any money for Stephen, nor any basis for which he was to be awarded an inheritance. This led to the conclusion that there actually was no inheritance. The couple had likely just fallen for an internet scam. After considering all of the evidence, there was only one more person they needed a word with. They gave Ina a call, and a few days later, she was in front of detectives and about to face some very serious accusations.
So at some point you guys moved here and you live on the radar base, right?
That was the biggest mistake of my life, was moving us out there.
To the radar base?
Yeah.
Well, how come?
He went to jail.
Steve?
Yeah. Okay. On his birthday. We took him out for his birthday, and I begged him to let someone else drive or to walk.
Okay.
And he wasn't drunk or nothing yet, but apparently he drank a lot more than I noticed.
Okay.
Because by the time he got to jail, that's when the alcohol was really hitting. And he got the max.
So you got a DUI?
Every time he goes to jail, he got the max.
Okay.
Maximum amount of time.
So when did he find out about this inheritance?
I want to say 3 months ago, 4 months ago.
Okay.
But it could have been sooner because, days kind of run into each other.
So what is the inheritance? I know you had shown that first day Lieutenant Dake and I came, you showed us kind of that letter that was on Steve's phone. Is that's the inheritance? That was the letter? Okay.
And he was talking to an actual lawyer, I guess.
Okay.
From London.
So this lawyer reached out to him and said he's...
I guess. I don't even know how he found out about it.
Okay.
If he found out about it, doing a background check on him, seeing if anybody owes him money, back pay, lost check somewhere where he used to work somewhere. Honestly, I have no idea. It just appeared, and he showed it to me one day.
The letter?
Yeah, he wanted me to have a copy to make sure, if something ever happened to him. And he was reading that the money wasn't cursed or whatever. He's like, every single person that went for the Riley money over there,
yeah,
even this 21-year-old, had passed away.
What do you mean? I guess the inheritance had been left for other people too, or?
Yeah.
Okay.
I was like, is it cursed? And people that go after it are dying? He's like, I don't know, maybe. I was like, well, then don't go after it. How silly is that, Just go get a real job. Don't worry about it.
Do you know this was from a family member?
And I gave it to Brian, the paperwork.
Okay.
That I printed out to make sure, I have some, just in case something did happen to him, I could give to his son to track it down or whatever.
So
I gave all the information
who was it supposed to be coming from? Who was the family member?
God, without his phone, Marcus something Riley.
Okay.
I want to say.
Was that a brother or
uncle?
That was an uncle. Okay. Did he live
in Ireland?
Okay. Had he ever talked about Marcus before? Did he even know he had an uncle?
I don't know.
Okay.
Honestly. He said he had family all over.
Why don't we talk about the weekend that Steve ended up becoming sick and passing? What happened that weekend? What was he doing? That was Labor Day weekend.
Mostly drinking beer. The night before, he wanted to get a good night's sleep. But,
he was drinking.
Chad.
Hang on, he was drinking beer which night? Or was that the whole weekend?
That's pretty much the whole weekend.
Okay.
He got a case of beer from Wes and some food from the Max Food Bank that Wes brought him, and a case of beer.
Okay.
For his birthday. And then Link brought him a case of beer and Fireball for his birthday.
When was his birthday?
But nobody showed up on the week of his birthday.
Okay.
So they started showing up when they thought the lawyer was going to show up.
Okay.
Like Lucas.
Okay.
So
this, I might go back to the money real quick.
Okay.
He tells you, hey, somebody just reached out to me about this money, and I have a large inheritance I'm going to get. Where was the money? Where was the money supposed to be, I guess?
In the bank.
Okay.
Whatever bank I showed you,
that
area.
This bank,
yeah.
A bank, okay. So it was foreign, the uncle's foreign, and the money is in a foreign account.
Yeah.
And so how was he going to get the money? What was the plan?
Well, the lawyer guy wanted to give him to get a bank account.
The lawyer
originally.
Okay. He wanted
so he could just deposit it into his bank account.
Okay.
It couldn't be nobody else's bank account.
Sure.
According to the lawyer.
Okay.
And I was like, yeah, I can give you a few bucks, because I think I was just broke my ankle working for Arby's. So I told him I can give you a couple bucks.
Okay.
No, I got my tax return.
Okay.
Tax return.
So what do you, and that's to put money in to open an account?
For him.
Okay.
In his name only.
Okay. So he needed a couple bucks to open the bank account.
Yeah.
You gave him some money. So he did open a bank account?
I don't think he did.
Okay.
Because that's when the lawyer said I need to come and physically come, see you, to write over the name or whatever.
Okay.
Transfer over the money.
Did you ever hear Steve talking to the lawyer?
Yes.
Within the last few minutes, Ina has scratched various spots on her face and arms. Scratching, especially around the neck, arms, or head, can be a self-soothing gesture that occurs when someone is nervous or uncomfortable. It can also indicate anxiety spikes, as these spikes cause an increase in blood flow that can make the skin feel itchy or tingly.
Over the phone?
Yep.
And through message?
Yeah.
Okay. Was the lawyer foreign as well? Was he
English?
He was English, okay.
Yeah.
Was he from England? Or
I think so.
Okay.
Yeah.
So he wasn't from the US, he was from somewhere else. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Do you remember his name? Did he ever mention
Richard.
his name? Richard. So Richard initially wants Steve to open a bank account. Do you remember when that was? How long ago that was? Roughly.
I don't know.
Okay. I mean, was that like within a month, or was that earlier in the year?
Earlier in the year.
Okay, so it's been a little bit. And then
around the same time I did my tax.
And Steve, we don't know if he ever ended up getting a bank account. We're not sure.
I know he sent him all his information, his Social Security, because I ended up getting his first ID. I paid to get a birth certificate so he can go get his ID and his Social Security.
Okay. So he was going to be sending this lawyer all of his personal information.
Yeah, and Link was there saying maybe I shouldn't have said it was the Richard scam that's been going around, and he might have done it to himself, and that's what I was like, but he just went through that with his dad. His dad shot himself in the head with a shotgun.
Okay.
And I don't think he would want his kids, you know, to go through what he went through.
Okay.
But then I could be wrong, you know, he didn't want to face the fact that it was a scam.
But there were still arrangements that this lawyer was going to come, right?
Yeah.
So he was still probably under the impression.
And he was excited to go look for a job even if he didn't show up.
Okay.
So, he was already planning ahead for once in his life, you know, instead of the spare of the moment.
So this
thing.
tax time, he's supposed to get a bank account, but then maybe that changes, and then the lawyer says, I'm going to have to
I don't know. He kept going to his friends.
Okay.
And talking through his friends to him.
The lawyer. So Steve wrote up a will with this lawyer. Okay.
Where he would want it to go to, and
okay.
Most of it was supposed to go to his sons and his two sisters.
Okay.
And then he left me a little bit to live off of, he said.
Okay.
But I think I just wanted a car and then give the rest to his ex-wife, because they seriously deserve it. That's what I told Ryan. If he left me anything, just give me a car. That's all I have.
Okay.
And then give the rest to your mom and Cheryl, because I don't want to see it.
So the weekend comes, and how does it get to? Is it starting to be that the lawyer is starting to give him like a time that he's coming to Minot?
Yeah.
When was the first time he was supposed to come here? Remember?
I want to 29th, I think.
Okay.
I believe. Yes, 29th.
And he was gonna fly to Minot Airport. Okay.
Yeah, but he got emails saying he wasn't going to show up.
Okay.
That there's a contestant, somebody contesting it.
Oh, okay.
So he assumed it was his sisters.
Okay.
And then that's pretty much when he kept saying, I'm going to show up at this time. And Steve would ride down there, and he wasn't there. And then he'd get the email afterwards that he wasn't going to come until later and then later.
Okay. So he's supposed to come on the 29th. What day is that? I need a calendar here. That was Tuesday, the 29th of August.
Yep.
So then, when is the next time? After he says, I can't make it the 29th because someone's contesting it, when is the lawyer supposed to come back?
We didn't hear, Steve didn't hear from him pretty much the rest of that day.
Okay.
Because he was supposed to be there at like 11 in the morning.
Okay.
Or 9 in the morning, somewhere around there. And then he said he was going to show up that, I want to say Friday.
So Thursday.
Because it went into the holidays.
Okay. So Thursday would have been
Yeah.
the 31st, or Friday would have been September 1st. Does that sound right?
Yeah.
Okay. So the lawyer says I'm going to come Thursday or Friday, and then what happens? Doesn't show?
Doesn't show.
Okay. No, did he email again, or just?
He emailed that he was going to show up. First it was Friday.
Okay.
And then the 3 different hours, was it 3 different hours? 11 o'clock, 2 o'clock, and 8 o'clock, Saturday, when, was it Saturday, got sick? Yeah.
Sunday.
Sunday?
Because it was a holiday weekend, yeah.
Yeah, it was Sunday. Yeah, you're right.
So Sunday, the lawyer, now the arrangements are, for sure, he's going to be here, supposed to be in the morning at 11, you said?
Yeah.
And then...
Then 2 o'clock.
Okay. So did he call and say, I have no... Why didn't he come at 11, did he say?
I don't know.
Okay. Excuse me, I had to tickle.
I don't know.
This morning, Sunday, the lawyer's supposed to show up, but Steve didn't go to the airport.
Mm-hmm.
Why?
Because he was really sick.
Okay. And then, and someone else went in his place? What were they gonna do?
I don't know. It was Wes's son.
Okay. Do you know his name? What's his son?
I don't.
How did he know about the airport? Or any of them?
Because of the property. That's all Wes wanted was the money for the property.
So it got changed from 11 to 2 now?
Yeah.
Okay. So what happens at 2 o'clock?
Everybody's pretty much there.
When you say everybody?
Billy,
Okay.
Conrad, Link,
Okay.
and Wes.
And they're at your apartment?
Yeah.
Okay.
Waiting for 2 o'clock.
Okay. And what happens then?
I finished helping him get dressed. I put him a belt on. And he got into Wes's car.
Okay.
And they stopped at the gas station at Senex for some iced tea.
This is at 2 p.m.?
Yeah.
Okay.
Because that's when he started getting really sick and really wobbly. And I kept begging him to go to the hospital. But Wes, I guess, talked Steve out of going to the hospital. And it was just heat stroke.
So we'll just finish this 2 o'clock thing at the airport.
Okay.
So do they go to the airport?
Yep.
And what happens?
There was nobody there. I ran around the whole airport screaming, "Is there a lawyer here for Stephen Riley? Stephen Riley's sitting out in the car outside."
So you went to the 2 o'clock one with
Yeah.
everybody?
Yes.
Who rode with who?
I rode with Link.
Okay.
And he rode with Wes.
Steve rode with Wes?
Yes.
Did Billy, because you've got Billy and Conrad too, did they go as well?
No.
Okay. So just a couple of you went?
Yes.
Steve rides with Wes. Okay. And who stops at Senex for iced tea?
Wes and Steve.
Okay. Is it just those two?
Yes.
Okay. And then you and Link, you just meet them at the airport?
We followed him to the airport.
Okay, so you stopped at Senex as well?
Well, we got there right when they were pulling out the Senate
Okay.
type thing. You know, they got their iced tea.
Okay.
Because we were a couple minutes behind.
Okay. So then you all go to the airport. Where's the airport?
We went to not the main airport, but the smaller one first.
Okay.
Because Wes and his son were sitting there. I mean, Wes' son was sitting there.
Okay.
Waiting for Wes and Steve. And said this was the only airport coming in right now at 2 o'clock.
Okay. And
that's when he passed out. Steve passed out for the first time.
Okay. Is he in the car?
Mm-mm.
He's outside.
Yeah. He was standing on the side of the car, and I turned around and he was on the ground.
Where is that? Are you guys like parked in the parking lot or?
Yeah, the small airport.
Okay.
Yeah. I guess it's called the charter.
Okay.
Airport. I don't know.
Like for the private flights?
Yeah.
Okay. So Steve is on the ground. Is he breathing?
Yes.
Okay. Is he awake?
He woke up
Okay.
after I stuck some ice cubes on. I stuck some ice cubes in my hands and I stuck it on his neck right here, and that's pretty much when he woke up and started spinning around, going, "What the hell happened?" And then I tried to put some ice cubes in his armpits, you know, to cool him down even faster, hopefully.
Okay.
And that's when I started begging, "Can I please call the ambulance, take you to the ambulance?" And Wes started saying, "There's a ambulance bay right here, fire department ambulance."
Okay.
I was like, "I just want him to go to the hospital. He's like, "But there's an ambulance bay right there."
Yeah.
Who said that?
Wes. Yeah. And his son was saying, "Oh, it's just heat stroke. My wife just went through it this morning." I was like, "Nah, that's not good."
So, how we do? There's an ambulance there, Wes says, but then what happens? He doesn't.
Yeah, we don't. I listened to Steve and the other two saying just take him home and try to get him cool, but Steve's like, no, we gotta go check the other airport first. So we went to the bigger airport.
Okay.
That's when I ran around the whole airport screaming for Jared, lawyer guy, looking for Steve.
That was at the main airport?
Yeah. And then I was like, there's nobody there. I even approached a couple people asking, lawyer guy? They're like, nope, no lawyer.
Where was Steve
I
during
finally
that time?
begged Steven to at least go on home, sitting on the couch and drink some water and calming down, or getting some cold towels wrapped around him. Because again, I thought his son was right, that it was.
Ina must be unaware that the detectives have already spoken to Stephen's friends because her version of the story contradicts everyone else's. While each friend stated that it was Ina who claimed he had heat stroke and just needed to go home, she passes the blame for Stephen's misdiagnosis off on Wes. This version still doesn't make the most sense, however, as any truly concerned partner wouldn't just accept a diagnosis from a friend while their partner is throwing up and struggling to stand on their own. If she were really concerned, she would have made sure that Stephen made it to a hospital, especially if there was an ambulance bay just a few feet away.
Where was Steve at when you were in the airport looking for the lawyer?
In Wes's car. Wes had it off, and I kept begging him to turn the air conditioner on and pointing it straight at Steve. But he kept arguing about leaving his car on with the air conditioner running. And he kept asking about the lawyer.
So that's 2 o'clock.
Yeah.
And the lawyer, again, doesn't show up. Is Steve getting emails from him?
I don't know.
Okay. So we don't know.
That's pretty much when Wes kept complaining about the lawyer.
What was he saying?
That Steve needs to tell him how to get they has to get a hold of the lawyer, see if he's coming in at 8. And I think that's pretty much when I told Wes to shove the lawyer up his ass.
Okay.
And we'll contact you through a lawyer if he decides to buy the place.
Okay.
But
so what do you think is wrong with Steve at this point? Like, why? What do you think is wrong with Steve? Why is he sick?
I thought they were right. It was heat stroke.
Okay.
Because he wasn't puking yet, and it was like finally kind of sleeping in and out.
Steve was?
You'd sleep for a little bit, and then you'd wake up, drink some water, go pee, sleep on the couch, wake up.
Okay. Was he complaining that he wasn't feeling well?
No.
He didn't say anything about it?
No, he just, like the last time he had it wasn't heat stroke.
Okay.
I actually called the ambulance last time he was this coherent.
Okay.
How long ago was that?
It was that. I want to say 6 months, but it could have been longer. But he accidentally grabbed on to a cup. It was when he was working on Jim's car. I ended up having to call the ambulance. He wouldn't let me, but I called it anyways. And he kind of finally confessed he accidentally drank some kind of fluid.
And that was about 6 months ago, you said?
It could have been longer.
Okay.
Could have been a year ago. everything runs with my brain injury. Everything kind of smushes and
Did he say what he might have accidentally drank?
I don't know. I don't remember. It had to be on the medical records.
Okay. Where found that car at?
In his garage.
Okay, the one at the apartment there?
Yeah. He was stumbling around like that. I don't know. I don't know what else to say to help.
Yeah, she was just saying that about 6 months, maybe a year ago, there was a prior ambulance call up there where it was maybe heat stroke, but Steve said that he thinks he might have accidentally drank some kind of fluid from the garage.
What did they say? What was
the doctor didn't tell me what kind of fluid it was. I was like,
Steve didn't tell you?
No. So.
How would he accidentally drink fluid from
I don't know.
garage?
I don't know. That's what I said.
What was he acting like when that happened?
He was stumbling around, acting like he had heat stroke type thing.
Okay. Are you familiar with heat stroke? Have you seen people have heat stroke before?
Since I moved here, yeah.
Okay.
A couple times, but not really.
Okay. So, I mean, I guess I'm just wondering, I mean, if somebody were to say to me these are the signs of heat stroke, I wouldn't know. I have not experienced anybody with heat stroke. So I'm just wondering how you would know. Okay. How do you know all that, though?
Control. I Googled it.
Okay. When did you Google that?
God, the first time I ended up calling an ambulance.
So like 6 months to a year ago?
Yeah. It'll mimic poisoning, I read. This time I read.
What do you mean this time?
Because the doctor said it looked like he drank antifreeze, or had antifreeze in his system. So I Googled it, and it had the same symptoms as heat stroke.
Okay. When did you Google that?
The day he was in the hospital. The day he went.
Notice that when asked what day she Googled the similarities between heat stroke and antifreeze poisoning, Ina begins rubbing her face and chin. This is another self-soothing behavior that signifies discomfort and, very likely, dishonesty. It also seems odd that Stephen has supposedly poisoned himself before, and she's just now choosing to mention that to someone. From the looks of it, she seems to be trying to establish a pattern of behavior for Stephen. In other words, she's attempting to make Stephen's death appear less suspicious by insinuating that he's done this before, but in reality, it's only increasing the detective's suspicion of her.
When I finally got there and found out that
Who told
he
you?
ingested
Who told you?
The doctor.
What doctor?
I don't. Same doctor that treated me with my bug bites.
What hospital?
Trinity.
The ER doctor, or?
Yeah.
This doctor, what does he say? How does he know that there's something that...
Because apparently he did a blood test by the time I got there. It took me about 2 hours to walk there. But I got picked up I was almost there to the hospital.
Who picked you up?
A friend of Steve's. An older lady.
Where I left off basically was we're at the airport still at 2. So I'm just wondering, Steve went back to the airport at 8 o'clock that night, 6 hours later.
No.
Steve did not go back to the airport
No.
at 8.
Wes's son was there.
Wes's son has been at the airport every time that the flight is going to come in. He's been there at 11, he's been there at 2, and now he's there at 8.
No, he was there at the 11 one.
You said he was.
No, the 2 o'clock one. I don't know if he was there at the 11 o'clock one, though. Because I wasn't there. He rode his bike to the 11 o'clock one.
Okay. Okay. So I'm confused, because I wrote that he didn't go to the airport because he was really sick at 11, and Wes's son went.
No. He rode his bike to the 11 o'clock one.
Okay.
That's why I thought he had heat stroke.
Okay.
Because he was drinking beer all day, he was working in the garage, he was spray painting his truck, with the doors and the windows closed, and barely drinking any water. And he rode his bike there and back, and I figured it just...
Okay.
They were right, that was heat stroke by the time Wes was taking us to the 2 o'clock one. That answer that?
Yeah, I'm just,
That's why I was thinking that his son was right. That Wes and his son was right, it was heat stroke.
So nobody goes to the airport at 8 o'clock at night. Is that right?
His son, Wes's son was
Wes's
there.
son.
Yeah.
Okay.
At the 8 o'clock one. Waiting.
Am I wrong that I'm understanding this the way I'm understanding it?
No, she did backtrack when we got times off. She did come back and say that Steve rode his bike at 11 a.m. and then rode back home because the lawyer was a no-show.
Okay.
Got an email saying that he should be there at 2 p.m.
Everybody goes at 2.
Everybody goes at 2.
But I have an 8 p.m. here. 11, 2, and 8 p.m.
Yeah. And then she's saying that at 8 p.m. nobody went up there but Shannon.
Okay. What's his son?
Correct. Or yeah.
Okay.
Steve was too sick at that time. He was laying on the couch.
And nobody shows up again from the lawyer.
Yep. There was nobody there, according to Wes.
And Steve is not communicating with the lawyer at all at this point?
Yep.
Who is the lawyer communicating with?
I don't know.
Okay.
I was wondering the same thing.
So no one knows who's communicating with the lawyer, but somebody is, because he says he's coming back at 8, and so somebody goes there at 8, right?
Yeah. That's pretty much when I got mad.
You got mad at who?
Wes.
Okay.
I was
And
like,
that's
I
where
don't
you
really give a
kicked
damn
Wes
about
out?
the lawyer showing up at now.
Okay.
I told him I don't give a damn if the lawyer shows up with the money or not. I'll contact you through a lawyer when I give him the paperwork for the property. And when he gets the money for the property, we will go through the lawyer to give it to you.
Okay.
From here on out, what it says. And I basically kicked him out from there.
Because when Steve was at home for the 8 p.m. flight, laying on the couch sick, Wes was there with you guys, and it was just Wes at that point?
Yes.
Okay. So after you kicked Wes out?
I started rapping. That's when Steve stripped down naked, pretty much.
Okay.
Half naked. And started crawling on his hands and feet to the bed. I was like, babe, just let me call the hospital. He's like, no, I just need to sleep. But I ain't drunk.
Was he drinking?
Yeah, the beer.
How much do you think you had to drink?
Almost a whole case.
From what time to what
There was
time?
3 beers left. I looked in the case.
And when you say case, you mean a 24-pack?
Yep.
Of what?
Coors Light.
Regular size cans?
Yeah, 12 ounce.
So he drank almost a whole case of beer from what time to what time?
I have no clue.
You don't know when he started drinking?
Pretty much when he got out of bed.
Do you remember what time that was?
I honestly don't know.
Okay.
It was early. The birds were chirping and
Okay.
it was barely daylight.
What time did he stop drinking?
Right before he went to take a shower. meet up with his lawyer with Wes and me.
At 2. So he consumed almost a case of beer in...
No, he can drink more than that. I've seen him drink a couple cases.
But on that day...
Yeah, it was a case of beer.
From probably 6 or 7 in the morning until 2 in the afternoon, so 5 to 6 hours. Does that sound right?
Probably.
Okay. Did you drink anything else?
Just a glass of water that I brought him, and his tea. I made iced tea because he begged for iced tea. That's pretty much it. Glass of tea and a glass of ice water. He came in a couple times to cool off in front of the airport, in the front of the air conditioner, while I was working on the truck with Link, I think.
And he was outside working on the truck on Sunday in between the airport stuff? Or earlier in the day, or what? You said he came in to cool off and stuff.
Yeah.
When was that?
He was out spray painting it and putting spark plug wires on, for what I saw. And
on Sunday afternoon?
Morning through.
Okay.
Other than him riding his bike, you know, that was the only time he wasn't working on the truck or out in the garage.
After you kick Wes out, he's the last one there, right? It's just him and Steve that night. And what happened, Steve? You said he crawls to the bedroom and goes to sleep. Okay. What time was that at? Roughly. What time you kicked Wes out?
It was around that 8 o'clock.
Okay.
Appointment to meet his lawyer, because Wes just got off the phone with his son.
So he's getting tea and water, cold towels. Is he talking? Is he conscious?
Yep.
Okay. What's he saying? Is he sick? Is he throwing up?
He just kept telling me, I didn't get drunk.
Okay. But you said he was drunk.
Huh? I don't know if he was drunk or not.
Okay. You said he drank a case of beer.
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't.
And he kept saying, I'm not drunk? Why would he say that?
I don't know. Because maybe he looked drunk? I don't know.
When you find out this is supposedly poisoning now, what are your first thoughts?
Tell me that again?
You said the doctor told you it was he was maybe poisoned.
Yeah.
What is the first things that come to your mind when you hear that?
This is not what I'm hearing. I don't know. This can't be real. How the hell would that happen?
Okay.
Pretty much those words were running through my head, and that's basically what came out of my mouth. Can you tell me that one more time, doctor?
Okay. And then what? Do you think of anyone in particular?
That's when his friend, Laura, says it's okay. We'll find out more when...
So she was there when the doctor said it?
Yeah.
Okay.
She heard the doctor say that?
Yeah.
So after the doctor says this, then are you thinking, like, eventually, like, who could have done this? Who would have done that to Steve?
That's what I was saying. I was like, this can't be real. I mean...
Okay. But I know you had said to me you thought Wes or Billy would do it.
Yeah.
Why would you think that?
What would nasty people.
Okay. But what would they gain from Steve dying?
Wes? He'd pretty much lose everything, so... No, I could see him doing something sexual towards him, but not drugging him.
Okay.
Billy or Conrad, yes.
What would they gain?
Seeing Steve not getting his inheritance. Stealing his truck, because Billy's pretty much, every time him and Lynn put Steve in jail, they actually stole stuff out of his truck or his vehicle that Steve's owned. Just before we moved into the apartment, Steve had a Toyota 4Runner. All that was wrong with it was the tires were flat.
Okay.
And every single part on that Toyota was gone.
Okay.
The engine, it was up on blocks behind the townhouses out at the old Raider base. The engine was missing. Underneath was missing. You know, I mean, it was stripped, and he didn't even give Steve a week to come get it.
So as far as you and Steve,
So that's why I'm thinking maybe Steve did it to himself because he couldn't face Wes, his sons. You know, that the inheritance wasn't real. It was a hoax. He probably realized it was a joke on him, or you know, it wasn't real.
Do you
maybe
think the money's real?
I hope for Steve's sake it was, but it was too fishy for me. And yeah, it was funky town, kind of like west of the property.
Did Steve ever say when he got the money that he was going to leave? He was going to go anywhere? He was going to leave you? He was going to give you some money and be done? Anything like that?
He was off and on, yeah, when we got into fights.
Okay.
Yeah.
Was he going to make sure you got money?
No.
Okay.
Because I kept telling him I don't want it.
Okay.
Other than the money you bled for me from making me walk in 55 below, that's what I made him promise me give back to me when I bailed him out of jail.
Okay.
But I didn't even want that no more when we got into fights. I was like, nope, I don't want it.
But you said you wanted a car.
Yeah.
So were you hoping that he'd at least give you some money for a vehicle?
No.
Okay.
No. I could put myself, I can, he knows I can survive without him.
Okay.
I have survived without him while he was in jail.
Okay.
I have scraped up money when he left me for went to Devil's Lake with that lady.
Yep.
I have put my rent back together.
Okay.
I have paid my power bill back together.
Did he go live with her there in Devil's Lake?
Yeah.
How long was he gone there?
Before she turned him in to jail, I want to say 2 or 3 months, maybe 2.
Oh,
2
so
months.
several months, okay.
Yeah.
So he just came back here before summer? Because you said those. Okay, so that was fairly recent that he was with this lady. As far as money goes, I mean, I know we talked to a lot of people, and everyone said that you and Steve, basically, it was you said, you know, you guys were basically married. You had been together for a long time.
That's what. Yeah.
Were you expecting that if something, I mean, you would get money?
No.
Okay.
Like I said, I would have given it to his ex-wives because they deserve it way more than I did.
Okay.
Because they were actually married.
Okay.
And I understand where they are coming from now. You know, because Cheryl stabbed him, I guess.
Is that one of his ex-wives?
Yeah.
Okay.
It's his first ex-wife. She literally stabbed him. Melissa won't talk to him at all. Put a restraining order against him.
Okay.
So, I don't know. But I understand where they come from now. You know, he's so stubborn and pig-headed.
Okay.
When he gets in that mindset, I'm gonna do what I want when I want. Nobody's gonna say he's different type thing. He gets into that type thing.
So on the morning that you end up calling the ambulance in the afternoon, what is Steve doing overnight? Is he sick? Is he sleeping? What's happening?
Back and forth. He wakes up having to go pee.
Okay.
I bring him the urinal. He pee.
So he's communicating with you. Okay.
And then I empty the pee out. And I give him the water jug at that point.
Okay. Is he drinking alcohol?
No, just water and tea all night. That night. he doesn't really like water, so that's why I had to mix it tea and water. You know, give him the tea first while he's peeing, and then I put the tea up and give him the water.
Okay.
And then while I'm emptying the juice, the tub of pee in the toilet, he was drinking the water. He could hold his head up. He could, you know, hold the container.
He could or could not.
He could.
Okay.
Yeah. And he said he'd be just fine.
He said he would be fine?
Yeah.
Okay.
Just let him sleep a couple more hours.
Perhaps the biggest red flag is that throughout the entirety of the interrogation, Ina has shown no signs of grief or mourning. Her longtime boyfriend died of mysterious circumstances a week ago, yet even when she reminisces on the moments leading up to his passing, she doesn't shed a single tear or express remorse that she didn't get him help sooner. This is extremely unusual, as any partner of a recently deceased person would be very distraught, especially if they could have saved them but failed to do so.
And I really gotta get going.
So I just have a lot of concerns here, okay, and I'm just going to be honest with you. You told the paramedics when they were there that morning or afternoon that he had been drinking till 5 in the morning, that he had been consuming alcohol. That's on body cam. Okay, you said he was drinking all day the day before and that he drank his last drink at 5 a.m. Okay, and now you're telling me
tea.
That's not what you say on this video, okay?
I want to see this video.
Okay, well, I'm not going to show you the body cam. I'm just telling you that that's what's on there. There's reports that Wes came to the house that morning, and you said that Steve was at the walk-in clinic. He wasn't at the walk-in clinic.
Steve didn't want to see Wes anymore.
Okay, but Steve wasn't at the walk-in clinic.
He was at the hospital.
He wasn't at the hospital. He wasn't anywhere yet. Because
He was
it's been
at the
verified. He
hospital.
wasn't when Wes was there, okay?
He just left with the ambulance when Wes showed up there.
That's not what's been reported to us. Wes was there prior to.
Yeah, the timestamps prove that.
I want a lawyer.
Okay, that's fine.
Am I being arrested?
Nope, you're not being arrested. We're just talking. So, but if you want a lawyer, we can stop talking right now. That's fine.
But I'm telling you the God honest truth.
I
don't know what
not-
happened. I wasn't there. I wish I was there. I wish I was with him every second of the day that day. I wish I watched every single, but I'm not his goddamn mom.
You asked for a lawyer, Ina, so we're just going to end this now. Okay, I'm not going to talk anymore. All right?
You guys are so unbelievable. Fucking serious.
This way, right here. There, I'll walk around.
Oh my God.
Only at the very end, when she's backed into a corner, does Ina show any hint of emotion. Without any hard evidence, they couldn't stop Ina from going home, but she wouldn't be able to escape the police for long. In fact, they would pay another visit to her home on October 30th, but this time with a warrant for her arrest.
I wasn't even out there. In the garage.
I know.
Please lock up my house.
Yeah, we'll lock up the house for you.
I'll give you the keys, but...
We'll lock the house up for you. Is there anything you need?
Yes? Why me?
So right
now... Who?
So you get that copy that and all that and down there. So right now you do have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you in a court of law. Is there anything you need from the house? Purse?
My wallet? My keys?
Okay. My
phone?
You gave us permission to go inside and grab it?
Yeah.
Okay. Are your dogs friendly?
Yeah. Trying to take a bite out of our legs.
Where's your stuff at?
They're nice.
Right on the coffee table.
Okay.
And can I have a cigarette, please?
Are they inside? Let you smoke a cigarette, you're gonna be decent?
Oh, I'm decent all the time.
So I never dealt with you, so just don't want you
Never
to
been arrested before like this. I've never done anything. I haven't done anything.
Right.
Not ever.
But we'll let you smoke a cigarette. Just don't spaz out on us or anything. Alright? Is that a little deal? So.
Freaking lost the love of my life, and this is how I'm treated.
We're being decent with you.
I mean, the only man I've ever loved.
Is this locked?
Yeah. Yes, the bottom locked.
You're chilling, smoking. I don't want you falling down the hill.
Well,
Can't smoke it in the car.
I already busted up my leg walking home from work.
Yeah, we don't do that.
Thursday.
That's a long walk. I don't know how you do that.
Gotta do it.
Yeah. Just finish smoking it over here so you don't trip and fall. So we're gonna have our officers come and grab the dogs, okay? So they're gonna be at our pen.
Should be unlocked.
I can't afford to get them out. I gotta fix the door. You guys
not
broke.
unlocking?
No.
That's weird.
Watch it. They should be able to put a hold on the dogs too, so she doesn't get charged. Nobody out here to watch the dogs? Just you? No friends or
The
anything?
only one here.
You have any friends at work that would take them?
Nope. Another one.
Okay.
Steve.
You're still okay if we grab the dogs though if another officer stops by?
We just don't want them to die in there, right?
Why? How long are you holding me?
We don't know. That's why. We just want to make sure the dogs are okay. That's the main thing.
Because I'm innocent, so I should be.
We just want to make sure the dogs are fine, you know? Anytime we take somebody to jail.
Should be booked and released, right?
Okay. So we'll have our officers grab the dogs. We'll put a hold on them, alright?
Ina was transported to the Minot Police Department and later booked into the Ward County Jail on a charge of Class AA felony murder. In the following months, she maintained her innocence and pleaded not guilty to the charge. But 7 months after her arrest, only after being offered a plea deal, did she finally fess up to what she'd done. In May of 2024, she admitted that she'd poisoned Stephen based on the belief that she would inherit his $30 million fortune. A fortune that, as it turned out, didn't even exist. Afterward, she changed her plea to guilty, and in October of 2024 she was sentenced to 50 years in prison. As part of the deal, she'll only serve 25 of those years, and the other 25 will be suspended.
It's an assault, but it's assault in the first degree, and it's in correlation with the attempted murder in the first degree.
Wait, what? I don't want that thing going against me.
I understand.
Because honestly, I'm ratting out people, and if anything goes out between me, a lot of people know me.
The morning of July 10th, 2020 was a normal one in Bellevue, Washington, until 9 gunshots shattered the calm.
I think I just heard 7 gunshots. Someone's screaming outside. Help.
A wife emerged from her apartment to find her husband bleeding on the ground.
I can't. Okay. Is there... Ma'am, I need you to get a clean, dry cloth and apply pressure over the wound, okay?
While the community mourned this random act of violence, detectives learned that it wasn't random at all. The victim was targeted by a hitman.
No. Do you recognize who that is?
No.
You just said, I'll give you cash. So you were supposed to get $4,000 to $6,000 in cash.
A $13,000 payout, a bitter custody battle, and a plot so cold-blooded that it shook seasoned detectives.
I look like I know, which I'm not.
No, I didn't say that. I said...
But you're making it sound like I am.
Can I get an attorney before I answer all these questions?
Yeah.
I feel like I'm doing it wrong.
Who wanted Baron Lee dead, and what did they have to gain? Baron Lee, a 48-year-old sales manager who lived at the Overlook at Lakemont Apartments with his wife, Dee Dee, and his 6-year-old son from a previous marriage, Arik. Arik was physically and mentally disabled due to a misdiagnosis when he was younger, and Baron worked hard to provide the care he needed. But despite the struggles, he loved his family more than anything and took pride in being able to provide. On the morning of July 10th, 2020, he got up and prepared for another day of work. After getting dressed, he kissed his family goodbye and made his way outside to his car. He unlocked it and reached out to open the door. When a loud pop cut through the air, he swung his head to the right and immediately found the source of the noise. A man in a mask running directly towards him with a gun. The shooter continued to fire, and Baron flung open his car door and attempted to take cover. But within seconds, he was struck twice and fell to the ground. He curled up in the fetal position as the assailant stood over him and fired about 7 more rounds. Then, without a word and without taking anything, the shooter turned heel and disappeared back in the direction he'd come. Moments later, his wife and several neighbors were running outside and calling 911.
911 emergency.
Hi,
I'm
sorry?
Do you need police, fire, or medical?
I think I just heard 7 gunshots. Someone's screaming outside. Help.
Okay,
It's
what's
not
the address?
at my location. But it's down the hill from us.
Okay.
911 emergency.
King County
Hello?
for Bellevue.
Okay, and caller, what is the address where you're needing assistance?
Is it the guy? Is it a guy or is it a...
Okay, and caller, what is the address?
My address is 5303 Village Park Drive.
Okay.
115 to 22.
Okay, is this the overlake at Lakemont?
Yes.
Okay, and what's going on there?
My husband got shot.
Okay, it's your husband?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, and is he awake and conscious right now?
Yes, he is.
Okay. And is it possible for me to speak to him? Is he awake?
Yes, once again, please.
Okay.
Just help, please. Just
Hi,
get an
sir.
ambulance
Okay, and where are you shot?
You're moving away right now.
Sir, can you hear me?
Hello. 1, 2, 3, 3 shots.
More than 3, Mama.
Left, right, dark.
Okay.
Is any
Okay, I can speak to your wife.
My arms all shot, Mama. My legs, my chest.
Okay, okay, sir. Okay, where's the gun?
The guy ran with the gun. It's not here. Please hurry.
Okay, can you hand the phone to your
Please run, hurry.
Hello, sir, can you hand the phone to your wife? Can you hand the phone back to your wife?
Can you hear?
Sir, can you hand the phone to your wife?
I can't hold the phone.
Hand the phone to your wife.
Please have it.
Yes, hi, here.
Okay, who shot him?
We don't know.
Okay, so the person's no longer there?
No.
That's one more.
I can't.
Okay, is there... Ma'am, I need you to get a clean, dry cloth and apply pressure over the wound, okay?
It's been several wounds, ma'am.
Okay, I need you to get some clean, dry cloth and apply pressure, okay?
Put pressure here, you guys. Okay.
Okay, and ma'am, just to verify, the gun is no longer... Hello, ma'am, can you hear me?
One second, Eddie. I have a baby in the house. Okay. Yep, I got it.
Go get Eric.
Paramedics arrived and provided immediate medical aid before transporting Barron to the hospital. He'd been shot a total of 9 times in the arms, legs, and chest. While they dealt with Barron's injuries, detectives arrived at the scene to interview neighbors about what they saw. While no one witnessed the actual shooting, several neighbors confirmed seeing a slim male in a mask, black bottoms, and a jacket quickly exiting the complex on foot. So detectives pulled the traffic cam footage from outside the apartment and found exactly what they were looking for. A dark red Ford F-150 is seen driving around the apartment complex around 6:30 a.m. It then parks in a nearby parking lot before pulling right back out and leaving. 3 minutes later, a male wearing the same black shorts and a light top the suspect was reportedly wearing is seen walking around the area before disappearing from view. Shortly after, the truck returns to the parking lot, parks, and sits there for a while. Other pieces of footage show the suspect being dropped at nearby Lakemont Park and entering the apartment complex via a breezeway, while the truck drove around and visited a gas station. 2 hours later, around 8:30 a.m., the same red pickup truck is seen leaving the area in a hurry, about 1 minute after the first 911 call was placed. The footage suggests that detectives are actually looking for 2 people, a gunman and a getaway driver. They extracted the vehicle's license plate from the footage and traced it back to the Mendez household in Mount Vernon, about an hour away from Bellevue. Through the footage, they were also able to identify the suspect as 17-year-old Joseph Good, another resident of Mount Vernon. As it turned out, Joseph was good friends with 17-year-old Quincy Mendez, whose family owned the red truck. Arrest warrants were authorized for the 2 teenagers, and 3 months later, on October 8th, both Joseph and Quincy were found and arrested. They were then brought to the Bellevue Police Department, where detectives wanted to know why they were trying to kill an innocent salesman who lived an hour away. And first up to answer questions was the alleged shooter, Joseph.
Any ideas why we might be talking with you today? Okay. So, back in July, around July 10th or so, we had an incident in Bellevue that you may or may not have been familiar with, I don't know. There was a shooting in Bellevue. Individual got shot. So we went out and we investigated that. And during the course of our investigation, we came across a vehicle. I'm just wondering if you might recognize that. Actually, before I even get to that, I didn't know if you recognize who that is.
No.
Never seen her before?
Mm-hmm.
How about that lady?
Are they the same person? No. I don't know. I've never seen them.
You've never seen either of those people before?
Not that I can remember.
Do they look like the same person?
No.
No? Okay.
Nah.
There's a reason it took the detectives 3 months to execute an arrest, and that's because the truth turned out to be much deeper than they'd initially thought. You see, there's a third suspect involved in this case, a sinister woman who'd tricked the young teens into doing her dirty work. But we'll learn more about her a little later.
I think it's the same person, just things have changed. Kind of like a catfish, but you had never seen that person before. Oh. So anyways, there was that individual. Well, I guess. How about him? Recognize that guy?
Yeah, that's my thing.
So, you hang out with him ever, or?
Every once in a while.
Every once in a while?
Yeah.
Ever drive with him to Bellevue?
I don't remember. We used to hang out a lot.
What happened?
I don't know. We just don't hang out a ton anymore. Every once in a while.
Every once in a while, but not as much anymore. When did you guys stop hanging out together?
No, we still hang out, just like not a ton.
Anything major happen that did he do something that maybe made you stop wanting to hang out with them?
I don't think so. No.
So when, like I said, we had that shooting in Bellevue. After we went back, we found this vehicle pulling into a gas station down in Bellevue. Do you recognize that pickup at all?
Kind of, yeah.
Kind of?
I don't know.
You don't know?
I'm not sure.
You're not sure? You've never seen that pickup before? Or
I know a few people who own those.
anybody that you know that owns a pickup like that?
Yeah, a couple other people.
So he does have one like that?
I'm not sure if it's that one, but I think so. I don't know.
Okay. Have you ever been in his pickup before?
Mm-hmm.
When was the last time that you were in his pickup?
I don't know, it's been broken for a long time.
What happened to it?
Clutch or something, I think, went out.
Clutch went out?
Yeah.
Do you know how long that's been?
A long time. I'm not exactly sure, but...
That's fine. I just... Some people say a long time, and I'm like, oh, is that like two weeks? I'm old.
Like,
so a long time to me is like years.
Yeah.
But I imagine Corey probably hasn't been driving a pickup very long, if you only have a permit.
Yeah. Well, he's had his license longer than me, so...
Okay.
Or I don't have it at all, but...
You just said the clutch has been out for a long time. I was just trying to put a reference on.
5, 6 months? I don't know.
5 or 6 months clutch has been out?
I don't know. I'm not exactly sure.
Oh. So, there's that picture there. Does that look any clearer?
No, not really.
Alright.
Can I get an attorney before I answer all these questions?
Yeah.
And stuff? I feel like I'm doing it wrong.
Alright, that's fine. More than entitled to have an attorney.
Okay.
Alright.
And what will an attorney do for me? Like, will they tell me what to say or what?
Well, I mean, you've asked for an attorney, so I can't explain to you what an attorney will do for you. That's what an attorney will explain to you. What I'll tell you is that we're going to... Do you have time?
Yep.
So at this point, we're not going to ask you any more questions. We're going to put you into a holding area.
Okay.
We'll work on getting you access to that attorney.
Okay.
We're going to we'll have you transported. You're made aware of what you were arrested for earlier, correct?
They said assault?
It's an assault, but it's assault in the first degree, and it's in correlation with the attempted murder in the first degree.
Wait, what?
So you're under arrest for attempted murder in the first degree. Okay. So, like I said, I'm not going to ask any questions, but we're going to put you into a holding cell. and we have another interview to do with some of the other individuals, but you'll be booked down into King County Youth Correction Center.
Okay.
Okay. So let me go ahead and work on getting that attorney for you. Okay.
Okay.
Okay. Just hold tight here for just a second. Okay.
Okay.
The interview ended early on after Joseph requested a lawyer. Judging by his reaction, he thought he would be able to go home, but instead, he's going to spend the next few hours waiting in a holding cell while detectives move on to his accomplice, Quincy. And unlike his tight-lipped friend, Quincy was a little more open to conversation.
Just to get started here, I want to make sure that I have all your information right. Your last name is...
Yes. Yes.
That's not short for anything. That's your full first name. Okay. And get your middle name.
Yes.
Birthday's 3/2003.
Yeah.
You're about 5'8" and 140.
Yeah.
Ballpark. Okay. Brown eyes and normally black hair. Looks like you've been playing with a little bit.
Huh?
You color your hair a little bit.
Yeah, I did it for a friend.
Yeah.
Stylish. It looks nice.
Thank you.
When was the last time you were down in Bellevue? You probably noticed we're from Bellevue PD. We're not from Mount Vernon PD. When was the last time you think you were in Bellevue?
Last time, like, officially, like, I was down there, like, moving, walking around and stuff.
Well, I mean, what's officially versus unofficially?
Because, I mean, I drove and passed through Bellevue and drove and passed back Bellevue, but I haven't really been to Bellevue since, what? I haven't been walking around Bellevue since COVID started. I mean, I went down there, me and my friend drove around, and then we went back, didn't find anything to do, got bored.
Who was that you were down there with?
A friend.
You remember who?
Yeah. But may I ask what this is all about, though? I mean...
Well, yeah, we had an incident in Bellevue, and that's what we're here to talk to you about. They told you what you were arrested for, right?
No, they didn't. I was asking, and they were just like, shut up and just wait for the detectives. That's all right. That's all they told me, and I was...
Okay.
Yeah.
So like we said, it's a pretty serious thing, but as we said, right now we think you're more minimal.
What do you mean by that?
Minimal in your involvement in it? Like, I think there's other people that are more... I don't know how to best explain it. So there's other people that obviously have played a greater role in what happened.
So to be clear, you're under arrest for an assault.
An assault?
An assault, yes. And it's a pretty serious one.
What assault?
Do you know what assault is?
What,
Do you know what that means?
Like beating up someone?
That's one version.
Harming another human being, yeah.
Harming another human being. So, like, just beating someone up? Like...
This one's a little more serious than that. This one involved a firearm.
A firearm?
Mm-hmm. Which brings us back to the last time you were in Bellevue.
Mm-hmm.
And you said that you were down there, but just kind of turned around and came back?
Yeah.
Okay, do you remember when that was?
No.
Ballpark?
I was, me and my, we went down there and we came back. We were high, I mean. I'm going to come out straight on with you guys. I mean, yeah, I smoke and everything. We were high. We just got bored at home. We went for a drive. We like drives. I'm a car guy. I like to drive, feel the wind and everything.
Just to be clear, we're talking about marijuana?
Yes.
Okay.
Just to be clear, yes. I promise that. Just remember, I wasn't drinking or anything.
You smoked, but you didn't inhale. Great.
I mean...
I remember that.
Went probably like... Yeah, I can't really remember.
Like a month ago, 2 months, 4 months, a year ago.
Since COVID, before COVID.
You said
that's the new benchmark.
You said it was after COVID started.
Yeah, it was after COVID started. So
more recently than, let's say, March.
I don't know. It's been already a couple months. I can't remember the exact day. I don't remember.
I'm asking you because I don't want to put words in your mouth. You know, this is you telling us your version of things. I don't want to influence that.
I can't exactly remember when I went.
That's fair.
That's fine.
That's a legit answer.
Do you remember who you were with?
Just my buddy, my best friend. So,
is there any reason why you tell us you weren't his best friend?
Well, I mean, we haven't really hanged out much. We've been getting in arguments a lot.
What's going on?
We're disagreeing on certain things about why he's been, like, just, I don't know, he's been really just, I've been inviting him to go, like, hang out and stuff. He's like, nah, I'm busy, blah, blah, blah. And I don't know, I've just been home getting really depressed and stuff, like, no one wants to hang out with me. I'm getting bored and lonely, you know?
Yeah.
And so he's been doing his own thing. I haven't heard from him.
I heard word on the street he's like trying to hook up with some gang.
Oh, really?
I don't know. That's what I heard. He's like hanging out with some other guys or maybe some gang involvement or something. You know anything about that?
I don't know anything about that.
So the last time that you went down there and you remember which car you were driving?
I was driving a red truck.
Red truck. What kind of truck? What truck is it?
My dad's.
What kind of truck does your dad have?
It's a 1995 Ford F-150.
Getting out of the car anywhere?
Not that I remember. I woke up and he was in the truck. He was with me the whole time.
But when you were in Bellevue, when you stopped for gas or anything like that, you don't remember him getting out of the car?
I got out to pump gas. I think he went in to pay, I believe.
Did he ever wander off? Like, were you ever by yourself at any point?
Not that I know of.
No.
I was pretty high. I was stoned. I was just, the only thing that was coming to my mind was I need gas and, yeah.
And when you came back, that's the last time you can remember being in Bellevue?
Yep.
You don't think you've been back since then, or you haven't made another trip? Or
I've been here hanging out with just my friends, going to parties, and...
Show them the pictures.
Well,
Or
so here's the deal. Like I said, we have some information that you went to Bellevue, and that you were involved in what we're talking about, and what we want to talk about. We know there with you, just like you said. We want to give you the opportunity to tell us what happened. You know, we basically already know what happened. We're just giving you an opportunity because, one, like I said, we don't think that you were that involved. But, you know, if you try to cover up or kind of sugarcoat your involvement, that's going to look bad on you. You know, I've always told people, you know, there's two types of people in the world. There's the ones that do something and make a mistake, and then they own up to it. You know, it's like, hey, yeah, I did something wrong. Then I admit it, I did something wrong. And those people get their punishment. There's people that do something wrong, and then they say, no, I never did anything wrong. You know, when it finally comes to fruition, people find out, it's a whole lot worse, right? Opportunity to kind of tell us what happened when you were here in Bellevue, or in Bellevue.
We also know that there is another person involved that needs to be held accountable for a much larger role in this than you seem to have played, okay? And that's a big part of what we're interested in today.
You want to tell us your side of what happened and what your involvement was?
We went, I was parked on a hill. Like I said, my truck was acting funny. And I started it, said he was going to go look for something. I didn't really know. I didn't. And then next thing you know, I turn on my truck, it's ticking. My windows are rolled up and everything. I'm just chilling, and he just comes back, and he just said, we gotta go.
In response to the question of why Joseph got out of the truck, Quincy answers, quote, I didn't really know. I didn't. This unnecessary repetition is a signal that the speaker is desperate to be believed and is often an indication of dishonesty. He also describes little details like how his truck was ticking and that his windows were rolled up. This is referred to as over-explaining. Suspects often think the more details they add to a story, the more honest it sounds. But when unnecessary details like these are thrown in, it actually has the opposite effect. Otherwise, these little details also give suspects time to think of what to say next, which they wouldn't have to do if they were telling the truth. However, given what the detectives already know, they don't have to assess his verbiage to know that he's lying.
Whose idea was the trip to Bellevue?
Idea?
Yeah.
His.
Did he tell you why he needed to go to Bellevue?
Not really.
When did he tell you that you needed to go to Bellevue?
I don't remember.
Was it that night?
It was... Okay, I can't really remember because I was on shrooms.
Yeah, I know.
I was on shrooms.
You know, you and Jada were smoking shrooms for the first time.
Yeah, I was on shrooms. I was tripping hard and stuff, and I mean, I did smoke too, and that intensed my trip and stuff, and he was just all like, let's go to Bellevue and stuff, and I was agreeing with him and everything.
So it was that night? This wasn't something you guys had talked about earlier in the week, like, hey, let's go to Bellevue on Friday?
Not really, no.
It was just that morning that he grabbed you and wanted to go.
Who gave the directions on where to go?
He did.
And what was he using to tell you how to get to where you were going?
A phone. A GPS.
How did he know where to go to exactly? Did you look over and see what was on his phone? Like what website he was looking at, or?
No, I was intoxicated. I'm over here just concentrating. He just told me where to go and stuff, and that was pretty much it. I didn't really bother to look or anything because I'm just right there. I didn't want to crash, and I just want to crash. I don't know why.
So what time did you guys leave from outside?
I honestly don't remember.
Is it still dark out? Maybe sun coming up?
A little.
But it was early.
Yeah.
What month?
No.
You don't remember when it was in the month? Was it before the 4th of July or after the 4th of July?
I don't know.
You don't remember going to do fireworks for the 4th of July?
I partied a lot.
Right.
I went up to the mountain with a friend to have a bonfire and stuff.
Shoot off some fireworks?
Yeah, and then I went out of town for 4th of July. I believe so. If I can remember.
So would you say it was around the 4th of July when you and Joseph came to Bellevue?
Yeah.
Somewhere before or after that?
Yeah, somewhere around there.
Oh. Right, so you guys come down, you start out, you and Jada doing the mushrooms, the shrooms. How much did you do?
A lot.
A lot?
Yeah.
So once you get there, he gets out of the car, what does he tell you?
He's all like, I'll be back. And I was like, where are you going? He's all like, I'm just going to go walk around. I'm tired of sitting in the truck. And I was like, okay, well, I'm not going to go walk around. I'm not wearing the right type of shoes for these because at the time, my shoes, I don't want to get them.
Those are nice shoes.
Thank you, but they're dirty already. But at the time, they were brand new. And so I was like, I ain't walking. I already creased them enough from pushing in my clutch a lot. So I'm just chilling in the truck. And then my truck starts ticking. And I'm just trying to figure out what it is. Open my hood and everything. I start checking the engine and everything, and then I get back in my truck. I pump music. I start texting, where you at? Where you at? Where you at? And then text back, and then you see him walking, and then he gets back in. He's like, let's go. And I was like, where were you? And he's like, I was just walking, like I said. And I was like, okay.
Because you know, he said he got out a couple of times. So he said he left and came back, left and came back. So you just it was just one time. Was it one time or was it multiple times? Or?
I mean, there was the gas, and then probably when we took a piss.
Well, I meant after you parked.
Oh, after
he gets out and he leaves.
Yeah.
Where you drove away without him?
Yeah, I did. Because my truck was ticking.
Okay, so where'd you go to?
I just drove down to the light. I took a left, went to the gas station, flipped it, went back right to the same hill, and then I was waiting for him, still texting him, where you at, where you at, nothing. And so I stayed parked for a couple more minutes again, and then I turned my truck back on, it's making that ticking again. And so I drive it again, back down to the light, around the gas station, and then back. And I text him, I'm like, bro, where you at? I didn't get no response.
One of the times drove through, or actually a couple of times drove through the apartment complex too?
Yeah. Because I was trying to find him at first. I mean, the third time I went, I was like, okay, I'm going to see where he's at. So I just went driving around because I got bored too. So I was just driving around. I went across, down, I went all over. And then I went down the road more, came back, went towards the store. I couldn't spot him anywhere. So I don't know where he went.
He said he sent you a Snapchat photo and you sent one back to him.
When?
After you drove through the apartment complex.
He Snapchatted me?
Yeah.
I don't remember a Snapchat from that.
And you said he came walking back last time, but he told us he came running back.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Any reason why he said he came running back?
I probably saw him as he was walking. I mean, I'm over here tripping on shrooms. I mean, everything's different, perspective. I can't remember time. I can't remember exact date. I mean, the mind games.
Yeah. What was going on with your blinkers on your car?
My blinkers?
Yeah.
What blinkers? Like?
You know, your turn signals?
My emergency lights?
Yeah.
Like I was saying, my truck was running weird.
Was that the ticking?
I couldn't find the ticking. No, my blinkers weren't on. I had my emergency lights on because I was just parked right here, but then I turned them off and I turned on my truck, and right when I turned it on, it started and you just heard.
Yeah. Like an exhaust leak or something?
I don't think so. It sounded like in the engine.
Yeah.
It has like 200 and something thousand miles on it.
So when back, it just started up and you were able to go?
No, it was still ticking. It was still ticking all the way home. I was scared.
You said you went through an apartment complex, but you had dropped him off and he got out?
Not at the apartment complex.
Not at the apartment complex, you didn't drop him off? Where'd you drop him off at?
I was on a hill.
You were on a hill?
Yeah, like towards a tennis court, I think.
Why'd you go there?
Because I was just parked there. He said pull over, and he's like, I'm like, okay. And I just stood there, and he's like, I'll be back, I'm just going to go for a walk. And I'm like, okay, well, I'm just going to stay here, because I don't really want to waste any more gas. So I just stood there, listening to music on my phone, playing games, waiting for him, nothing. And then I finally was like, okay.
You recognize the truck?
Yeah, that's mine.
It's your truck?
Truck.
So that was your truck going into this parking lot here? So that's right there by that hill you were talking about. So
yeah, I was parked like probably right here, and then I stood there, letting cars go through and everything, and then my truck's, I turn it on, starts ticking, starts the hood and everything.
Yeah. So you pulled in here, you parked, actually pulled in, and then you pulled out and you drove, and then you went parked on that side of the hill, and after you parked, Joseph went walking by.
Yeah.
And so at 6:40 he walks in, and then we have other ones where he walks in, walks out, walks in, walks out, and your truck, like I said, goes out. There's also traffic cameras everywhere in the city of Bellevue.
Okay.
So you can see your truck go in and out, even have it go over. So this is the other side of, just to give you a reference. So the driveway we're talking about here. So this is this area in here. So all this area is all in here.
Yeah.
And then you were saying you were parked over here?
I was like parked more like on the other, not like right here, but like I was parked like right here.
Yeah. And so, as you went, did you see that tunnel there?
Yeah, I see it.
When you were there, you were parked right here, so you've been looking up towards the tunnel.
Oh, yeah. I saw people walking through it and stuff.
Okay. You know where that tunnel went?
No. I didn't know.
Okay. So, I was going to show you the other one. Because, we followed your truck driving through, going through the apartment complex we talked about.
Real quick, did you see use that tunnel?
Not that I remember, honestly.
You don't remember seeing him walk away from the truck where he went?
I started going on my phone. I didn't really have the desire on where he was going. He just said he was going to go for a walk.
So he walks away, he comes back, walks away. But you knew where to look for him. You said you went through the apartment complex to look for him.
Yeah, I was looking for him. I mean, I didn't know where exactly it was at. I was just driving through.
So he didn't answer you at any time? Like say, hey, this is where I'm at?
Just at the gas station.
Yeah. Did you get gas when you were there?
I believe so, yeah. I did.
That gas station?
Yeah, I remember going inside and asking him I need gas.
You must have been tripping because you just pulled in and then backed right out and left.
Do you know what time that one was at? Because that could have been the time when I was looking for him.
This one? Was it... I have it written down. I don't have the exact time, but it was later on. It was probably about 7 something.
So
this one's a video. So this is just one clip of a video. If you pull into a parking spot, and then you immediately back out and go back to the spot here.
Yeah.
So, like I said, it could be consistent with you looking with them. So, so comes back, gets in the truck. Does he tell you what he did? Did he talk about it at all?
Mm-mm.
Okay. Did he show you the gun he had?
He had a gun.
Did he show it to you?
Not that I remember of, like, I was on shrooms. I mean, I can't even remember what I did when I was on shrooms.
Right.
To be honest with you guys, I mean.
So what happened after you left there?
We just drove back. I mean, the only thing was weird is, I don't know, he just kept saying, we gotta go. I was like, well, why? And chill out. What's wrong? And he's like, nothing, just, I wanna go home already. I was like, okay. And we drove back.
Okay, did you stop anywhere on the way back?
We went to some town for a break, just to like adventure, explore and stuff. That was it, and then we left back onto the highway.
What town was that?
What, like probably maybe Everett, I believe, maybe.
How long did you stop there for?
About like 20, 30 minutes, maybe.
You stopped for 20 or 30 minutes?
Yeah, there in Everett.
Because we have, so this is when you leave Bellevue, right here.
Mm-hmm.
This is Lakemont, Newport, and this is at 8:26. You're leaving Bellevue. How long do you think it takes you to drive from here to Bellevue?
Probably like an hour.
An hour? So, you recognize where that intersection would be? You recognize where that intersection is?
LaVenture?
Fur and LaVenture?
Isn't that in Mount Vernon?
Yeah.
Yeah, LaVenture Road.
Yeah, close to your house.
Yeah.
And so if you see the time here, 9:38, and if this one was at 8, you're at 8:26, right? It takes about an hour.
Yeah.
There's not time for you to stop in Everett for 20, 30 minutes.
I mean, we went to Everett.
Well, yeah, you drive through Everett if you're coming straight back.
Yeah, but we stopped. I remember stopping in town somewhere on the way back, but I don't know how long we stayed for.
Okay, where did you stop and do then?
We just stopped. I mean, we just stopped.
Did he tell you to stop?
No, I pulled off. I told him I'm gonna pull off so I could go pee. So we stopped. I mean, we stopped. I went to a flush. Got back in. We left.
Oh, so more like 5 minutes, not 20
Yeah,
minutes.
yeah.
So you stop, you take a piss, you get back in, and then you come and you drive back to your house.
Yes.
So far, Quincy has changed his story several times according to the evidence that he's been presented. On the upside, that means this will be a fairly easy engagement for the detectives. All they have to do is keep revealing what they know, and Quincy will keep revealing what he knows. And he knows a lot more than he's exposed so far.
So, you don't know what happened when you got out of the truck at all?
No.
You don't know, do you know anything that happened up in this apartment complex?
No.
No, you don't know anything at all?
No.
Okay. So, I want you to be honest with me. Okay. I know that you know what happened.
What do you mean?
I know, so this is, I don't ask questions I don't already know the answer to. Okay. So I know that you know what happened.
I mean, I was on shrooms, I mean.
Okay. So,
I'm being honest. I mean, I'm telling you guys everything. But
alright. I'm going to show you this picture.
That.
You see the time right here?
12:05?
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
Do you recognize anything about that picture that looks unique?
looks unique.
Yeah. I mean, what does this look like it is? Just the format of the picture itself. Not what the content is, but like if I take this whole picture away, what do you see up here at the very top? Like if you look here, here, and here, what do you see?
Phone percent, like the time and stuff.
Yeah. What do you see that on?
A phone.
A phone, right? It's a screenshot. You've seen screenshots before, right?
Mm-hmm.
You know whose phone that screenshot came from?
Who?
It's 1205. This was a screenshot.
Okay.
Which phone do you think that was came off of?
I don't know.
So I found that image on your phone.
On my phone?
See, we have the ability to write warrants to Apple, and we can get information from them. And anything that you do on your phone goes out in the cloud. You know what the cloud is, right? So this picture was on your phone. It was a screenshot from your phone. It was taken at 12:05 on the day of the shooting.
Okay.
Okay, so the shooting occurs at 8:24. You drive back to Mount Vernon, and at 12:05 you look up this shooting, and you take a screenshot of it, and then you deleted it and put it in your expunged folder, which is where I found it. Then the next morning at 5:05, you took another screenshot of the same thing, different news media. I don't have that picture with me, but you took another one following up on that. So that's how I know you know what happened there.
Okay.
Okay. Why would you be looking to see this? What happened there?
You probably told me when I was on shrooms.
He told you on shrooms that he went there?
Probably.
What did he tell you he did?
I don't really remember.
You don't remember what he told you?
I was on shrooms all day.
Okay.
And then I took acid the next day.
So remember, we already told you that you're part.
Yeah. I understand that, yeah.
Right now, you're driving somebody to Bellevue to commit a crime, and then bringing them back from Mount Vernon. Okay. So, do you want to make more crimes by lying to us about what your involvement was in it, or what you know about it, or what he said to you?
I don't know much about it. I mean,
what did he tell you?
Nothing. I mean, he just told me to go to Bellevue. He went. He did his own thing. Next thing you know, he got back in. I'm tripping on shrooms, and he just starts saying we gotta go. And he's all like, check the news. Check the news when you get home and stuff. And I was like, why? This and that. He's like, just do it. And I was like, okay.
So he told you to look at the news to see what happened?
No.
You ever seen with a gun?
No.
Okay, don't lie to me. Remember, did you ever seen with a gun?
Probably when I was on shrooms, yeah.
Have you ever seen firing a gun?
No.
Have you ever seen Snapchat videos of firing a gun?
Snapchat?
Yeah, Snapchat.
Not shooting a gun.
You've never seen a video of shooting a gun because he sent one to you on the 13th of July.
I didn't get no video. I promise that.
Right, well, I can go pull it up. I have it on my laptop.
Pull it up. I didn't. He didn't send me anything.
Not shooting a gun here. I'm just shooting a gun out on the hillside.
On a hillside?
On a gravel road.
Oh, then probably, yeah.
Well, you just said you've never seen him with a gun.
I mean, yeah, we've shot guns at his house. His dad's.
What kind of guns?
12 gauge, little 22, like a rifle.
What about handguns?
His dad has a big one. That's all I know of. And then with a little small one.
A little small one, what?
A little small gun.
What kind of gun?
It was all black.
Where does he keep that?
I don't know.
So he's got a little small black gun. You know what caliber that is?
No. I don't really know much about guns.
I've looked into this. What would you think? Your truck drives there. It goes up there. You drive around an area where somebody is shot and killed. And the person who shoots and kills him gets into your truck and you drive him back to Mount Vernon.
Pretty much. I mean, that's what it's pretty much sounding to me, too.
Yeah? I mean, what does that make you?
That guy, apparently, for being on shrooms and doing stupid shit and listening to someone else.
Yeah. Do you know who this person is? No, that's not a verification. We'll go with this one. You ever met that person or know who that person is?
Mm-mm.
You have no idea?
No.
Okay. Do you know the Kelly family?
No.
No. Name doesn't ring a bell to you?
Kelly family? No.
So, I'm curious about the discussion that you and had.
All that's pretty much half blank.
It's half blank. He hasn't talked to you about since that?
Mm-hmm.
Because I find it hard to believe that you download those two things and then you don't have a discussion, and then he sends you a Snapchat video of him firing the gun a few days later after he says, hey, look what happened.
I screenshot it, so I didn't tell him about it.
You just told me he told you to look
Yeah,
at
he
the
told me to
news.
check the news, but he didn't really say anything after that. I checked it, I screenshotted it, I kept it, and I deleted it. I mean, I didn't really text him about anything.
So, I mean, obviously you've known all this before, but you're like playing coy with us. And most people, when we bring them in here, when we tell them, hey, you're under arrest for a serious assault, in this case, attempted murder, they become a little bit more cooperative, like, hey, I don't want to be involved with that at all. So this is kind of like your last chance to tell the truth. Tell us what your involvement is, because I don't know if you want to be wrapped up on side, or, you know, if you're looking out for what's best for going forward, because people are going to be held accountable. And I want you to tell me the truth, because, like I said, I don't believe that your involvement is as great as the others. But if you're going to lie about it, then other people are like, well, he lied about this, so he probably knew about everything else because he's covering up for it. So you need to tell us what you knew.
I didn't know much. He just told me. I mean, like I said, I was on shrooms. I'm not lying about that. You can ask Jada. I was on shrooms.
I know you were on shrooms. I saw the videos of you and Jada swimming through the thing with the little thing on top of her head that she sent you. Right? Like I said, I've seen all the Snapchats. I've got all of that. This is why I know that you guys were there. This is why I know what happened.
Yeah, I get that.
Okay. So, this is your chance. What did tell you?
He just told me I have to say anything, pretty much, to be honest with you.
Okay. So, did he tell you?
I saw it. I did text him. I'm like, bro, what did we do? Blah, blah, blah. He's like, don't worry about it. You'll be fine. I was like, bro, it's not okay. Why? I was tripping on shrooms and stuff, and after that, I was freaking out. I didn't know what to do. I really didn't.
It's a pretty serious thing. I mean,
it is.
He took advantage of your friendship by sucking you into this, right?
He did.
How did he convince you to go to Bellevue?
I was down with it. I mean, I was on shrooms. I felt great. And he just, let's go to Bellevue, let's go to Bellevue. I was like, bro, I don't want to. I mean, at first I didn't want to, and then I was on shrooms. He's like, bro, who cares? Let's just go. You'll be fine, this and that. I'll pay for everything. I was like, well, I mean, I guess. And we went. I didn't know what he did. And then when he told me to check the news later, I did. I saw that. Bitched at him. I didn't really fuck with him after that.
That's why you're not best friends anymore.
Yes. That's why, because I knew it was wrong. I knew I fucked up on my part for being on something I shouldn't have been on and thinking on what we're doing. It's not right.
Talks to you about going down to Bellevue while you're there. Does he tell you why? Does he tell you who told him to?
No.
Okay. What about the money?
What money?
Did he talk to you about getting paid?
About probably five grand just to help me.
Mm-hmm. So you said somewhere between $4 and $6 grand, right?
Yeah, somewhere around there.
Because that's what you told your friends.
Mm-hmm. I did, yeah.
Who would you tell that you were going to get paid?
Just my close friends. But I didn't really.
Which friends did you tell? Obviously, I already know. I've seen the Snapchats.
Yeah, that's true. I can't remember directly right now, but I did tell people.
Okay. So did you get paid?
No.
What did you say? Why you didn't get paid?
I didn't really ask him questions because I was scared.
Did he threaten you?
No. He did not threaten me. It's just I didn't really want to mess with him. Whatever he did, I didn't want part. I mean, I thought about it. I mean, yeah, at first I was freaking out, and then after I was like, well, I mean, if he said he was going to give me some money, and I was like, well, I can help my parents with that because we're struggling on money, we're tight.
Yeah, but you also want a new car too.
Yeah.
So you wanted some of the money to go down for a car?
And the rest for them to help them.
You've been selling some drugs lately. We've been watching you for a while. We know what you've been doing.
Yeah.
I could care less about the coke that you're selling.
Oh, I'm not selling.
I've got your Snapchats. I know you've been selling cocaine.
Oh no, not cocaine. Nope. Started. Nope. Straight up with you guys.
You were on that.
I'm being honest with you guys. Yeah.
Did you finally quit?
Huh?
Did you finally quit?
The what?
Cocaine. Did you quit?
Yeah.
Quit using it.
Quit using it?
Yeah. So if you look at this picture again, though, this is July 10th. This is 7 days later. So you said that you weren't down with it. At what point did you and have your falling out?
Wait, what do you mean?
You said that it took you a little while to realize that you weren't down with what he did.
Yeah. I realized that probably like I started thinking about it the day I read this, and from there I didn't really want to talk to him. I didn't want to do anything. I was scared. I didn't know what to do. I didn't want to tell my parents.
Obviously, I don't think just walked into some random parking lot and decided to go in there and shoot some random person. Do you?
I don't think so. He was probably communicating with someone else.
Because you said he was giving you directions where to go.
Yes.
So
he was.
Who gave him those directions on where to go?
Those I don't know.
It was on his phone, you said?
Yes.
Did he have a paper map or anything like that? Any written instructions?
Not that I know of.
Was it the map he was looking at on his phone? Was it a special application, or was it just a normal, or do you even remember?
I don't really remember. He just was giving me directions.
Like he mentioned, just didn't randomly pick this guy, right?
Oh,
Let me back up. He offered you money to help him, right?
No, he just told me at the end about it.
He told you?
Told me at the end, like, do you want $5,000? I pretty much gave me the option.
Okay.
I said, yeah.
How much did he say he was getting?
I don't know. I didn't.
That's a standard question. Negotiating 101. You say, well, you give me
you got?
$5. How much are you getting?
I mean, that's a lot of money. $5,000.
Yeah,
I just.
But how much is he getting? What's his cut?
Well, I think he said like probably 13.
His cut was 13. Yours was 5, so 18 total. Or was there another person in there that's getting a cut of that?
That I don't know. He just told me for me. Said it was just. He's getting paid and I'm getting paid. That was it.
Okay.
So the question becomes, where did that money come from, right?
I haven't gotten any money.
But what I'm saying is, he didn't have that money to pay you, right? He's getting 13 from somebody, right?
Yeah. That was okay.
So what does that lead you to believe is happening here?
Someone told him to do it.
Right?
Yeah.
He's being paid. He's breaking you off a piece for being his driver, basically, right?
Yeah, I believe.
Okay. So the question is, where is that coming from?
That I don't know.
It's possible that Quincy truly was kept in the dark about where the money was coming from. The truth is that their mission was being funded by someone he didn't know, a 30-year-old woman by the name of Sharon Kelly. Sharon's story actually starts in 2017, after losing custody of their son Eric due to neglect. He was placed in foster care until Barron and his current wife moved up to Washington and took custody in 2019. What Barron believes made his ex-wife so angry is not losing access to Arik, but losing access to Arik's trust fund. Arik had a multi-million-dollar trust fund that was funded by settlement money from a medical malpractice lawsuit following his misdiagnosis. If she could get Barron out of the way, she would have sole access to the money. She apparently figured that with that money, she could afford to hire a hitman, which leads us to her offering Joseph $13,000 to do the deed. It's unclear if she had any connection to Joseph prior to offering him the job, but her involvement in the plot was solidified after detectives found a Brickhouse GPS tracker planted underneath Barron's car. Using the serial number, they were able to trace it back to the buyer, Sharon Kelly. This tracker was also connected to the GPS app Joseph was using to give Quincy directions on where to go. As of this moment, she's also in police custody. But she immediately demanded a lawyer and refused to speak to detectives. But that ultimately wouldn't make a difference to the outcome of the investigation.
When he got back in the car, did he communicate with anyone? Say that it was done, or no? Okay. When was the first time you guys talked about going to Bellevue to do this?
The night I was on shrooms.
Before you left?
Yes.
Okay. But he told you what you were going to do when you got there?
Probably on the way when I was just tripping. Because me and Jared did do shrooms. I was at her place. And then he gets home and he just starts talking. I'm just on his couch, just trying to enjoy my kindness.
And I get that you had smoked and used shrooms and that that's going to have an effect on you. But you're straight enough to drive a car. And you just described in perfect detail the route that you took while you were down there.
Yes.
Okay, so we know your memory works. Okay, the I was unsure thing's only gone so far, right? So, at any point before you guys departed, did you talk about doing this?
No.
But on the way down there, he told you he was going down there to do this?
Yeah.
Did he tell you what the job was? Like, what he had to do?
No. He just said that he was going to go and unclip a whole clip, that was it.
On somebody?
Just unclip the clip, that was it.
But you took that to mean, what did you take that to mean?
Oh, he's going to do something bad.
Like what? What does it mean to take a whole clip? Or
catch someone? Shoot someone?
So you know
yeah, but in my head I was just like, I thought it was just bluffing, honestly. Like, he didn't look like the type of person that would just do it. Because I've known when he was nice and not in anything. That was the time when I was like best friends with him. And then he starts getting into this other dudes and bigger guys and stuff like this, and I sticked around, I don't know why.
And I want to be clear because we speak a little bit different language. When you say bigger guys, you mean?
Probably like some people like, he's always just saying big homies. Like, I gotta catch up with the big homies.
I think what he's talking about is not.
You're not
necessarily
talking
no, not like no, like probably like some high-end dudes, like probably from the game and some
bigger gangsters.
Yeah,
What you're saying?
yeah, yeah. He's always talking
Somebody
about
higher up the food chain.
Yes.
Some bad dudes that.
Yes.
Probably more criminal. Like, what kind of crimes do you think they're committing?
That I don't. Probably fucking everything. I mean, I don't know them.
You would agree that he's not going to be able to pay you $5,000 and make $13,000 unless somebody's paying him.
I know.
Right. So you never thought to ask him, hey, how'd you get set up on this gig? How can I get in on it?
I didn't want to get in on it.
Did he ever talk to you about it again? No communication about it whatsoever? Never like, hey, I didn't get my $5,000. I wanted to go buy this or that. I want to go buy my Gucci or my Versace.
I mean, he came over one time. He's all like, once we get our money, we're going to go shopping.
Yeah.
And I was like, okay. And then from there, he didn't say anything. He just...
Because I remember you said you're going to be like Versace or dripping, money dripping.
Yeah,
right? You're going to enjoy that money, but... So I find it hard to believe that you never questioned, hey, where's my money?
I mean, I asked him at first, I'm like, what happened? I mean, didn't you say you were going to get paid and stuff? And he's all like, yeah, but it takes time, this and that. And I was like, okay. And I kind of just didn't ask him because I was like, you know what? It's been already months. I gave up on it. I was like, I ain't going to get no money. I might as well just start working and do my own shit, you know? Started selling on my own, do my own profit and stuff, so that's why I sell. I try to make my side money on my own. But
you got that nice shiner and almost went to the hospital.
What nice shiner?
You posted on Snapchat. You got hit.
Oh no, that was in Othello. I was on vacation.
Okay, why don't you start from the beginning? Tell us what happened. Let's go backwards. We'll start. So you get back to Mount Vernon. So starting backwards from Mount Vernon, tell us what you remember. What happened that day?
Went home. He was just chilling. We slept. Woke up. He left. I think I took him home, and then I chilled there for a bit, and then I left. That was it.
Well, okay. So I mean backwards. So let's say at the very end of it, you drive to your house. That's so you get to your house, you chill there for a while, and then goes home. Do you take him home?
Yeah.
So going backwards from when you get to your house, you drove. You said you drove the truck from Everett to where you stopped. You said you stopped in Everett. Did you stop in Everett to go to the bathroom?
Yeah. I did.
Briefly. Did you stop at a gas station? Just side of the road?
No.
I'm not trying to put words in your mouth. I'm just giving recommendations of maybe where it happened. Where did you stop?
Like on the way home?
Yeah, in Everett.
It was like behind some store.
What was wearing?
A white hoodie. I don't know what kind of pants he was wearing.
Light, dark, shoes.
Probably his Vans, his shoes.
And you said what was on his hands?
His hand gloves.
And did you decide what kind of gloves those were?
Probably those kitchen gloves.
Well, that's what he said.
Well, that's what they look like.
They look like kitchen gloves?
I don't know.
What do you mean by kitchen gloves?
Like,
what makes them kitchen gloves for you?
I don't know, the soft texture on them, and they're leather.
They're like a leather, so it's like a
not like. It's hard to explain. Like not too much leather, but leather.
So is it real leather, like from a cow, or is it like a synthetic leather?
I like a synthetic leather.
Right. So it's not real leather that you would.
Yeah.
The leather gloves are pretty expensive, right? So you said it was giving you directions.
Yes.
So you get up here. Then what did you do? Why don't you walk me through this area? What you did?
Oh, I did?
Yeah.
I pretty much just drove.
So when you first get here, where did you go when you first got there?
When I first got there, we drove around. We went parked down here, and then we came back up, drove around a bit more, and then that's when he told me to just stay right here.
Okay.
When he said he'll be back and he's gonna go for a walk, and I told him, well, I might just go drive around, and he said okay.
And what did he tell you he was doing?
Going for a walk.
You already told us. He told you he was going to go catch somebody.
Oh, yeah. Okay. Yeah.
So, I mean, you already admitted that.
Yeah.
What did he tell you when he got out of the truck?
He said, I'll be back. Just make sure you're here.
Okay. So he told you he was going to go look for
But then I did tell him that I'm going to drive around.
Okay. Why did you want to drive around?
I got bored. I told him I was going to get bored.
Get bored? But there was other people that walked by you, right?
Yes.
What did you do when people walked by?
Either on my phone or I was just trying to figure out what that ticking was in my truck.
Okay. So what were you doing with your phone? So, because people are going to look at you when they walk by, right?
Yeah.
So what did you do so that they would see you?
Oh, they saw me. I looked. I smiled. Gave them a wave. I was just on my phone playing games.
You didn't like hide or try to cover yourself or put your hood up or do anything else that
Nope.
might. Okay. So you know he's going up here to go shoot somebody.
Mm-hmm.
That's what you said he told you.
Mm-hmm.
He comes back and what does he tell you?
Let's go.
No, he came back. He came back in between. The first time he came back, not the last time.
The first time?
So he comes back multiple times. Like here he's leaving at 6:40. He comes back. I don't know.
I think he told me that he said he wasn't there. He went, said he wasn't there, came back.
How did he know how to find him? Did he tell you?
Beats me, no.
How did he know where to go to? Was he using his phone, or was he?
He was probably using his phone. Like I said, I don't know how he got the information or anything. He just told me directions and everything. Told me to park here,
So
I knew what he was doing.
I mean, you've already told us you're involved because you knew he was going to go shoot somebody. So, you have to be honest with us. How did he know how to find the person?
I don't know how he found him. I didn't even know where the dude lived.
Okay.
I don't even know the dude.
Did you know the dude?
I don't know. I don't know who talks to.
My buddy drags me up there to the top of a hillside and gets me involved in this crap. We're going to have a serious discussion.
Well, yeah. Yeah. But I don't know where he got the information. I don't know where.
So he would tell you where he got that?
He doesn't tell me his personal life.
Okay.
Like I said,
when did you have the conversation with him about how you got into all this?
The night I was on shrooms.
No. I just said that if I had a buddy, I would have a conversation afterwards about, hey, what's going on? How'd this all go down? Where we get paid? I want to know the details because I'm sucked into it now.
Mm-hmm.
And then you agreed. It sounded like you had that conversation with John. So I'm asking when you had that conversation with John.
I just asked him when I was going to get paid.
Okay. You didn't go into any details?
We didn't go into details.
I mean, because, let's face it, I mean, if we may be friends, but push comes to shove, he may push me out of the boat and blame everything on me.
Well, that's probably what it's looking towards him. Probably doing that to me.
So that's why I'm trying to get your side.
And I'm telling you guys straight up, I'm being honest, I'm being everything I am right now to be helpful to you guys right now. I do not know who he's connected with. I do not know who his big homies are.
Okay.
He told me, I did it. It was fucked up that I did it. I regret it. I shouldn't have done it just for money or anything. But I don't know who his connections are.
Sorry. I just want to make sure that you're getting everything out because at the end of the day we have people, Joseph's pointing fingers at certain people and you're pointing fingers, it's going to be...
But who am I pointing fingers to? I mean, I'm telling you guys everything you guys are asking and I'm trying to be honest. I'm just
want to
scared
make sure that
I don't want nothing going against me.
I understand.
Because honestly, I'm ratting out people and if anything goes out between me, a lot of people know me as an innocent kid, and as when they're on my bad side, they know how I am. But honestly, doing something like this, I wouldn't even have the balls to pull a trigger on someone.
Do you know what happened to that person? Do you know if he lived or not?
Wasn't he on life support because of this?
Okay, so you never had a discussion with about that?
No, I mean I read this. It said what, critical condition or some shit like that. Yeah, I never really talked to him about I never interacted him and asked him who.
You never thought to follow up, figure out if the guy lived or if he died or if he's sitting still in the hospital through a breathing tube or a feeding tube?
I mean, I checked this again and it said that he was in critical condition. That was it.
So you haven't checked back ever since then?
Mm-hmm.
So you don't know what happened to this guy?
No. Like I said, he's probably critical condition. I mean, he's been on tubes.
No, I didn't say you know.
But you said, who do I think? And if I say something, you kind of just sidetrack it and you put it again in a different way.
No. Okay, here's my question for you. If I'm going to go out and try and validate your story and not get you as being like a snitch, how am I going to protect you and still be able to validate what you say?
I'm being honest.
Does that make sense to you?
Yeah, I get it. But I'm being honest with you. I don't know his connections. I don't know who he keeps it with. He's always on his own.
So was it your belief that he was supposed to die? That's
my belief? Like, he was going to die on the spot? Or like, what do you mean by that?
I guess what I'm getting at is, do you think Joe was sent there to kill him, or rough him up, or shoot him, or was the end result that he was not supposed to survive?
I don't think he was supposed to survive. I believe so.
Does his dying or not dying have any bearing on getting paid?
I don't know. I haven't heard anything about the money.
So, that conversation about you're supposed to unload the clip, where was that at? Was that in the house?
We're already in the truck. We're driving from his house to Mount Vernon to get on the highway and stuff. And he was just talking and talking and talking.
Was he looking at his phone at all at that point, giving directions, or?
Yeah.
So before you leave your house, you didn't know about what you were going to do, but he was. How did he get you to get in the truck and leave?
I was on shrooms. Like I said, I was, and I was a blank from there. He told me, he was like, let's go for a drive. Get in and go for a drive. Starts just talking, reviving, listening to music, and then he drops it. He's like, let's go to Bellevue. There's this guy, and I was like, why? Like, what's the point? I was trying to beat it, but then he said money, and I was like, I'm over here tripping on shroom. I'm like, I could help my parents. I could have money for me and stuff like that. And so we ended up going. And yeah, that's when all that happened.
How much money did he tell you at that point you were going to get?
Probably like $5, around the same price.
Did he tell you what he was going to get paid? You found out later then what he was supposed to get paid?
Yeah, probably like 13 maybe.
Because you said earlier that, I just want to clarify this, you said you were looking for, were you really looking for him when you're out driving around?
No.
Okay. What were you doing?
I was sitting there, and then I drove around.
Okay.
But no, I wasn't looking for him.
Okay. But you knew you were the getaway driver. Like, he's going to come to you, and you're going to get out of there, and you're just going to act cool and chill, and like, hey, we're just chilling, right? So you knew that was what your role was?
Pretty much, yeah. Since I was, pretty much on shrooms.
So he goes in, and you drove through this complex. Did you see him when you drove through?
No.
Did he ask you to come through, or?
No. I drove through on my own.
Because you drive through, and you come back out and you park here. As soon as you get back, he sends you a Snapchat, and then you Snapchat him back.
Really?
Yeah.
That's a blank in my head, honestly.
Well,
he probably did. But I don't remember.
Okay. Well, both of you were Snapchatting lots of people during that time.
Yeah.
Any reason why you were chatting with anybody in particular when you were there?
I was just texting my friends.
Okay. Any of them texting you back?
Just blank pictures.
Why do you think that they weren't texting you back?
Why did I think?
No, why do you think they weren't texting back?
Who, my friends?
Yeah.
Maybe because it's early in the morning.
Because it's 6 o'clock in the morning and nobody's up at that hour?
Yeah.
That was my thought.
Following this final interrogation with Quincy, he, Joseph, and Sharon were all charged with attempted first-degree murder and booked into jail. Joseph was hit with an additional charge of unlawful possession of a firearm. Later, Sharon, Joseph, and Quincy all accepted plea deals for lesser sentences. Joseph and Quincy's sentencing hearing took place 3 years later in August of 2023. After recovery from 2 fractured arms and a shattered hip joint followed by 15 grueling months of rehabilitation, Barron was present at their court appearance. And to everyone's surprise, he expressed sympathy and forgiveness for the now 20-year-old men. He made a bad decision, a very bad decision, but I don't want that to define his life. I've already forgiven the boys long before this happened anyway. I have to make peace with myself as well. Following apologies from both of the defendants, Joseph was convicted of attempted murder and unlawful possession and sentenced to 12 years, 8 months, and 1 week in prison. Quincy was convicted of first-degree assault and sentenced to 8 years and 10 months. The following November, Barron was also present at his ex-wife Sharon's sentencing, but his words for her weren't as kind and forgiving. I said it in an interview 3 years ago. I hope she rots in jail, and that hasn't changed. Despite admitting to orchestrating the attack, Sharon maintained that it wasn't for financial gain and offered no apology to her ex-husband. But Barron remains convinced that their son was the real target, that if he had died that day, then Arik might have been her next victim. Sharon was ultimately convicted of solicitation to commit murder in the 2nd degree and was sentenced to 13 years and 9 months in prison.